Chapter 2007. Rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than bully one poison master. Chapter 2007. Rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than bully one poison master. 100 Miles Incense. Yu Wenfeng could not help becoming absent-minded. Such a beautiful name, but it killed upon infliction. Was this the strength of the alchemy celestial pavilion's head, elder? One would rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than a bully one poison master. This sentence suddenly popped out in Yu Wenfeng's mind. This was a saying that was widely circulated in the Heavenspan world. But in reality, it had already been too long since anyone remembered this sentence. The meaning was very simple. People would rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than to go against a poison master. Clearly, the deterrent force of a poison master was extremely great. Poison Dao was merely a branch of alchemy Dao, and a powerful alchemy D would rarely divide out his energy to go and research the poison path. Poison master was an occupation that made people fearful. Rarely would people dare to go and provoke them. Powerhouses who studied the poison path tend to be cruel and black-hearted people. They simply had no scruples when doing things. There was once a 7-star poison master who poisoned a great imperial capital into a dead city in his fury. Not a single person escaped. In Liu Yan's impression, Yi Yuan was just a peerless genius who could defeat and even kill Lu Zi. But he forgot that Yi Yuan was also an alchemy master who was formidable until it made people fearful. The alchemy Dao that Yi Yuan understood had long already pointed right at the source. His poison Dao attainments did not pale much in comparison to his alchemy Dao. It was just that Yi Yuan rarely used poison, so the world did not know. But today, it shocked the world. 100 Miles Incense was a type of strong poison that Yi Yuan manufactured. Even if a 9th firmament true D got hit by it, it was also 9 chances to die and 1 chance to survive. But it was easier said than done to make a 9th firmament true D be poisoned. As long as true D realm mighty experts opened up their protective divine essence and world domain, they could easily SHI plus ELD the poison gas outside. Hence, Yi Yuan made use of spatial law and laid down a large-scale poison array in the void. Inside this poison array, extremely strong corrosive origin eroding water was even incorporated into it. As long as one entered this area of SPAC and Yi Yuan activated the array formation, the 100 Miles Incense would be able to seep into the world domain of martial artists along with the origin eroding water, poisoning them from there. This was the grand array that Yi Yuan meticulously set up, specifically used to deal with these true D realm powerhouses. As for those celestial deity realms, they were merely bystanders who were implicated. The scope of the poison array that Yi Yuan set up was not large. The vast majority of celestial deity realm martial artists escaped by the skin of their teeth. It was just that the shock in their hearts currently could not use words to describe it all. Too scary. Several thousand true D realm powerhouses, 70% died in a blink of an eye. 70%. Just what kind of a terrifying opponent has Empyrean Liu Yan provoked? Master Yi Yuan practiced medicine in order to help the people and has saved no idea how many people. But no one could have thought that he was actually also such a terrifying poison master. Looking at the true D powerhouses who were still struggling, everyone sucked in cold breaths, faces turning white. They would never forget such a scene for life. It was too shocking, and Master Yi was forced into it. He previously warned us. It's just that we didn't listen at all. Suddenly, someone said in the crowd, death-like silence. They suddenly recalled that sigh of Yi Yuan's. It turned out that all the way until the final moment, Yi Yuan did not wish to make use of this poison array too. But he had no choice. Facing such a powerful enemy, if he did not use cruel means, he could not tide over this disaster at all. Very soon, 7th firmament true G. Oh, D powerhouses started toppling one by one. When Yu Wenfeng looked at this scene, his heart felt an icy chill. He had lived for 1,000,000 years, and had yet to be so grateful to a decision he made before. 100 Miles Incense is a kind of strong poison that I created after breaking through to rank 6. Even if it's a 9th firmament, true G, O, D, as long as they smell the fragrance. Even if they have exceedingly formidable abilities, it's also powerless to remedy the situation. I originally didn't want to do this kind of terrible thing, but these people are clearly willing to be that Lu Yan's lackey. I could only do this. I gave them the chance, but it was them who missed it themselves. Beside Yu Wenfeng's ear, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Wenfeng's emotions could not calm down for a long time. Only after a long time did he suck in a deep breath and said, "Master Yi already showed mercy. If you were really cruel and merciless, these 100,000 over people, it's likely that no more than a few people can survive." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "I roughly calculated the dimensions when laying down the poison array in the void. Any smaller, and there will likely be fishes that slip through the net." Yu Wenfeng listened until he palpitated with anxiety and fear. Yi Yuan's means were simply inconceivable. Laying down such a horrifying poison array in the void, probably only a freak like Yi Yuan could accomplish it. Right? The shock of the martial artists in his city was not the least bit lesser than those celestial deity realm powerhouses outside. Their eyes were glued at the sky above, even forgetting to cheer. WE1? In the crowd, no idea who suddenly said a sentence, immediately setting off a big hoo-ha. Lord Yi Yuan is really too incredible. I always thought that he was just an exceptional alchemy god. I didn't expect that his poison Dao attainments are not the slightest bit inferior to his alchemy Dao. So those late-stage true G, O, D-realm powerhouses are gone just like that. They deserve to die. These people were all here to Ma's sake of the city. Even so, Lord Yi Yuan still gave them a chance. It was them who were seeking death. Ha! We really followed the right person. Our heavenly eagle imperial city might be able to develop into a peak heavenly emperor Bottomanda in the future. The city was rejoicing. Ever since Lu Yin issued the Empyrean order, they had always been in the midst of despair. All the way until today, Yi Yuan gave Lu Yin a resounding slap with ruthless means. This slap was sufficient to shock the world. In the City Lord Manor at 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital, Brother Lu, at this time, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City has probably already been leveled to the ground, right? Deng Yunzai was calculating the time, rather delighted in his heart. Lu Yin nodded his head and said, "At this hour, it should be about there. Yi Yuan, this brat should already be in despair, right? Wait until they detain that punk and bring him to 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital. This Empyrean will let him know what's called life worse than death." Dai Chuanhao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Over 100,000 martial artists bearing down on the borders, blotting out the sky. He's probably trembling now, right?" Lu Yin sneered coldly and said, "What this Empyrean wants is his despair. Otherwise, even grinding his bones to dust will still can't dispel the hatred in this Empyrean's heart." The 3 people were currently talking when a black-clothed armored soldier scrambled into the hall frantically. City Lord, things are bad." The black-clothed armored soldier had a FLUS, tiered expression, rambling incoherently. Lu Yan's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "What's going on? Didn't I let you keep an eye on the intel there? Why are you panicking until like this? Could it be that the sky fell down?" The black-clothed armored soldier said with a crying face, "City Lord, 2 Lord Empyreans, the sky really fell down. Under the Empyrean order, the 187 imperial capitals that are subordinate to the 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital, 4321 True G, D-realm powerhouses are all..." Talking up to here, the black-clothed armored soldier could not continue anymore. Lu Yan's entire body trembled. A terrifying aura was released from his body, and he yelled furiously, "Oh, what?" The black-clothed armored soldier swallowed his saliva and used a mosquito-like voice to say, "Completely annihilated." Chapter 2008. Are you brain damaged? Chapter 2008. Are you brain damaged? Talking nonsense. These two words, Lu Yin practically squeezed them out of the crevices between his teeth. Deng and Dai, two people. Both of their eyes became wide saucers. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Their entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, turning stiff. This piece of news was seriously too astounding. Lu Yin pointed at that black-clothed armored soldier's nose and roared angrily. In a tiny little imperial city, the strongest is merely fourth firmament true God. This Empyrean sent an army of 100,000, and just the ninth firmament true DS are as many as more than a dozen. How can they possibly be completely wiped out? Did you not bring your brain when you come to report? Lu Yan's roar was virtually going to bring down the roof. The black-clothed armored soldier was practically turning limp on the ground under Lu Yan's enormous pressure, unable to even speak. How could the might of an Empyrean be what a puny little soldier can withstand? At this time, Deng Yunzai was the first to come to his senses. He hurriedly pulled Lu Yin and said, "Brother Lu Yin, calm your anger. Let him finish saying." Done talking, he turned to the black-clothed armored soldier again and said, "Quickly say what in the world had happened. How could the black-clothed armored soldier dare to dawdle?" He recounted the events of Yi Yuan poisoning several thousand true D powerhouses to death in detail. Lu Yin, three people listened until they stared dumbfoundedly with slack jaws. They never would have thought that what they waited for was actually such a result. This, how can this be? How could it be like this? Lu Yin took several steps back in a row, face full of disbelief. The black-clothed armored soldier naturally could not possibly be lying. It was just that he was not willing to believe it himself. This piece of news made people unable to believe it. He was not willing to believe it at all. This way, wouldn't he, this five-firmament great imperial capital city lord, become a lone general without an army? This move of Yi Yuan's was really too ruthless. Right now, all of the imperial capitals under his command actually all become empty cities, without a true D-realm powerhouse holding down the fort. How could an imperial capital still be worthy of being called an imperial capital? It directly dropped a level, becoming an imperial city. From great imperial capital directly to imperial capital. Wouldn't he, this great imperial capital city lord, become a laughingstock of the world? Lu Yin was virtually breaking down. This blade of Yi Yuan's directly chopped the level of the cities under his jurisdiction in two at the waist. Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao similarly had vacant faces. They exchanged a glance, both seeing incredulity from the other party's eyes. Void poison refining formation. This kind of means is simply inconceivable. Just what kind of freak is this kid? Deng Yunzai said in shock. Rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than to bully one poison master. Who could have thought that this kid also had such inconceivable attainments in the path of poison? Dai Chuanhao said with a bitter look. The rule of Empyreans had always been as strong as iron. Unless it was similarly an Empyrean, otherwise, no one could shake them at all. But this kind of understanding was clearly not too applicable when used on Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Lu Yan's aura turned cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Looks like he's forcing this Empyrean to personally make a move. This time, this Empyrean is going to flay his skin and pull out his tendons, refine his soul alive, make him never be able to reincarnate for all of eternity." At Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there was rejoice among the people. Big brother, since I knew you until now, I really rarely saw you use poison. This battle is to the immense satisfaction of them all. SES. White Light said with an excited face. Master's methods are indeed inconceivable. We shouldn't have doubted you. Baichen also said with an excited look. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Us alchemists will not talk about bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, but we also shouldn't commit too much slaughter. If not for that Lu Yin pus. Plussing people too far, I also wouldn't be willing to use this poison formation. As an alchemist, Yi Yuan had his own stance. But living 2 lifetimes, he was also not a foolish person. Other people already killed to the doorstep. He naturally would not fold his arms and wait for death. Bai Tong had not exited seclusion yet. He could only use this sort of method to meet the enemy. Otherwise, the one who died would be him. These few years, Yu Wenfeng had been in a state of immense shock the whole time. Toward Yi Yuan's unfathomable means, he was long already wholeheartedly convinced. But at this time his brows were tightly knitted and he said, "Master Yi, this Yu doesn't want to be a wet blanket. It's just that, this way, Emperor Lu Yin will likely personally take action. Emperor Lu Yin is a second firmament Emperor expert. Furthermore, Deng Wei and Dai Yang you killed. Their 2 major families' ancestors are both Emperor powerhouses." Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard it and said, "Many thanks for Brother Yu's warning. But it's just 3 Emperors, so not a big deal." Yu Wenfeng felt stifled when he heard that, nearly choking on a breath of air. Just 3 Emperors? Emperors were not a big deal? This kind of thing, it was really his first time hearing it. Emperors already stood at the apex of ordinary martial artists. Apart from those fleeting and ephemeral heavenly emperor powerhouses, no one dared to not take them seriously. Emperors, even if first firmament Emperor, no one dared to slight them too. But 3 Emperors were actually so beneath contempt coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Right at this time, a horrifying aura instantly spread throughout the entire heavenly eagle imperial city. "Yi Yuan punk, I give you 3 breaths of time. Hurry up and get out to die. If you're late for a second, this Emperor will directly turn Heavenly Eagle to dust." A thunderous, furious roar sounded out in every corner of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This horrifying pressure made some weaker martial artists directly spurt fresh blood wildly, collapsing to the ground. Emperor, it's an Emperor powerhouse. My God, an Emperor powerhouse personally moved into action. What to do here? The city was in a panic. This powerful pressure made them virtually about to suffocate. Yu Wenfeng's face changed, his face instinctively revealing a fearful expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, "This Lu Yin is really domineering, wanting to annihilate the whole city at a drop of the hat. I'll go and meet him." Done talking, his figure moved, directly disappearing from inside the city Lord Manor. The others also had visible changes in countenance, hurriedly going out of city Lord Manor and looking over toward the sky. Above the void, 3 figures stood in the air. That horrifying pressure made the world tremble. Yi Yuan's figure emerged, facing the 3 people from far away. Lu Yan's pupils constricted, clearly somewhat surprised at Yi Yuan's spatial law. But very soon, his surprise was replaced by fury. "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan's face was without fear as he said coolly, "That's right." Lu Yan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Do you know your crime?" Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly, and he said coolly, "Don't know." "You, insolence. You killed my child Z, poisoned my true G. Oh, de-arm me to death. The crimes you committed are too numerous to be recorded. You actually said that you don't know?" Lu Zi was triggered by Yi Yuan's attitude and could not refrain from saying in a great rage. Yi Yuan was still calm as he said, "Lu Zi killed my citizens indiscriminately, imprisoned my loved ones, and even wanted to send me to 5 firmament great imperial capital to carry out an execution on the spot. Your meaning is that I have to stand here and let her kill? You sent an army of 100,000 to Ma's sake of the city, saying that spare none. Your meaning is also to have me stand here and let them kill? Are you brain damaged?" Yi Yuan's voice spread throughout the entire city, making everyone shudder with fear. Lord Yi Yuan was indeed well deserving of being Lord Yi Yuan. These words were domineering. Chapter 2009. Is an Emperor very impressive? Chapter 2009. Is an Empyrean very impressive? Liu Yin was angered until his expression was livid. Since he stepped in Empyrean, no one had dared to speak to him this way. But the moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, it was calling him brain-damaged. Disobeying an Empyrean was a serious crime. His two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "Insolence. This Empyrean's words are the words of an emperor. Ask you to die, you have to die. To dare disobey this Empyrean, even if you want to die today, you can't do it either." By the side, Deng Yunzai said in a cold voice, "Brother Liu Yin, talking nonsense with him for what? Directly take this brat down and grind his bones to dust and refine his soul alive. See if he still dares to be so arrogant." But when Yi Yuan heard that, his face revealed a mocking look. He said with a cold smile, "Grind my bones to dust? Refine my soul alive? Your esteemed self's methods are so ruthless." Deng Yunzai snorted coldly and said, "Why? No to be scared. It's useless. In front of us Empyreans, you're an ant. Moreover, it's 3 Empyreans standing in front of you. Those methods of yours are not worth mentioning at all in front of us. However, to be able to alarm the 3 of us to come forward personally, you could be sufficiently proud." In Deng Yunzai's view, for a puny little third firmament true G, to be able to startle the 3 of them mighty Empyreans to descend in person, this was something worthy of him to be proud of. How Blee was the status of an Empyrean. They were normally utterly disdainful to take action against a puny little true G, D realm. But today, they made an exception and came. When a martial artist in the city saw Yi Yuan facing the Empyrean powerhouses squarely, each and every one of their souls were about to fly out. Those are Empyrean powerhouses. Lord Yi Yuan gained their rancor right away. Lord Yi Yuan would rather break than bend. If I were standing in front of an Empyrean, my legs would probably be soft. I'm really breaking out into a sweat for Lord Yi Yuan. Although I feel that Lord Yi Yuan has other trump cards, I really can't figure out what trump cards he still has to be able to deal with Empyrean powerhouses. To say that they were not worried, that was impossible. Although Yi Yuan created a miracle previously, exterminating several thousand true D-realm powerhouses by himself, these 3 people in front of him were Empyreans. Several thousand true D-realms sounded intimidating, but in front of an Empyrean powerhouse, they were like paper paste. Even if there was only one Deng Yunzai present, those several thousand true D-realm powerhouses would not be able to stir up any waves at all. This was the disparity between Empyrean realm and true D-realm. This kind of disparity could not be made up for using numbers at all. But Yi Yuan created miracles time and again, making Heavenly Eagle's martial artists have a kind of incomprehensible confidence in him. This intense paradoxical sense made them worried about Yi Yuan's safety. At the same time, they also looked forward to what kind of heaven-shocking move he would come up with again. The moment he heard Deng Yunzai's words, Yi Yuan was amused. "Is an Empyrean very impressive? My methods are far from what you guys can surmise." Liu Yan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Whether or not it's impressive, you'll know right away. Your so-called measures are utterly not worth mentioning in front of absolute strength." His patience was already completely whittled away by Yi Yuan. He thought that with him personally descending would make Yi Yuan scared, would make Yi Yuan shudder with terror, even kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. But none of that happened. Not only that, each word that Yi Yuan had said choked him half to death. On Liu Yan's body, the might of an Empyrean suddenly released, directly grabbing at Yi Yuan with a palm. Yi Yuan had a calm look, not having the intention of taking action at all. Liu Yan laughed coldly and said, "The big talk was pretty good, but aren't you still surrendering with folded arms?" But right at this time, a layer of ripples suddenly emerged in the sea between him and Yi Yuan. An Empyrean pressure that did not belong to him suddenly erupted. A palm reached out from within the void, directly clasped plussing together with him. Bang! Liu Yan's figure retreated explosively, looking at that youth in white opposite, shock all over his face. Second firmament. Empyrean. Lu Yin said in disbelief. Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao's pupils constricted, being surprised by this youth in white who suddenly appeared. When did Heavenly Eagle Imperial City have such an additional super powerhouse? Lu Yan's brows were tightly knitted, his expression extremely grim as he looked at Bai Tong and said in a solemn voice, "This fellow Taoist, this Empyrean is the master of 5 firmament great imperial capital. Today, I came to clean up my household. Please don't intervene in this matter." Bai Tong looked at Lu Yan and said with a look of amusement, "ENT, Yi Yuan is my good brother, but you're asking me not to intervene? You aren't brain damaged, right?" Lu Yan's face instantly turned black as the bottom of a wok. Why was this guy's mouth so sarcastic too? The words that came out were actually the exact same as Yi Yuan's too, but what was even more in his heart was shock. A second firmament Empyrean actually addressed Yi Yuan, this third firmament True Ji, as his brother. Lu Yan was currently in a state of disbelief when a series of exclamations suddenly came from inside the city. "I assent that Lord Bai Tong. It really is. Wasn't Lord Bai Tong fourth firmament True Ji? Why did he break through to become a second firmament Empyrean all of a sudden? This is also too fast, right? Ha ha ha. Lord Yi Yuan is Lord Yi Yuan. He indeed had a contingency plan. Lord Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao is unparalleled. It must be that he triggered with medicinal pills. That Lord Bai Rong broke through to Empyrean realm." Bai Tong had taken action several times. The martial artists in the city were all not foreign to him. With this appearance, he leaped from fourth firmament True Ji, to second firmament Empyrean all of a sudden, making everyone exclaim with admiration. They did not know that Bai Tong was originally an Empyrean powerhouse. This kind of leaping-style breakthrough was simply incredible. How shocking were the eyes and ears of Empyrean powerhouses? The discussion of the martial artists in the city made Lu Yin three people's eyes almost pop out. A fourth firmament True Ji. This one front of them was that Heavenly Eagle's fourth firmament True Ji. Just how long had it been? He directly broke through to second firmament Empyrean from fourth firmament True Ji. There was a myriad of profanities running across in Lu Yin three people's minds. Don't be so demoralizing. Just what medicinal pill did you freaking refine? Lu Yin gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you think that pulling out a second firmament Empyrean and it's fine? Don't you forget, we have 3 Empyrean powerhouses." As he said to Deng and Dai, 2 people, "I'll tie down this fellow. You guys go and deal with that punk. Take him down immediately. Don't play with him anymore." Deng and Dai, 2 people, nodded their heads in response. Lu Yin leaped, class I, plussing together with Bai Tong. Bai Tong's sleeves waved, a folded fan lightly pointed out. It was shockingly an Empyrean spirit treasure. It was only to see him step forward and actually ignore Yi Yuan, who was behind him. A powerful aura hit from head-on. Lu Yan's face changed. He did not have an Empyrean spirit treasure. How could he have Empyrean spirit treasure? How could everyone have one? With this exchange of blows, he was immediately suppressed by Bai Tong. "Quickly attack. This guy isn't easy to deal with." Lu Yin roared loudly. When the martial artists in the city saw the situation, they could not help getting a big shock. Not good. Lord Yi Yuan was too careless. The other party has 3 Empyreans. Lord Yi Yuan, quickly run. The martial artists in the city all cried out in shock. Deng and Dai, 2 people, exchanged a glance, looked at Yi Yuan, and said with a cold smile, "Punk, resign yourself to fate. This time, I see who else will come and save you." Done talking, the 2 people stepped forward and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. But right at this time, there was another ripple in the void. 2 figures stepped out of the void. Chapter 2010, Repeated Surprises. Chapter 2010, Repeated Surprises. It's another 2 Empyrean powerhouses. My G. is this a magic trick? Sure enough, Lord Yi Yuan's methods are inconceivable. Looking at those two figures above the void, the martial artists in the city seethed with excitement. Their eyes were full of wars. I plus P, already treating Yi Yuan as a like existence. Back then, when Lu Zi came to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, how insufferably arrogant was she. These Empyrean powerhouses were high and mighty, aloof from the world. But now, their faces were slapped resoundingly by Lord Yi Yuan. These martial artists, who were living at the bottom, were really satisfied to the max. Everyone knew that Empyrean powerhouses could not be opposed, but no one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually magicked out 3 Empyrean powerhouses like a magic trick. You send an army of 100,000, I annihilated all of your true powerhouses. You had 3 great Empyreans come, I'll magic out 3 great Empyreans. No matter what means you have, in front of Lord Yi Yuan, you could only be crushed dejectedly. Is an Empyrean very impressive? This sentence was still ringing in his ears. It was not that Yi Yuan was arrogant, but that he really had the capital to look down on Liu Yan. These 2 great Empyreans that suddenly appeared, one had an old figure, but was in good health. The other reached middle-aged, seemingly in high and vigorous spirit. However, Deng Yunzai and Dai Chunhao's current gazes were all gathered on that middle-aged person, full of disbelief. Duani, 2 people cried out in surprise at the same time, gazes full of disbelief. This middle-aged person, they all recognized him. It was precisely 5 firmament great imperial capitals' myriad treasure towers Tower Lord, Duan Yi. They were too familiar with Duan Yi. He had already been stuck at peak 9th firmament true D realm for several 100,000 years. Barring no accidents, it was totally impossible to break through to the Empyrean realm. But the problem was, something impossible had occurred now. You actually broke through to the Empyrean realm? Deng Yunzai felt that this world was too crazy. Was the Empyrean realm so easy to break through to? Duan smiled and said, a fluke. For this Duan to be able to break through, it was all thanks to Elder Ye's credit. If not for him refining a heaven-seizing good fortune pill for this Duan can forget about breaking through to the realm of Empyrean in this lifetime. The pupils of Deng and Dai, 2 people constricted, crying out in surprise, heaven-seizing good fortune pill. How is this possible? Duan just smiled and said, what does the heaven-seizing good fortune pill count for the Elder Yi? His methods, you all can't imagine it at all. Otherwise, how could he become our alchemy celestial pavilion's head elder? Head elder? These 2 people seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning, standing transfixed on the spot. They only thought that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength was decent. How could they have imagined that Yi Yuan was actually the alchemy celestial pavilion's head elder? Alchemy celestial pavilion elders, they were all peak 6-star alchemy DS, and their strengths were exceedingly formidable. Yi Yuan, a mere 3rd firmament true actually overpowered a group of peak 6 firmament alchemy DS. They suddenly discovered that their understanding of Yi Yuan was far too little. In martial Dao, Yi Yuan slew Lu Zi, who comprehended the laws of 5 elements. In poison Dao, Yi Yuan refined a formation in the void, eradicating thousands of true D powerhouses. In alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan even refined the heaven-seizing good fortune pill, letting the Duan Yi who could not break through to the Empyrean realm for several 100,000 years, to now successfully break through becoming an Empyrean. Living to a ripe old age, they had never seen before such a monstrous figure too. Far away, the Liu Yin in the middle of a great battle was similarly incomparably shocked in his heart. He never thought that the land he governed actually produced such an alchemy martial dual unrivaled prodigy. But, under this kind of circumstances, both parties already did not have room to salvage it. Stop talking nonsense with them. Those 2 people merely just broke through to Empyrean realm. Hurry up and take care of them. Don't you guys want to avenge Deng Wei's and Dai Yang's enmity? Lu Yin said with a cold shout. Dai Chuanhao's gaze turned to the other old man, his gaze cold as he said, Who is your esteemed self? Why are you intervening in my five firmaments affairs? It was only to see that old man said coolly. This old man was originally Extreme Light Imperial City's Profound Secrets Pavilion's pavilion lord, Jian Hongxiao. Obtaining Yi Yuan's help, I return to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital now, and Embark. Singly I am now a Stellar Hall's elder. What? You're Jian Hongxiao? Weren't you a celestial deity, realm martial artist? Why did you also break through to the Empyrean realm now? Deng and Dai, two people were practically about to break down. Information about this Jian Hongxiao they naturally knew. After all, Extreme Light Imperial City was not considered far from Five Firmament Great Imperial Capital. This Yi Yuan really seemed to be performing a magic trick, turning a fourth firmament true G, D into a second firmament true G, D in a short time, and similarly turning a celestial deity realm powerhouse into a first firmament Empyrean. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, This Empyrean got a backlash from Heavenly Tao back then. My strength greatly diminished. That's why I would lay dormant in Extreme Light Imperial City. Now, obtaining Yi Yuan's medicinal pill, not only did my strength recover full, it even improved a step further, breaking through to the Empyrean realm. These two people were turning numb. What kind of place was Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital? That was the Jian family's territory. They could not give Jian Hongxiao face, but could it be that they were not going to give face to Jian Sutao behind Jian Hongxiao? Moreover, there was even a heavenly emperor profound secrets that the entire heaven-span world dreaded behind them. Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao exchanged a glance. Suddenly, their gazes turned sharp. Gentlemen, Yi Yuan and our enmity cannot coexist under the same sky. Today, no matter what ident. 1. Taiyu have, those who dare bar us from capturing Yi Yuan will determine life and death. Deng Yunzai said ferociously, asking them to stomach this grievance. They seriously could not do it. It was just that their threat did not have any effect at all. Duan Yi just said coolly, Yi Yuan is my alchemy, Celestial Pavilion's head elder, so this Empyrean naturally has to ensure his safety. Want to fight, then fight. Jian Hongxiao also had a calm face as he said, Yi Yuan and I are sworn friends for life. Want to kill him? Step over this Empyrean's corpse. As he said, Duan Yi and Jian Hongxiao, two people turned their palms over, each taking out a weapon. In Duan Yi's hand was a bone sword. In Jian Hongxiao's hand was a war banner. Empyrean spirit treasures. You guys just broke through to the Empyrean realm not long, and you actually have Empyrean spirit treasures already? Deng Yunzai was practically going mad. These two Empyrean spirit treasures were naturally the bone sword and stellar war banner. These two Empyrean spirit treasures, when placed in Duan Yi's and Jian Hongxiao's hands, the power was more than a magnitude stronger than in Yi Yuan's hands. Want to fight, then fight. What's with all these nonsense? Duan Yi laughed coldly. Thrusting a sword out, the wind and clouds changed colors. The moment Jian Hongxiao's stellar war banner unfurled, horrifying stellar energy swept over towards Dai Chuanhao. Four Empyrean powerhouses instantly clashed together. Although Duan Yi and Jian Hongxiao, two people, just entered Empyrean, what they consumed were vast spirit divine pills. Their realm had long already consolidated. There was no way they looked like they just entered the Empyrean realm. Coupled with the Empyrean spirit treasures in their hands, after both sides came into contact, they directly crushed Deng and Dai, two people, until they could not breathe. Over there, Lu Yin became more alarmed the more he fought, and wanted to vomit blood the more he fought. When Bai Tong made his move, he did not defend at all. Only after several exchanges did Lu Yin discover that Bai Tong was actually wearing an Empyrean spirit treasure on his body. Bai Tong was holding an offensive-type Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand, and he was wearing a defensive-type Empyrean spirit treasure on his body. However, the two people's cultivation realms were more or less the same. So how could Liu Yin fight against him? After few exchanges, Liu Yin could only defend Pa Sively. How is there still strength to counterattack? Chapter 2011. Make a trip with me. Chapter 2011. Make a trip with me. Above the void, two figures clashed. Liu Yin retreated in defeat time and again under Bai Tong's folded fan, virtually without strength to retaliate. If he really fought recklessly, he could hurt Bai Tong too. But the problem was, Bai Tong was wearing the Qinghong battle armor on his body. The same damage, he suffered 100%. Bai Tong would only suffer 50% or even 30%. Continuing to fight like this, the one to cave first could only be him. Looking at the other two areas again, Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao were similarly being suppressed by their opponents. Liu Yan's heart sank to rock bottom with a rush. The three of them came in a threatening and overbearing manner, fully thinking that they had cornered Yi Yuan. Who knew that they were actually being forced into a desperate strait by Yi Yuan now? Producing clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another was talking about Yi Yuan this kind, right? Even though Yi Yuan was just a puny little true G. D realm. The appearance of these three great Empyreans in front of them all had direct connections with Yi Yuan. Furthermore, when did Empyrean powerhouses and Empyrean spirit treasures become so worthless? One tremendous force after another came over. Liu Yan's innards were in upheaval, virtually wanting to vomit blood. Poor work. Finally, Liu Yan could not refrain from spewing out a mouthful of blood. With consecutive clashes, he already sustained considerable internal injuries. No way. At this rate, I'll definitely suck. UMB here. This guy's strength is above mine to begin with. And he also has the help of Empyrean spirit treasures. I don't have a chance at all. Liu Yan finally got a clear understanding of the situation. From exchanging blows until now, the combat power that Liu Yan exhibited far surpassed, said Liu Yan's imaginations. How is this a newbie who just entered Empyrean? This was clearly an old eccentric who had entered Empyrean for many years. Liu Yan already faintly guessed in his heart that Bai Tong was likely Empyrean realm in the first place. It was just that because of some reasons he would fall to true D realm. But this way, he clearly had even less of a chance. Liu Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Where there's life, there's hope. Retreat." Done talking, Liu Yan's divine essence surged, using even the strength to suckle for milk, finally forcing Bai Tong back a little. And he seized this opportunity to turn around and escape. Bai Tong just smiled coldly and said, "Want to go? How can it be that easy?" It was only to see his figure flash and actually directly block Liu Yan's path. Liu Yan's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, Spatial law." Bai Tong was not an ordinary Empyrean powerhouse. He also knew spatial law. An emotion called despair spread in Liu Yan's heart. He gritted his teeth and said to Bai Tong in a cold voice, "Must you force me to mutual destruction?" Bai Tong looked at him very calmly and said, "Mutual destruction? Just based on you?" He was originally a peak Empyrean superpowerhouse. How much greater was his strength compared to Liu Yan? Although his realm was more or less the same as Liu Yan's at present, he still had Yi Yuan's Qinghong battle armor and his carefree jade fan. These two Empyrean spirit treasures. No matter what trump card Liu Yan had, he did not fear in the slightest too. Bai Tong waved his hand and attacked again without another word. Liu Yan felt his scalp tingle. Helpless, he could only meet the battle pa's Sively. However, although Yi Yuan's side was domineering, wanted to take the other party down within a short time also could not be done. Both parties' battle actually lasted for 3 days and nights. The current Liu Yan had a head of disheveled hair, his breathing being in disorder. How was there any demeanor of the lord of the city still? Rather, he was exactly like the beggars on the roadside. The other two people were also not much better than him, already forced into a desperate strait. Yi Yuan, I'm an Empyrean under Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether's command. You dare to kill me? You can create several Empyreans, but can you create a Heavenly Emperor? If you kill me, Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether definitely won't let you off. Liu Yan used the last of his strength to roar. The moment these words came out, the entire city was shocked. If they were still able to imagine Empyreans, Heavenly Emperor already exceeded their imaginations. Offending a Heavenly Emperor, the consequences were extremely terrifying. At the top of city walls, Yi Yuan stood in the air and said coolly, "Even if I let you off, could it be that you won't go find Heavenly Emperor Extreme, Nether to get reinforcements? At that time, what will I use to restrain you? Since that's the case, better to kill you. Brother Bai, don't need to hold back. Feel free to kill." Bai Tong nodded slightly, the force in his hands becoming heavier. Both parties' conflict clearly could not be mediated already. Wouldn't threatening again now be a joke? The matters in the future, talk again in the future. Furthermore, Bai Tong had a score in his heart. Even if he really killed Lu Yin, Heavenly Emperor Extreme, Nether might not really get angry. After all, a future 7-star alchemy D compared to a mere second firmament Empyrean, which held greater weight, it was impossible for Heavenly Emperor Extreme, Nether to not be able to differentiate. Toward an existence like Yi Yuan, the significance of roping and was clearly greater than killing and being merry after. Bang! Bai Tong pointed a fan out. Lu Yan's world domain was akin to having suffered a heavy blow, figure directly flying out backward, fresh blood spurting wildly. The current Lu Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. During this time, Lu Yan naturally unleashed all of his killing moves. But Bai Tong had 2 Empyrean spirit treasures and did not fear the other party's killing moves at all. Bai Tong's 2 eyes narrowed slightly and said coolly, "About time to send you on your way." Lu Yan's pupils constricted, eyes revealing a look of unwillingness and despair. He never dreamed that he would actually die here. This place was just a tiny little imperial city. Bai Tong pointed a fan out again. A powerful white light headed straight for Lu Yan. But right at this time, a layer of ripples surfaced in S.P.A.C. A figure stepped out of the void and just lightly waved a hand. The white light was instantly extinguished. Bai Tong's pupils constricted, looking at the arrival with apprehension. This was a gray-robed old man. The aura on his body, even the current Bai Tong, also felt terrified. In the city, including Yi Yuan, their faces all changed. This gray-robed old man was very strong. When Lu Yin saw the old man, his face revealed a look of wild elation, and he cried out in surprise, "Brother Song Yuan, ha ha ha, you came right in the nick of time." Yi Yuan, this traitor, actually dared to murder an Empyrean. His crime is unpardonable. Empyrean Song Yuan did not look at Lu Yin, but looked towards Bai Tong and said, "You esteemed self wants to kill my extreme Nether Bodhidharma. That is treating Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether too lightly, right?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and his figure moved, stepping forward to welcome, saying coolly, "It was him who was overbearing. We merely retaliated. Why is it only he's allowed to kill, and others aren't allowed to kill him?" Empyrean Song Yuan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, "You're that Yi Yuan who poisoned several thousand true G. Oh, D realms to death?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what if yes?" Empyrean Song Yuan nodded his head and said, "Then that's right, make a trip with me." Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. This Empyrean powerhouse, who suddenly appeared, was actually here for Yi Yuan. They did not expect that the matter of Yi Yuan poisoning several thousand true G. D realms to death actually spread to extreme Nether Bodhidharma. This was troublesome. This Empyrean Song Yuan strength was clearly stronger than Bai Tong, the realm of Empyrean realm. Even if it was just the difference of one minor realm, it was also a gap that could not be made up for. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "If I don't go with you?" Empyrean Song Yuan smiled slightly. The Empyrean pressure on his body suddenly released. A power that was several times stronger than Lu Yin spread between heaven and earth. "That's not up to you." Empyrean Song Yuan looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Chapter 2012. Yi Yuan's Connections. Chapter 2012. Yi Yuan's Connections, 4th Firmament Empyrean. This is 4th Firmament Empyrean. My God, what to do now? The realm of Empyrean realm. One realm is one world. In front of a fourth firmament Empyrean, Lord Yi Yuan likely has no means to contend anymore. There was a cry of exclamations in the city. They were all shocked by the strength that Empyrean Song Yuan exhibited. Empyrean realm. The disparity of each minor realm was incomparably huge. Among the powerhouses present, Bai Tong was the strongest. But even if he was carrying 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him, it also could not make up for this Ma's Civ gap, let alone that fact that fourth firmament Empyrean was middle stage Empyrean realm, more than a level stronger than initial stage Empyrean realm. No one could have thought that such a huge change would actually occur. A heavenly emperor Bottomanda sent a messenger in person, and it was a middle stage Empyrean realm super powerhouse straight away. Such a person, even if Yi Yuan had exceedingly formidable abilities, he was also powerless to turn the tables anymore. Empyrean Song Yuan looked towards Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Are you walking by yourself? Or do you want this Empyrean to take action?" Being S-N-A-T-C, head from the jaws of death, Lu Yin could not resist bursting into laughter and said, "Brat, weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to kill this Empyrean? Now, this Empyrean will see what means you still have to be arrogant." Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao also revealed looks of wild joy on their faces. This switch from great sorrow to overwhelming joy made them forget their ident. One ties as Empyreans for a moment, roaring with laughter without any scruples. "Yi Yuan punk, this Empyrean will definitely tear you into pieces." Deng Yunzai gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, as Empyrean powerhouses, they had never thought that they would be in despair at the hands of a true G. O. D realm. Rather, it was Empyrean Song Yuan who swept a glance over the 3 people rather surprisedly, not knowing why they had such great grievances. He had just hurried over. How could he have thought that these 3 great Empyreans were all created by Yi Yuan single-handedly? The ones who wanted to kill them were clearly those 3 great Empyrean powerhouses. Even if Yi Yuan poisoned thousands of true G. O. D realms to death, these 3 people also would not go so far as to hate Yi Yuan like this, right? Looking at their appearances, they did not have much hatred toward those 3 Empyrean powerhouses instead. This situation was very strange. While at this time, Jin Hongshao blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Fellow Taoist Song Yuan, I'm Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital's Stellar Hall's elder, Jin Hongshao. Yi Yuan is my Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital's close friend. Are you sure you want to make things difficult for my Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital?" Duan Yi also spoke up. "Yi Yuan is my Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder, conversing as peers with Empyrean Flutterfeather. Are you sure you want to bring him away like this?" Song Yuan's expression finally changed. Clearly, these 2 great deities made his countenance have a visible change. Apart from Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether, no one dared to provoke these 2 great deities in the entire Extreme Nether Bodhidharma. A measly little true G. O. D realm martial artist actually had such a profound background? Song Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant. He thought about it and shook his head and said, "This Empyrean is on head elder's orders to bring Yi Yuan back to Extreme Nether Bodhidharma. Maybe it isn't a bad thing. If the Bodhidharma thinks highly of him, he will naturally have a meteoric rise in the future, with his future prospects being limitless." When Lu Yin 3 people heard that, their faces could not help changing. This was not the outcome that they wanted to see, but very soon, Lu Yin's expression calmed down. As long as he entered the Extreme Nether Bodhidharma, there would naturally be ways to deal with him in the future. Yi Yuan looked at Extreme Nether Bodhidharma Song Yuan and said coolly, "Then help me thank head elder for his good intentions. But this he doesn't have plans to go to Extreme Nether Bodhidharma." Empyrean Song Yuan's brows furrowed when he heard that. This punk was impervious to everything. It was only to see him snort coldly and said, "Little brat, truly refusing face when it's given. A mere true G. O. D. Do you really take yourself to be somebody? Even if the two of their items. 1. Ties are extraordinary. Do you feel that with their strength it can awe this Empyrean? Forget it. Since that's the case, this Empyrean can't be bothered to waste his breath either. I'll directly bring you away. Finished talking, Empyrean Song Yuan released his aura and strode over on air. With each step that he took, Song Yuan's imposing momentum grew a notch stronger. Poo work. Finally, Jian Hongxiao and Duan, he could not endure it, spewing out a mouthful of blood. The disparity was too great. Move aside. Song Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly. Jian Hongxiao's and Duan Yi's figures were actually unable to hold steady and were directly sent flying by a tremendous force. Without these two people blocking in front, Yi Yuan immediately felt a terrifying pressure come from straight ahead. The pressure of a fourth firmament Empyrean was too fearsome. Cruce. H.I. Plussing him until his bones were creaking. Song Yuan looked straight at Yi Yuan and said calmly, "Brat, you're too insolent. You think that there's a few Empyrean backing you up? You can disregard this Empyrean? This Empyrean tells you, the might of an Empyrean can't be defied. Now come with me." Finished talking, Song Yuan directly reached his hand out and grabbed toward Yi Yuan. The world domain that surged forward like a torrential tide crushed Yi Yuan until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate at all. However, Song Yuan suddenly discovered that a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, his gaze full of amuse. Suddenly, Song Yuan's face changed, his figure retreating explosively. Two figures stepped out of the void, one elderly and one young. The old man looked at Song Yuan and said coolly, "This old man is S.H.I. plus Yuan Chao Yuan. Brother Song Yuan, please give face and lift your hand high up in mercy." Empyrean Song Yuan's face changed, and he cried out in surprise, "You're S.H.I. plus Yuan, great imperial capital city lord, Empyrean Chao Yuan?" The old man slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. It's precisely this old man." Song Yuan frowned and said, "Brother Chao Yuan is under Heavenly Emperor Cloudbright's command. Your hand is extending too far, right?" Empyrean Chao Yuan said coolly, "Little friend Yi Yuan is my S.H.I. plus Yuan's friend." Hearing that someone wants to be detrimental toward him, this old man specially came forth, wanting to be a mediator. Although the words were said courteously, the meaning of siding with him was already very clear. Empyrean Chao Yuan still had a young man beside him. Who was it if not Song Yu? The matter of Yi Yuan Ma sacring several thousand true G. D realms truly blew up too big. After Song Yu heard about it, he immediately asked Empyrean Chao Yuan, hoping that he would come over and help Yi Yuan. Empyrean Chao Yuan did not turn it down either, directly coming over. After Song Yu returned, he already told Empyrean Chao Yuan all about the events in the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. Empyrean Chao Yuan was also extremely shocked after listening to it, disregarding that Yi Yuan gave him a lucky chance, just based on that Yi Yuan was a super alchemy Dao genius. This ident. 1. Tai was also worth it for him to be friends with. Empyrean Song Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Brother Chao Yuan's face isn't big enough yet. Don't you forget, this place is Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether's territory." "Is that so? Then what if you add us in?" Empyrean Song Yuan's voice had yet to fade when several more figures stepped out of the void. It was another 3 great Empyrean powerhouses, including Empyrean Chao Yuan. The auras emitting off of these few people actually did not lose to Empyrean Song Yuan. This one is Red Leaf 5 Peaks. This one is Foofing Sky Owl. This one is Blue Mist Red Candle. 3 great Empyrean cupped their fists at Song Yuan, each introducing themselves. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one would have thought that so many Empyrean powerhouses would actually have shown up in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City today. Furthermore, each and every one of these Empyrean powerhouses was a super powerhouse whose name shook a region. Song Yuan looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. incredibly shocked in his heart. Just what kind of D was this kid to actually be able to trouble so many overlords of a region to come and protect him from hundreds of millions of miles away? Chapter 2013, What a Grand Spectacle. Chapter 2013, What a Grand Spectacle. Empyrean Chaoyuan, Empyrean Five Peaks, Empyrean Sky Owl, and Empyrean Blue Mist. These four people were all fourth firmament Empyrean superpowerhouses. Furthermore, the four of them belonged under different heavenly emperors. This lineup was simply outrageous to hear. Counting in the extreme luck great imperial capital behind Jianhong Shao and the L.U.S. True's gold great imperial capital behind Yuan E. There were 6 major forces fervently supporting Yuan. A third firmament True G.O.D. Brad actually had such a fearsome influence. Inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, it was long already boiling with excitement. This show today was truly exciting beyond words, reversing continuously. Yi Yuan's trump cards were dealt out one after another, making people see a blur, more than they could keep up with. Especially these 4 great Empyreans. This display, the hearts of the martial artists in the city raced madly. These many middle-stage Empyrean realm super powerhouses they had never even seen before in their lives. Lord Yi Yuan is simply incredible. So many Empyrean powerhouses are all standing up for him. My G.O.D. In all my years, I've never seen before such a grand spectacle. Even if I die today, I'd also be willing. We really followed the right person. Today, even if the Jade Emperor came, he can forget about bringing away his excellency, too. The current Heavenly Eagle martial artists were all incomparably proud. They felt proud for being a Heavenly Eagle's martial artist, because they followed a miracle-like lord. Brother Tsang you're a leviathan of a region. Why is there a need to make things difficult for a puny little imperial city? Can you sell Five Peaks face and drop this matter? Empyrean Five Peaks said coolly, Brother Tsang little friend Yi is a remarkable talent. Even if you guys are inviting, you also can't use this way of inviting. Empyrean Blue Mist also said. Empyrean Tsang Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. Currently, he had ridden a tiger and found it somewhat hard to get off. The lineup in front of him was too great until he could not quite withstand it anymore. The Lu Yin 3 people behind him were long, already staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths gaping. The 3 of them were thoroughly struck dumb with amazement by Yi Yuan's methods and connections. A measly little third firmament True G.O.D. could actually move 6 leviathans of a region to protect and escort him. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Empyrean Tsang Yuan gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, Fellow Taoists, acting like this is also looking down on my extreme Nether Bodhidharma too much. What if I insist on bringing this kid away today? In his own territory, Empyrean Tsang Yuan did not want to lose face. Even if he braved all obstacles, he also had to bring Yi Yuan away. At this time, Empyrean Chao Yuan slowly turned around, looked toward Yi Yuan, and said smilingly, Little friend Yi Yuan, it's merely a city. Why not go to my S.H.I. plus Yuan? This Empyrean will promise you an imperial capital. How about that? At that time, even if you do as you please in the imperial capital, and, body will bother with you either. Empyrean Five Peaks chuckled and said, Brother Chao Yuan, you really know how to be a good guy. Little friend Yi Yuan, come to my red leaf. This Empyrean will promise you 10 imperial capitals. The other 2 people were naturally unwilling to show weakness and also promised great wealth to Yi Yuan. Song Yu and several good friends naturally also urged by the side, all hoping for Yi Yuan to go to their territories. On one side, Empyrean Tsang Yuan's face was purple. If Yi Yuan went to other great imperial capitals, then could he still interfere with him? Weren't you extreme Nether Bodhidharma? He isn't in your extreme Nether Bodhidharma now. Can you still interfere with him? Furthermore, these few people's words were clearly said for Tsang Yuan to hear, choking him badly. Finish talking. The few Empyrean powerhouses all looked toward Yi Yuan with looks of antic. 1. P. Asian, hoping for him to pick their side. Already ended up in this state. Yi Yuan had no reason to continue staying. Clearly, leaving was the best choice. With Yi Yuan's talent and means, with how vast the world was, he could go anywhere. Yi Yuan cupped his fists towards the few Empyreans and said, smilingly, Senior's adulation, this Yi appreciates it. It's just that this Yi has lived for many years in Heavenly Eagle and already can't bear to part with this place. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed looks of surprise, especially the few great Empyrean. They did not expect that Yi Yuan actually refused so straightforwardly. Empyrean Chao Yuan said in surprise, Little friend Yi, you have to think clearly. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Thank you, seniors, for coming to aid me from afar. It's just that this Ye's mind is made up. Hope that seniors don't take offense. Song Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, You see, he doesn't appreciate the kindness at all. Exalted Empyrean powerhouses actually got snubbed despite their good intentions. Truly laughable. Empyrean Chao Yuan frowned slightly and said coolly, Little friend Yi Yuan, he naturally has the capital to reject. There's no need to sow discord. Song Yuan's pupils constricted, not expecting that these few were actually so protective of Yi Yuan. He snorted coldly and said, You guys can get in the way for a moment. But could it be that you can still block for a lifetime? Could it be that the few of you can still garrison at Heavenly Eagle every day? Empyrean Song Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a storm occurred again. Another two figures slowly stepped out of the void. Song Yuan's pupils constricted, staring at those two figures in disbelief. Another two Empyreans. My G. O.D. How many Empyrean powerhouses are coming today before it's considered done? Hang on. Why do I feel that these two Empyreans' auras are unfathomable, even stronger than Empyrean Song Yuan they all? It really is. Could it be that these two great Empyreans are even stronger than them? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was already thoroughly ignited. Today's spectacle, they felt that they could go out and boast for a lifetime already. Such a grand spectacle was rarely seen in all of their lifetimes. One Empyrean powerhouse appearing after another, each stronger than the last. Furthermore, these two Empyreans looked like they were here for Yi Yuan too. Just as everyone was in a state of disbelief, Jian Hongxiao and Duan, two people, each stepped forward and bowed in salute. I pay respects to Lord Sutao. I pay respects to Lord Flutter Feather. The arrivals were none other than precisely Jian Sutao and Empyrean Flutter Feather. The expression on Song Yuan's face changed again and again. He was virtually about to suffocate. Extreme luck, great imperial capitals, city lord, and L.U.S. Truesgold, great imperial capital city lord actually came together. Empyrean Flutterfeather's status was extremely high among Empyreans. One had to know he was an extremely seldom seen 7-star alchemy G.O.D., a grand completion Dao realm superpowerhouse. Which Empyrean dared to not give him face? Even Heavenly Emperor powerhouses also had to give him some face. As for Jian Su Tao, that went even more without saying. His ident. 1. Tao was much more exalted than Jian Hongxiao's. As the lord of a city, what Jian Su Tao represented was the Jian family's face. Furthermore, these two people were both 7th firmament Empyrean super powerhouses. The two great Empyreans were both major figures who inspired awe all around. Empyrean Song Yuan was not worth mentioning at all in front of them. Seeing this lineup, even Chao Yuan and the few Empyreans also went forward to bow and salute, expressing respect. Regarding these two people's appearance, Yi Yuan was also greatly surprised. But thinking about it, it was naturally impossible that they came to make things difficult for him. Hence, he stepped forward and said with a bow, Yi Yuan pays respect to Senior Su Tao, Senior Flutterfeather. Jian Su Tao nodded slightly and said, You brat, you really can cause trouble. This Empyrean even heard about your valiant record far, in extreme luck. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help chuckling and paid no attention to it. Rather, it was Empyrean Flutterfeather who suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Yi Yuan, this Empyrean came to find you because I have something to ask of you." Chapter 2014, Cloud Pill Summit. Chapter 2014, Cloud Pill Summit. The moment these words came out, everyone was extremely surprised. What business did the exalted Empyrean Flutterfeather, a late-stage Empyrean great expert, and a peak 7-star alchemy G.O.D., have to request a measly little true G.O.D. realm? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Senior Flutterfeather, please say it." Empyrean Flutterfeather opened his mouth and said, 3 years later, the southern border's 7 great peak Empyrean-level alchemy holy lands will jointly organize an alchemy summit. At that time, there will be countless alchemy geniuses that gather in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. I wonder if you're interested? Yi Yuan still had not expressed anything yet, but then Song Yuan said in surprise, "Cloud Pill Summit. You're here to invite Yi Yuan to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit?" The Heavenspan world was centered around the Heavenspan Mountain, dividing into east, south, west, north, and central, 5 borders. The place where Heavenly Eagle was at was the southern border. The southern border's territory was extremely vast, but those able to proclaim to be top alchemy holy lands were not many. The southern border had a total of 7 alchemy great imperial capitals that had long enjoyed a good reputation and were known as peak alchemy holy lands. And among them, it was Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's reputation that was at the height of power and splendor. The Alchemy Summit, initiated by Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital, happened once every 5,000 years. It was a cardinal matter of the southern border's alchemy world. Its name was the Cloud Pill Summit. Alchemists able to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit were all alchemy geniuses. What shocked Song Yuan was what kind of item. 1. Tai did Empyrean Flutterfeather have to actually personally come to invite Yi Yuan to partake? 1. P. 8 in the Cloud Pill Summit? One had to know, U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital was one of the 7 great peak alchemy holy lands. As an alchemy holy lands master, how venerated was Empyrean Flutterfeather's status. But now he actually personally ran to Heavenly Eagle in order to invite a puny little true G.O.D. realm. How could this not surprise him? Who knew that Empyrean Flutterfeather shook his head slightly and said, "It's going to partake. 1. P. 8 in the Cloud Pill Summit, but it's not like what you think. With Yi Yuan's strength, him but to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit, that would be bullying people." Song Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he muttered, "Be bullying people?" He was somewhat unable to understand why a mere 3rd firmament true G.O.D. would be bullying people. In the Cloud Pill Summit, alchemy geniuses of this level should have a lot. Yi Yuan poisoning several thousand true G.O.D. powerhouses to death this time was seriously too glaring. Hence, in Song Yuan's impression, Yi Yuan was merely a very impressive poison master. Yi Yuan's gaze twinkled, clearly somewhat stirred, and asked, "Is this Cloud Pill Summit very impressive?" The moment this question came out, the whole place was silent. Everyone used disbelieving gazes to look at Yi Yuan. "Little friend Yi Yuan, you actually don't even know about the Cloud Pill Summit?" Empyrean Chao Yuan said in surprise. "Is the Cloud Pill Summit very famous?" Yi Yuan said with a puzzled look. Yi Yuan really did not know about this Cloud Pill Summit. Dustless never told him before as well. He also asked Dustless just now. Clearly, he did not know either. It seemed like this Cloud Pill Summit should only have appeared after Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove died. Empyrean Song Yuan said with a cold smile, "Never even heard of the Cloud Pill Summit, but you also dare to call yourself an alchemist?" Even Lu Yin, 3 people also had doubtful looks. They had some doubts now that these 3 great Empyreans' appearance was not Yi Yuan's work at all. Yi Yuan said with a look of amuse, "Does knowing about the Cloud Pill Summit count as being an alchemist?" Empyrean Chao Yuan and the rest all thought that Yi Yuan had an extremely profound background. Hence, that was why he could possess such terrifying strength at this age. But now, they were somewhat uncertain. In this land of the southern border, as long as one had some background, they should know about the Cloud Pill Summit, let alone that Yi Yuan was even such a formidable alchemist. If Yi Yuan was really just a genius who grew up at the bottom, then how monstrous was this guy? Emperor Xiao Yuan said, "Little Yi Yuan isn't aware, but this Cloud Pill Summit has a resounding reputation in our land of southern border. It's the alchemy summit that all alchemists look forward to. As long as one is an alchemist, they will take pride in going to the Cloud Pill Summit once. There are even some heavenly Emperor Badamanda's alchemy geniuses that will also come forth and take part." Emperor Xiao Yuan briefly recounted the origin of the Cloud Pill Summit. Yi Yuan was also greatly interested after he heard. Gathering the entire southern border's alchemy geniuses, that was naturally an extremely grand meet. Especially that there were also quite a few Dao realm alchemists like Empyrean Flutterfeather. Exchanging with alchemists like this was naturally what Yi Yuan wished in his heart. Ancestor realm was vague and ephemeral. Yi Yuan understood that constantly coping himself up in the room to work without reference was also not a good idea. If he had a few more exchanges with people like Empyrean Flutterfeather, he might be able to break through the shackles. So that's how it is, then I naturally have to go and experience it. Yi Yuan nodded and said. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled and said, "This Empyrean knew that you would be interested. But if you go to the Cloud Pill Summit, you naturally don't have to fight with those so-called geniuses. Us 7 great alchemy holy lands each have 2 Grandmaster tokens. One is naturally this Empyrean's. As for the other piece, this Empyrean thought it through. It's still you who's most apartment." As he said, Empyrean Flutterfeather waved a hand. A pale yellow light flew towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and took it. An archaic copper-colored token appeared in his hand. The whole audience was petrified. The group of Empyrean powerhouses was shocked to the extreme in their hearts. Grandmaster token. That was a Grandmaster token. The Cloud Pill Summit's Grandmaster token that represented the strongest alchemy Dao existences under Heavenly Emperor. How venerate was the status? Now, Empyrean Flutterfeather actually handed it to Yi Yuan so casually. What capability did this kid have? Even Empyrean Xiao Yuan, a few of them were also shocked, speechless at this time. The few of them had heard of Yi Yuan's monstrousness from the mouths of Song Yu and the rest. But that was hearsay after all. They came here primarily because of Song Yu and the other's emperor surmounting aura. As for the others, they were still half dubious in the end. But now, 1 Grandmaster token was already sufficient to explain everything. With Empyrean Flutterfeather's ident. 1. Tai and status. How could he possibly hand such a valuable token to Yi Yuan for no reason? The shock in Empyrean Song Yuan's heart was unable to use words to describe it all. Empyrean Flutterfeather gave Yi Yuan a Grandmaster token. What did this represent? This represented that Empyrean Flutterfeather acknowledged that Yi Yuan's status could already be on an equal footing with him. This was too terrifying. How venerated was Empyrean Flutterfeather's status? Even in front of Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether, Empyrean Flutterfeather could also speak on equal footing. Even though Empyrean Flutterfeather was just an Empyrean powerhouse, his position in the southern border's alchemy world was irreplaceable. Legends said that Empyrean Flutterfeather even had a likelihood of stepping in an ancestor realm. Then his status would go up a level. So what if Heavenly Emperor? Heavenly Emperors needed medicinal pills too. He did not need rank 7 divine pills. But did his subordinates not require them? Without medicinal pills, what would they use to win over Empyrean powerhouses? Hence, Empyrean Flutterfeather's status was extremely high in the southern border and did not even lose to Heavenly Emperors. But such a great deity was actually conversing as peers with Yi Yuan. This was too subverting. How could a third firmament true G? Oh, do you possibly have such powerful capabilities? The crux was that he actually did not even know about the Cloud Pill Summit. Just what kind of freak did Heavenly Eagle Imperial City produce? Chapter 2015, Overbearing Empyrean. Chapter 2015, Overbearing Empyrean. Although I don't know what that Grandmaster token is, Lord Yi Yuan seems to be very incredible. More than incredible, that is Empyrean Flutterfeather. Empyrean Flutterfeather is actually conversing as an equal with our Lord. I feel that before long, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will be able to become the southern border's 8th Great Peak Alchemy Holy Land. Inside the present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there were quite a number of 4-star and 5-star Alchemy GODS. They naturally would not be foreign to Empyrean Flutterfeather. When Empyrean Flutterfeather appeared, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. But later on, something that surprised them even more happened. Empyrean Flutterfeather was actually conversing with Yi Yuan as an equal. What kind of honor was this? One had to know, even for ordinary Empyrean powerhouses, Empyrean Flutterfeather was also not someone they could simply meet and talk with. Today's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City thoroughly exploded. This kind of sense of honor was considered to have been completely rooted in their blood. Yi Yuan sized the Grandmaster token up but spread his 2 hands out and said, "Senior Flutterfeather, I really want to go, but you take a look. With this current situation, I can't go no matter what." Everyone's gaze collectively focused on Song-yang. His expression instantly became very ugly. At this time, Jian Su-tao, who had been silent all along, suddenly waved his hand at Song-yuan and said, "It's none of your business here anymore. You can go back." Song-yuan's expression changed, and he said, "Empyrean Su-tao, although your status is venerated, don't forget that this place is Lord Extreme Nether's territory. You're bullying people too, far being like this." As a middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouse, Song-yuan had always been high and mighty. But today, he felt an unprecedented humiliation. In the sky above a puny little imperial city, this place was clearly Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether's territory, but he was actually being commanded as others pleased. It was just that Jian Su-tao was not so easygoing. He snorted coldly and suddenly flicked his sleeves grandly. A tremendous force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas crushed over toward Song-yuan. Song-yuan's face changed, immediately mustering up a move to meet the enemy. But upon contact with this tremendous force, Song-yuan's world domain and martial technique instantly fell apart. Bang! Song-yuan's figure flew out backward. His chest was already stained full of fresh blood. "Humph! Who the hell do you think you are? To dare speak to this Empyrean this way? Forget about you. Even Brother Extreme Nether will also have to give this Empyrean some face. If not for being in Brother Extreme Nether's territory, do you think that you can still stand here alive?" Jian Su-tao said with a cold snort. Lu Yin, Deng Yunzai, and Dai Chuanhao, these 3 people, did not even dare to breathe loudly at this time. Late-stage Empyrean realm was seriously too strong. Even Song-yuan could not block a casual strike of Jian Su-tao's too. If they went forward, he would blow them to death with one puff. Song-yuan had a deathly white face, clearly already sustained heavy injuries. Jian Su-tao said coolly, "Concerning Brother Extreme Nether, this Empyrean and Flutterfeather have already gone over. This Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will be Yi Yuan's territory in the future. If someone comes here and the person acts wildly, that means the person is becoming enemies with this Empyrean. They will have to weigh themselves over. Now you guys can get lost." The faces of Song-yuan and the rest changed, not expecting that Jian Su-tao and Empyrean Flutterfeather actually went to find Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether for a measly little Yi Yuan. Was this kid really that incredible? At this very moment, continuing to stay would also be asking for trouble. Song-yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Finished talking, the void rippled. Song-yuan's figure disappeared. How could Lu Yin 3 people still dare to remain there? They immediately escaped into the void, running away. The moment these few people left, thunderous cheers erupted in the city. Today's fight was fought too satisfyingly. Those proud sovereigns of great imperial capitals and Bodhidharmas also could not do anything to them. Furthermore, after today, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would be an independent kingdom in reality, as well as in name, with a ruler that loved his people like Yi Yuan. How could they not cheer? Seeing the performance of the martial artists in the city, even Jian Sutao and Empyrean Flutterfeather, these super powerhouses, were also all incomparably shocked. They did not think that Yi Yuan's prestige in this imperial city was actually so high. The cheers of those martial artists that came from the bottom of their hearts could not be faked. They genuinely supported Yi Yuan and were not being perfunctory. This kind of situation was virtually very hard to see in other cities. Yi Yuan cupped his fist to the group of Empyreans and said, "Seniors coming to help from a long way away. This Yi is endlessly grateful. In the future, if there's any issue where you have a need for this Yi, feel free to speak up. This Yi absolutely won't refuse." Empyrean Chao Yuan chuckled and said, "Little friend Yi Yuan is too courteous." This Empyrean heard Song Yu mention that you defended them to the death inside the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, they would have long perished, their Tao dissipating. More importantly, that kid actually broke through to the Emperor surmounting aura. Just based on this Empyrean will also have to make this trip. Isn't that so? Guijingyang, this brat, I thought that it would already be pretty good if he could rise to peak Imperial aura. Who knew that this kid directly broke through to the Emperor surmounting aura? Ha ha. Empyrean Five Peaks laughed loudly and said, although the few Empyreans said it like that, they were already long overjoyed in their hearts. Being able to build good relations with such a monstrous alchemy master by coming out this time, it was also considered worth it. Although they were all Empyrean powerhouses, they were the same as Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. They also needed rank 6 divine pills. More importantly, with Yi Yuan's terrifying talent and him conversing as equals with Empyrean Flutterfeather, how horrifying was his alchemy strength. In the future, as long as he broke through to the Empyrean realm, wouldn't he be a proper 7-star alchemy God? Such an existence, being able to build good relations, was naturally all that they could wish for. Otherwise, how could those Heavenly Emperor powerhouses give Empyrean Flutterfeather face? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Seniors are too polite. At the ancient battlefield, that sort of place, we should help each other. If seniors don't dislike Heavenly Eagle, why not have a sit in the City Lore Manor and drink a cup of alcohol before leaving?" Empyrean Chao Yuan smiled and said, "Although the city is small, it accommodates you, this great Buddha. Gentlemen, go over and have a sit." Empyrean Skyal laughed and said, Of course. Master Yi Yuan's wine naturally isn't an ordinary product. How can this Empyrean miss it?" Seeing their lord address these Empyrean powerhouses as brothers, the martial artists in the city felt even more proud of themselves. Yi Yuan smiled and said to Bai Tong, "Brother Bai, I'll have to trouble you to bring the seniors to the City Lord Manor and let them sample the dreamlike wine that I stashed away." Bai Tong nodded slightly and said to the few people, "Gentlemen, please follow me." After the few people left, there was only Yi Yuan, Jian Sutao, and Empyrean Flutterfeather left outside of the city. Jian Sutao looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This time, it's considered to have repaid your favor, right?" Regarding Jian Sutao's appearance, Yi Yuan was also very surprised. He even thought that Jian Sutao had very deep resentment toward him. He did not expect that he actually personally came forward this time to look for Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether. In the future, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would be considered to no longer have future troubles. What's senior saying? The favor this time, Yi Yuan has received it, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. He, Yi Yuan, had always made clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. The matter last time was indeed Jian Sutao who went too far. But in the end, he was Jian Hongxiao's father-in-law. Yi Yuan naturally would not haggle over it too much. Taking action this time, Jian Sutao was indeed a great help. This favor, Yi Yuan naturally had to receive it. Chapter 2016, Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. Chapter 2016, Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. However, by the side, Empyrean Flutterfeather was slightly afraid in his heart. He completely did not think that going to Heavenly Emperor Extreme, nether there this time. He actually ran into Jian Sutao. In the southern border, Jian Sutao's position was only higher and not lower than his. One had to know, behind Jian Sutao was the Jian family, this colossal giant. Although Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was powerful, compared to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, the difference was too great. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such deep ties with the Jian family. Furthermore, looking at Jian Sutao and Yi Yuan conversing, the resentment was actually quite deep, an appearance of you're displeasing to my eyes, but I also can't do anything to you. This was very weird. Jian Sutao suddenly beamed and said to Yi Yuan, "Heck, kid, remember the words today? This is what you said. You owe me a favor." The moment these words came out, Yi Yuan's and Empyrean Flutterfeather's faces both turned black. Was this guy really the Empyrean Sutao that struck people with awe? This appearance was completely the appearance of a despicable villain. But Yi Yuan also long had an understanding of Jian Sutao's character. After being stunned, he nodded and said, "That's for sure. This he never reneges on my word." Jian Sutao nodded and said, "This matter is settled. This Empyrean is leaving." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Senior, take care." Jian Sutao flashed a slight nod at Empyrean Flutterfeather to make an indication, then stepped out and concealed into the void. "Senior Flutterfeather, today's matter, thank you very much. Yi Yuan remembers it firmly in my heart." Yi Yuan naturally knew how exalted Jian Sutao and Flutterfeather statuses were. For them to be able to take action and help, this due to their status. He naturally had to thank both of them. Empyrean Flutterfeather waved his hand and said smilingly, "What's there to be courteous between you and me? If not for you, it will likely still need G. Oh, D knows how many years for this Empyrean to want to reach this realm that everyone is envious of. Moreover, this Empyrean knows that you have earned G. Oh, D knows how much divine essence stones for the Myriad Treasure Tower these few years. This favor, this Empyrean naturally has to receive it. Disregarding other things, just the soul-driving Tao fusion pill earned boatloads of divine essence stones for the Myriad Treasure Tower. Furthermore, after Yi Yuan broke through to the origin pill realm, he even developed the rank 6 soul-driving Tao fusion pill. This pill formula was also handed over to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Of course, these were all nothing. To powerhouses at the level of Empyrean Flutterfeather, divine essence stones were already mere worldly possessions. The most important was realm. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "Could it be that Senior Flutterfeather already?" Flutterfeather laughed heartily and said, "That's right. For so many years, Cloud Pill, Great Imperial Capital's Empyrean Pill Jade has always suppressed this Empyrean. The Cloud Pill Summit this time, this Empyrean can finally lift my head up high." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, Senior Flutterfeather." Ancestor Realm. This was the realm that all alchemists yearned for even in their dreams. But this door blocked countless alchemy geniuses outside of it. Even for Yi Yuan, he benefited a great deal from the alchemy battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather. But wanting to break through to the Ancestor Realm was also not something overnight. It could be seen how difficult this hurdle was. For Empyrean Flutterfeather to be able to break through this shackle, he would be a true alchemy Tao Leviathan in the future. Furthermore, after reaching Ancestor Realm, Empyrean Flutterfeather's realm would no longer be an obstruction. Breaking through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor was also just a matter of time. Flutterfeather laughed loudly and said, "Don't keep on calling me as a senior. Although you're just at the true G. O. D realm, your alchemy strength isn't weaker than this Empyrean's. In the future, you're bound to step into becoming an alchemy G. O. D. In the future, you could just call me Brother Flutterfeather." Yi Yuan chuckled and called, "Brother Flutterfeather." Flutterfeather smiled and said, "Younger brother Yi Yuan, this Cloud Pill Summit is indeed a grand event of the southern border. Each time it's organized, not only do exceptional talent come forth in large numbers, but But all kinds of rare spirit medicines and pill formulas also emerge in endless streams. After you settle the matters here, you can go over and experience it firsthand. You won't be disappointed. Yi Yuan nodded and said, with Brother Flutterfeather saying so, Yi Yuan somewhat can't wait for it. Fine as well. After this matter is settled, I'll go over. Flutterfeather nodded and said, this Empyrean just exited seclusion, so there are still many matters to take care of. When the time comes, we'll rendezvous at Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Brother Flutterfeather, take care. The 4 great Empyreans agreeing to have gathered in the city was originally just doing it for the occasion and giving Yi Yuan some face. But who knew that their stay lasted a month's time, not willing to leave even if they were driven out. The dreamlike wine that Yi Yuan brewed made the few great Empyreans enjoy so much that they forgot to go home, abandoning themselves to pleasure. This wine was brewed with a special technique after Yi Yuan broke through to the origin pill realm. It was specifically used to entertain distinguished guests. Although it was refined with some rank 6 spirit medicines, the flavor of this wine was incomparably sweet and mellow, bringing back endless aftertastes. Even if the few great Empyreans had vast experiences, they were also brought into submission by Yi Yuan's wine. Only then did they know why even Flutterfeather was so polite toward Yi Yuan. After a month, the 4 great Empyreans were seriously embarrassed, said to stay on any longer. Hence, each person brought along 10 vats of fine wine and left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City with reluctance. After a month's time, Yi Yuan also pretty much settled Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Hence, he brought along Ning Siyu and stepped onto the road to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. The present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City situation was already totally different from back then. Xian Yu and the rest of the older generation alchemy powerhouses had long withdrawn from the core of authority at present. Although there were Yi Yuan's medicinal pills helping, their potential had long been exhausted. Their improvement was naturally also very limited. On the contrary, it was the young generation whose strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Right now, Ning Siyu's alchemy strength had long already surpassed, said Xian Yu and her few senior apprentice brothers, becoming a distinguished talent of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower. The current Ning Siyu was already at the middle stage celestial deity realm. Her alchemy strength had also already touched the threshold of Tao realm. Among the young generation, she had no equal. Walking along this road, Yi Yuan's influence on her was immense. Back then, she had always followed along by Yi Yuan's side and watched Yi Yuan refine pills. Later, she also obtained Yi Yuan's personal guidance. The present Ning Siyu was long already not the Ning Siyu back then. However, when she heard that Yi Yuan was bringing her to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital, she was still happy like a little girl, dancing for joy. My God, this is Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital? Why do I feel that as long as the person is from here, they will know how to refine pills? Ning Siyu said with curiosity written all over her face. Ever since entering the city, Ning Siyu could feel that the air suffused with medicinal fragrance. By the street sides, alchemy battle arenas were seen everywhere. Furthermore, each match had a full house. Clearly, Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital's alchemy atmosphere was already integrated into the lives of ordinary alchemists. Yi Yuan also nodded and said, Indeed, the standards of the alchemists here are much higher than at other places. It's worthy of being the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land. Ning Siyu pursed her lips and said, What's the use even if it's more impressive? In front of your excellency, everything is in vain. Your excellency is the #1 alchemy genius. Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. This S was already idolizing him blindly now. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. The person said, Ooh, what high-sounding sentiments. Such a snotty brat also dares proclaim to be the #1 alchemy genius? Clearly, Ning Siyu's words were heard by others, incurring a wave of displeasure. Chapter 2017. I'm afraid of scaring you. Chapter 2017. I'm afraid of scaring you in front of him was a handsome young man. He was merely an eighth firmament celestial deity. Beside him even followed a young lady. The two people's ages were similar. They were a rather matching pair. But behind the two people followed two true D-realm guards. Their background was clearly not ordinary. That young lady said with a disdainful look, "Really shameless. I've never seen someone who dares proclaim to be the #1 alchemy genius. My big brother Qian is the Zheng family's #1 junior. Yet he also doesn't dare claim to be the #1 alchemy genius. Who the hell do you think you are?" Yi Yuan was speechless when he heard that. When did he say that he was the #1 alchemy genius? These words were clearly said by Ning Siyu, all right? But this Lias really knew how to draw aggro for him. The moment Ning Siyu heard this, she blew up. What the hell is the Zheng family? Zheng family's junior generation? Ho! Forget about your Zheng family's young generation. Even if the Zheng family's elder generation comes, my family's lord will crush all the same. Zheng Qian was young. So how could he endure it when he heard this? He immediately smiled coldly and said, "What high-sounding sentiments. In this southern border, there really aren't more than a few who dares to talk about my Chonglin Zheng family in this manner." His words immediately caused a series of exclamations. It turns out that it's the Chonglin Zheng family. That's an ancient alchemy family, second only to peak Holy Lands. The Zheng family's #1 person of a young generation, Zheng Qian, he'll definitely radiate splendor in the Cloud Pill Summit this time. Zheng Chong. I heard of him before. He's merely 1,000 over years old, and he already reached middle stage initial realm. He has potential of stepping into the Dao realm in the future. Hearing the surrounding people's discussion, Zheng Qian had a proud look. The Chonglin Great Imperial Capital's Zheng family's strength in the southern border's alchemy world was an existence second only to these 7 great holy lands. The Zheng family's ancestor was also a rarely seen 7-star alchemy god. Their status could be seen at a glance. With Zheng Qian stepping into middle stage initial realm at a young age, it was also something to be proud of. One should not look at how Yi Yuan entered the initial realm, broke through to the Dao realm along the way, and now even closed in on the ancestor realm. Initial realm was something that one could come across by luck, but not by searching for it to ordinary alchemists. Reaching the initial realm was a very long process, requiring incalculable time to accumulate. Recalling things back then, Xin Yu lived to a ripe old age and was also merely at the middle stage initial realm. Zheng Qian was merely 1,000 years old, and he was already at the middle stage initial realm. It was naturally worth being proud of. Hear that, #1 alchemy genius? If you have the guts, let's have a match. Zheng Qian suddenly ignored Ning Siyu and provoked Yi Yuan. Everyone used gloating expressions to look at Yi Yuan, feeling that he would not dare to accept the challenge at all. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was higher than Zheng Qian, their ages were more or less the same. In everyone's view, Yi Yuan put more energy into martial arts. As for alchemy, this was painstaking work. So how could it be that easy? Therefore, if Yi Yuan competed with Zheng Qian, he would surely lose without a doubt. After all, encountering this kind of alchemy genius, there was only the outcome of being crushed. Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Competing with me? You're not qualified enough yet. See, let's go." As he said, Yi Yuan turned around and was about to leave. Forget about Zheng Qian, a puny little celestial deity realm. Even the opponent was a peak 6-star alchemy god. Yi Yuan could also crush the person without any trouble. One had to know, Yi Yuan fought on alchemy with Empyrean Flutterfeather until it ended in a tie. A measly little Zheng Qi, he seriously could not get interested. But Zheng Qian sneered and said, "What do you mean not qualified enough? Don't dare means don't dare. Zhao He Li Hu." The figures of those two true D realms moved, blocking the two people's path. If you don't dare to compete, then kneel in front of this young master and admit your fault. My Zheng family isn't what just anyone can humiliate. Zheng Qian said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan shot a glare at Ning Siyu. The latter stuck her tongue out mischievously and lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Yuan. If you really want to compete, get your family's ancestor over. As for you, better forget it. I'm afraid of scaring you, Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Zheng Qian heard, he smiled coldly even more. What a conceited brat. Forget it, since you don't dare to accept the challenge. Then kneel down and acknowledge your fault. Zheng Qian shouted coldly. As he said, Zhao He and Li Hu, two people grabbed Yi Yuan, and they were actually going to forcefully make Yi Yuan kneel. These two people were both third firmament true G. D powerhouses and also considered powerhouses of a region. But unfortunately, they ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure did not move, and the two people actually grabbed an illusory figure. It was just that these two people did not have time to be surprised yet when Yi Yuan already swiftly pointed out with a backhand. It was only to hear two fled groans. Zhao He and Li Hu fell to the ground at the sound of that, and could not crawl to their feet anymore. When Zheng Qian saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Zhao He and Li Hu, two people, were both experienced veterans of 100 battles. It was rare to meet a match in the same rank. But in front of Yi Yuan, they actually could not even receive a single move. The surrounding people were likewise extremely surprised. Disregarding how Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was, his martial arts was also a little too strong, right? What do you want to do? I'm a member of the Zheng family. If you dare to touch me, you'll absolutely die without a burial ground. Seeing Yi Yuan walk over toward him, Zheng Qian hurriedly took several steps back. He was saying threatening things, but was inwardly shaking. Oh, is that so? Yi Yuan looked at Zheng Qian with a look of amuse. Suddenly, he flicked his finger. A CLUS. Tur of fire suddenly flew towards the other party. Zheng Qian was first stunned, then immediately laughed coldly and said, Playing with fire with me? Overestimating your own ability too much. I'll let you witness this young master's fire-controlling art. It was only to see the seals in his hand change irregularly, and he suddenly shouted loudly, Freeze for me! That's CLUS. Tur of fire indeed paused, and it actually froze 3 feet in front of Zheng Qian. What formidable fire-controlling technique! Indeed, well-deserving of being the Zheng family's #1 genius. Impressive. Although that kid's martial Tao is strong, playing with fire is showing off in the presence of an expert. A single mistake, and he'll have to suffer silent loss himself. A series of exclamations came from all around. Clearly, they were all astounded by Zheng Qian's fire-controlling art. Zheng Qian laughed loudly and said, Do you want to use fire-controlling technique to tell me that your alchemy Tao is very strong? Then this young master has no choice but to tell you that you're too weak. Watch out, return for me. Zheng Qi needed another seal and fired it over toward that CLUS, Tur of fire. Whose? H. Plus the flame suddenly disappeared. Zheng Qian's gaze turned intent, currently wondering what happened when suddenly, the girl next to him cried out in surprise. Your head. Big brother Qian, your head. My head? What's wrong with my head? Zheng Qian felt baffled and reached his hand out toward his head to touch. With this touch, he could not help jumping with fright. His head was extremely smooth, like it was smeared with oil. His head full of hair was actually all gone. At this moment, the top of Zheng Qian's head was brilliant enough to reflect one's image, plus mirroring with light like a lamp. A wave of guffaws came from all around. Zheng Qian's face was red with a tint of black, Wisconsin plussing to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. He immediately revolved divine essence, wanting to grow hair. But it was completely useless. He discovered that the pores on top of his head seemed to all be sealed, unable to grow hair at all. This shock was by no means insignificant. He looked toward Yi Yuan with immense shock, but saw that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amuse. E. Into Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This time, just take it as a small punishment. If there's still a next time, you won't get off so easily." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought along Ning Siyu, turned around, and left. Chapter 2018. Does this work? Chapter 2018. Does this work? Such an exquisite fire-controlling technique. Burn a head full of hair, but the person is completely fine. That young man is really capable. I even thought that he was bragging. Looks like tigers are crouching and dragons are hidden in the Cloud Pill Summit this time. After the loud laughter, everyone finally came to realize the truth about the prowess of Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique. Even the bald Zheng Qian also felt lingering fear. His experience was more vivid than others. The fire burned on top of his head, not leaving him a single strand. It was as if it was shaved using a razor blade. But he did not feel any heat at all. This fire-controlling technique was simply inconceivable. Most likely, even Big Brother could not do it to this extent either, right? Zheng Qian thought in his heart. Looking at the direction Yi Yuan left, Zheng Qian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "And fellow, don't let me run into him again. To dare humiliate my Zheng family. This young master will definitely teach you a lesson. Your Excellency, you were really too cool just now. That snotty brat actually still wanted to challenge you, really overestimating his own ability," Ning Siyu said with an excited face. Yi Yuan shot her a fierce glare and said crossly, "You still have the cheek to say? What number 1 alchemy genius? You're also not scared of spraining your tongue. Talented people remain in concealment in this heaven-span world, so who dares to claim to be number 1? Yi Yuan was very confident, but he was never arrogant. This heaven-span world was too big. Geniuses were also akin to schools of carps crossing the river. This Tlia number 1 was too big. Even reaching medicine ancestor, that kind of realm. Didn't he also encounter an opponent like the High Priest? If he was not apprehensive of the High Priest, why would he say ask not 2 words? Ning Siyu stayed for a long time with Yi Yuan and knew his temper. She giggled and said, "I don't care. Either way, you're the number 1 alchemy genius in my heart. Moreover, among the young generation, who can reach your boundary? Even in the entire heaven-span world, it also can't be found, right?" Yi Yuan was rendered speechless and waved his hand, feeling lazy to talk anymore. Bringing Ning Siyu and strolling one round in the outer city and having purchased some rare spirit medicines, the two planned on heading for the inner city. The sageway leading to the inner city, there was currently a group of soldiers guarding it. Each person had to go through stringent screening. The two were just about to go over, but saw a group of people currently coming over from another direction. One of them was extremely eye-catching. Who was it if not the bald Zheng Qian? When Ning Siyu saw Zheng Qian, she could not refrain from laughing out loud with a SN. 1 G-G-E-R again. His Excellency was also such a troll. He burned Zheng Qian's hair and even did not let him grow it out. A fine, handsome youth became a little bald donkey. How to let him go and find a girl in the future. Zheng Qian also just happened to look over. Noticing Yi Yuan, he immediately yelled out, "Big Brother Buchuan, it's this fellow who claims to be the number 1 alchemy genius. You have to take revenge for me." Beside Zheng Qian, a slightly older youth was sizing Yi Yuan up with an unfriendly expression. He slowly walked toward Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "A brat whose hair isn't even fully grown also dares to claim to be the number 1 alchemy genius? It was you who burned young Brother Qian's hair? Haha, this punk probably came from some countryside and has never seen much of the world. Think that having a bit of ability, he could be number 1 under the heavens. In this Cloud Pill Summit, even Brother Zheng doesn't dare claim to be the number 1 genius. This little brat actually dares proclaim to be the number 1 genius." Another young man stepped forward and looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous look. Zheng Qian also stepped forward and looked at Yi Yuan as he said with a cold smile, "Big Brother Buchuan, this brat is ridiculously arrogant and even said want to compete with him. Invite our Zheng family's ancestor out." When the others heard, they all revealed amused smiles. This brat did not even know how to come up with a draft before boasting. The young man beside Zheng Buchuan said with a disdainful look, "Haha, kid. Do you know what kind of person the Zheng family's ancestor is? That's a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. Dao realm expert. Just the likes of you, this snotty brat, dares to challenge the Zheng family's ancestor?" These few people each threw a sentence in, deriding Yi Yuan nonstop. Ning Siyu was indignant. She said with a scornful look, "So what if 7-star alchemy G.O.D.? Even Empyrean Flutterfeather addresses my lord as his brother too. Could it be that your family's ancestor is stronger than Empyrean Flutterfeather?" The moment everyone heard, not only were they not intimidated, but the look of ridicule on their faces also grew thicker. That young man said with a big laugh, "Empyrean Flutterfeather? Hoo-hoo, little girl, Empyrean Flutterfeather is one of the Cloud Pill Summit's grandmasters. How exalted is his position? This kid addresses him as his brother? Stop joking around with me, all right?" Zheng Buchuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "Turns out that it's two braggarts who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I was wondering which genius. This kind of ignorant fool. There will always be some in each Cloud Pill Summit." Ha ha. The two people's discussion aroused a series of mocking voices from all around. What kind of ident? 1. Tided Empyrean Flutterfeather have? That was an important character that was on par with Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's Empyrean Pill Jade. Beneath Heavenly Emperor, they were practically the pinnacle most existences. This kind of powerhouse would address a true G. Oh, D-Realm Jr. as a brother? You have got to be kidding. Yi Yuan raised his brows slightly and said coolly, "Done talking? If you're done, get lost from me." Zheng Buchuan's brows raised up, and he said, "You want to enter the inner city? Kid, do you have the Cloud Pill invitation?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Cloud Pill invitation? What's that?" The young man, who was surnamed Duan, could not help laughing as he said, "You don't even know what's the Cloud Pill invitation, and you dare to come and take part in the Cloud Pill Summit? I'm telling you, only alchemists holding the Cloud Pill invitation have the qualifications to enter the inner city. As for you, go back where you came from." The bald Zheng Qian laughed loudly and said, "I was wondering what expert and where you were from. Messing around for half a day, you don't even have the Cloud Pill invitation." At this very moment, Zheng Qian was even more certain that Yi Yuan was some martial arts ancient family's descendant. Although his martial Dao strength was very strong, he was completely clueless about alchemy Dao. As for fire control, martial artists adept in fire tribute cultivation methods would likewise be very formidable in controlling fire. He admitted that Yi Yuan was a martial arts genius. But this place was an alchemy summit. What did it have to do with martial artists? Geniuses alchemists able to come to the Cloud Pill Summit would not care about martial artists at all, because the statuses of these alchemists were much higher than ordinary martial artists. Zheng Buchuan waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and get lost, kid. Stop making a spectacle of yourself here. Do you see their eyes? You're currently just like a clown jumping around. This place is the world of alchemists. It's fateless with you." The young man, surnamed Duan, turned his head and said to a soldier, "Commander Gon, looks like this kid's skin is very thick. I'll have to trouble you to send him off." That Commander Gon was amused from watching for a long time by the side. Hearing this, he slowly walked in front of Yi Yuan, reached his hand out, and said with a sullen face, "Leave, please. If you don't go, then this commander will be personally taking action and sending you out of the city." This Commander Gon was a fifth firmament true G.O.D. powerhouses. There was naturally power when he spoke. Yi Yuan looked at Commander Gon, slowly took out a token, and said coolly, "I don't have whatever Cloud Pill invitation, but wonder if this thing can go in or not." Chapter 2019. Luckily, Chapter 2019. Luckily, Commander Gon did not even look at the token in Yi Yuan's hand and just said with a cold snort, "Whatever thing is also useless. This commander only acknowledges the Cloud Pill invitation." Huh. Do you think that Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital is some random place? Casually taking out a token and you can go in? Would it be Yumkin? Zheng Qian said with a look of disdain. The Cloud Pill Summit only acknowledges the invitation and won't recognize other things. You don't even know this bit of general knowledge and also dare to come and take part in the Cloud Pill Summit? Zheng Buchuan said with a cold smile. They were really brought to tears from laughing at watching the joke today. The current Yi Yuan was completely A.B. Kin, who had never seen much of the world before, in front of them. This fellow was completely clueless about the Cloud Pill Summit, but he ran in front of them, these alchemy geniuses, to posture, adding a bunch of merriment. Seeing these few people's reactions, Yi Yuan was also taken aback. He looked at the Grandmaster token in his hand and felt baffled. It seemed like this thing was not too useful. He even thought that this thing looked very impressive. But taking it out, people did not recognize it at all. Kid, looks like you really want this commander to take action. In Commander Gon's eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a little child showing off, talking big to impress people. He released his aura and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. The aura of Fifth Firmament True G. D was suddenly released, locking right onto Yi Yuan, while Zheng Qian and the rest revealed gloating looks, looking at this scene calmly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. This Commander Gon struck rather heavily. With this grab, if his strength was inadequate, he would really be heavily injured. Clearly, this guy was currying favor with these few ancient families' descendants and deliberately dealt a heavy blow. It was only to see him snort coldly. Suddenly, a life and death seal fired out. A Fifth Firmament True G. D versus a Third Firmament True G. D. Commander Gon thought that he would capture him easily. Who knew that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, that pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas came from head-on. Bang! Commander Gon was caught off guard and directly smacked flying by this life and death seal. He seemed to be injured in an extremely wretched manner. Zheng Buchuan's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, How is this possible? The young man, surnamed Duan, also said with surprise, How can this kid's strength be so strong? They were all waiting for Yi Yuan to suffer a loss. Who knew that Yi Yuan was fine and actually crippled Commander Gon in one move? An initial stage True G. D-Realm striking a middle stage True G. D-Realm flying away in one move. This sort of thing was too outrageous to hear. Yi Yuan looked too unremarkable, 1,000 over years old. How strong could he be? Yet he wasted Commander Gon in one move. Still in a daze for what? This kid actually dared to cause trouble. See, cripple him for me. Commander Gon gritted his teeth and roared at the soldiers. At once, a large group of guards rushed forward and surrounded Yi Yuan in the middle. Yi Yuan frowned slightly. He also did not expect to cause such a big commotion. Who knew that these guys did not even recognize the Grandmaster token? Actually, this cannot be blamed on Commander Gon, they all too. How could a Grandmaster token, this sort of thing, be what Commander Gon would know of? One had to know, in the entire land of Southern Border, there was only a total of 14 Grandmaster tokens. Those who possessed Grandmaster tokens were all people with extremely revered statuses. They were at least middle and late-stage Empyrean superpower houses too. The moment these people appeared in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital, there would immediately be Empyrean powerhouses that came out to welcome them. They would not enter from the city gates in an ostentatious manner like this at all. Yi Yuan did not know the inner reason. He only wanted to stroll around more in the city. Who knew that it caused such much misunderstanding? But at this point, Yi Yuan naturally would not hold back either. These guards were mostly at the celestial deity realm. There was also a portion of True G. D realms. But in front of Yi Yuan, it was completely lacking. He knocked down these guards with a few moves. Zheng Qian's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said, How can this guy's strength be so powerful? Yi Yuan's age was merely similar to his, but his combat power was no idea how many levels higher than him. Looking across the southern border, there were also not many capable of Serpa. Sing Yi Yuan in martial arts. But Zheng Buchuan chuckled and said, This kid is courting death himself. Zheng Qian was taken back and said, Why? Zheng Buchuan smiled and said, Originally, he was swindling people. If he was given a beating and thrown out, the matter would be settled. But now he caused such a big commotion. There will immediately be someone who comes out to take care of him. What's the use, even if he's any stronger? Can he be stronger than ninth firmament true G? Oh, D powerhouses? The moment Zheng Qian heard, he immediately reacted to it and said with a big laugh, "Haha, this kid is dead for sure. Who is it to dare cause trouble in my cloud pill great imperial capital?" The voice had yet to fade when a voice closed in from far away, arriving in an instant. A burly man with a curly beard appeared in front of Yi Yuan, his expression unfriendly. When Commander Gon saw the curly-bearded burly man, it was as if he grasped a life-saving straw, hurriedly saying, "Lord Qin, this punk doesn't have an invitation. I chased him out of the city. Not only did he not leave, he even beat me and the soldiers to serious injuries." Qin also had a fiery temper. Hearing Commander Gon's words, he immediately flared up with anger. The moment Qin heard, he said in a great rage, "What? Impudent brat, to actually dare." When Zheng Buchuan and the youth surnamed Duan saw Qin fly off the handle, their faces revealed an expression of gloating over others' misfortune. Qin was a ninth firmament true G. Oh, he mighty expert. No matter how heaven-defying Yi Yuan was, could he still deal with him? Qin was just about to go crazy, suddenly turning his head to look at Yi Yuan, but saw Yi Yuan slowly take out a token. Yi Yuan said, "I gave this to them to see this, but they all didn't recognize it. I wonder if you recognize it?" Yi Yuan also asked probingly. If this Qin still did not recognize it, then he could only slip away. Zheng Buqing scoffed when he saw the situation and said, "Still taking this lousy token out, could it be that this kid is really a fool?" Fortunately, Qin reaction made Yi Yuan heave a sigh in relief. The moment Qin saw the token, his pair of eyes immediately went wide. He looked at the token and looked at Yi Yuan again, his eyes full of disbelief. This, Qin stammered and actually could not speak. How could a Grandmaster token be in the hands of a young man like this? Commander Gon did not know the inner reason and urged, "Lord Qin, what's wrong with you? This brat is too insolent. You mustn't let him off easily." SMAs. H. Plus a clear slap sounded out. Commander Gon was directly slapped flying out. This slap made everyone stunned. Before figuring out what was going on, they heard Qin roar, "You scoundrelly thing! Don't drag me down if you want to die. Also, you all, are you in a rush to reincarnate? I'll put away your weapons for me." The group of guards looked at each other, blank looks on their faces. Suddenly, Qin knelt down with a thud and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, "These scoundrelly things are insensible. Your Excellency, please don't take offense. When this lowly one returns, I'll definitely teach them a good lesson." What's going on here? Lord Qin actually knelt down to a third firmament true G. OD? Just what background does this kid have? Could it be that token is very impressive? Cries of exclamations sounded out all around, completely knocked dizzy by Qin actions. Yi Yuan put away the token and let out a long sigh in relief. And then he said smilingly, "Luckily, you know. Otherwise, it would really be somewhat troublesome." Chapter 2020, Yin E. Chapter 2020, Yin E. Yes, Your Excellency. It was all because they had eyes but couldn't see, offending Your Excellency. Your Excellency, please don't take offense. This Grandmaster token isn't what servants like them can recognize. Qin cold sweat poured profusely as he hurriedly explained. How exalted were the statuses of people who possessed the Grandmaster token? How could they be what he could afford to provoke? This kind of existence could decide his life and death with one word. One must not look at how he was ninth firmament true G. OD. Because in the eyes of Empyrean powerhouses, he was merely an ant-like existence. His own city lord also could not offend a big shot that possessed a Grandmaster token for a mere true G. D realm expert. Of course, the Grandmaster token that appeared in Yi Yuan's hand indeed made him very surprised. It could even be said to be hard to imagine. But a Grandmaster token was a Grandmaster token. Qin Chong did not doubt its authenticity in the slightest. In this land of southern border, who could H away a Grandmaster token from the hands of the 7 big shots? Yi Yuan's bit of strength was not even enough to fill the crevices between the big shot's teeth. It was even less likely that he had it. Moreover, this Grandmaster token also could not be used after hing it. Therefore, even though there were 100 disbeliefs in his heart, Qin Chong still did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said helplessly, "I just wanted to enter the city, but they insisted that I was swindling people. Can I go in now?" Qin Chong hurriedly nodded and said, Of course. All the Grandmaster residences have already been arranged. This lowly one will lead the way for you." Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed after. Ning Xiu was delighted in her heart when she saw the expressions of Zheng Buchuan and the rest. "You bunch of guys don't even recognize the Grandmaster token, and you dare to flaunt your prowess here. I can only say that you're ignorant. You all mock my lord, but you don't know that you are the most laughable. Your levels are too far apart." Finished talking, Ning Xiu caught up with Yi Yuan, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. Zheng Buchuan still had a look of disbelief until now as he muttered, "That is a Grandmaster token? How is this possible?" The youth surnamed Duan had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he said, "A third firmament true G. Oh, D Grandmaster? Is there a mistake?" The Grandmaster residence was grand and magnificent, flushed with spiritual energy. It was absolutely in a favorable geographical location. The residence was built around a lake. In the middle was a miniature lake. Qin Chong carefully led Yi Yuan into the Danfeng court and settled him down. Seeing Qin Chong wanting to speak but swallowing the words back, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Just ask whatever you want to ask. Why are you, a 7-foot-tall burly man, behaving like a woman?" Qin Chong smiled ostentatiously and said, "I wonder which city Lord Master you received the invitation from?" Qin Chong naturally knew the 7 great Empyreans. Yi Yuan was clearly not one of them. Then he could only be invited by one of the Empyreans. Yi Yuan said coolly, he was invited by Empyrean Flutter Feather. Qin Chong's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "Empyrean Flutter Feather?" Yi Yuan said curiously, "Why? Is there anything wrong?" Qin Chong hurriedly smiled flatteringly and said, "And nothing wrong." Although he had a fiery temperament, he was also not so superficial when conducting himself. It was truly that Yi Yuan's Grandmaster token was too surprising. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Do you feel that I'm easy to hoodwink because I'm young?" Qin Chong's expression changed, being aware that he could not deceive him anymore. He could only smile bitterly. He said, How can it be? In the past, Empyrean Flutterfeather would always invite the myriad treasure towers Empyrean pupluing over. I didn't expect that he actually invited Master Yi this time. Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing when he heard it and started musing. Previously, when he agreed to Empyrean Flutterfeather, he forgot that there was such a thing. Since each city lord had another Grandmaster spot, then it would definitely be existences that were about the same as them in the past. Now that this spot was given to him, wouldn't he have offended another Grandmaster? Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help feeling a headache. Empyrean Flutterfeather gave him an extremely high status, but Empyrean Flutterfeather also put him on the fire to roast. By the side, Qin Chong's thoughts drifted, speculating Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. Could it be that this Yi Yuan came from the Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma and was a newly emerged genius junior of Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma? Coming to the Cloud Pill Summit this time was likely to come and experience it. It was just that giving him a Grandmaster token was a little too extravagant, right? For Yi Yuan's bit of strength to really want to experience things, wouldn't putting him in the disciples' generation to spar with those people be more meaningful? Thinking about it, Qin Chong also felt that something was not right. Yi Yuan's martial arts strength was extremely strong. Jumping realms to battle was nothing difficult. Then how strong could his alchemy strength be? This place was the Cloud Pill Summit and not the Martial Dao Summit. Thinking up to here, Qin Chong became even more disdainful toward Yi Yuan in his heart. All right, you, a martial arts powerhouse, came to the Cloud Pill Summit to pass off as a grandmaster. When the time comes, you'll be Embark said. He was practically certain that Yi Yuan was the kind of profligate descendant who was conceited and insolent on account of his ability. He stayed for a long time in the Heavenly Emperor Bottomanda and came out to look for fun. Qin Chong also saw that he even brought along a beautiful maidservant by his side. Of course, he could only put these thoughts in his heart and naturally would not say it out. All right, you can go. Oh, right. She's called Ning Siyu. Help her arrange a bit for her to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit, Yi Yuan said. Yes, Your Excellency. Qin Chong was unable to make head or tail of it, but still answered and left. Could it be that this kid came to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit for this occupying a Grandmaster spot for a mere 5-star Alchemy G? Oh, D, truly capricious. A third firmament true G. Oh, D Grandmaster spread in the inner city very quickly. Beyond the shock, there was even more indignance. What capability did a mere third firmament true G? Oh, D have to actually be able to get a Grandmaster token? One had to know 6-star Alchemy G. Oh, DS could be easily found in the city. Many were young and promising genius figures. There were also peak 6-star Alchemy G. Oh, DS that enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect. Which of these people were not stronger than Yi Yuan? Especially when everyone knew that Yi Yuan was merely 1,000 over years old. Furthermore, after knowing that his martial arts were rather impressive, this indignant feeling spread even more. At this time, 7 to 8 alchemy geniuses were currently gathered in a restaurant discussing this matter. Brother Yin, you aren't aware, but that kid is really arrogant to the extreme, saying that he's what #1 alchemy genius. To talk about this #1 alchemy genius, it can only be Brother Yin. The one talking was precisely Zheng Buchuan. Ever since learning that Yi Yuan had a Grandmaster token in his possession, he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. How could a mere third firmament true G? Oh, D be worthy of the Grandmaster token? Yi Yuan uttered wild ravings and completely did not put his Zheng family in his sights at all. He could not swallow this insult. It was just that Yi Yuan had a Grandmaster token in his hand, so he had to swallow it even if he did not want to. But just because he could not do anything to Yi Yuan, it did not mean that others could not as well. Yun, he was a genius alchemist of his Cloud Pill Summit, one of the extremely few geniuses who broke through to Dao Realm in this Cloud Pill Summit. Barring no accidents, the champion crowned in the Cloud Pill Summit this time will be born from these few Dao Realm powerhouses. Furthermore, this Yun Yi's ident. 1. Tai was special. He was Emperor Pill Jade's great-grandson, possessing an extremely exalted status even in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. With him around, wouldn't dragging the conceited brat down the horse be easily accomplished? At the very least, Yun, he could make him lose all standing and reputation and leave Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital dusty and dirty in appearance. Chapter 2021. Challenging in Public. Chapter 2021. Challenging in Public. #1. Alchemy Genius? Oh, what high-sounding sentiments. At his age, even if he started refining pills in his mother's womb, his accomplishments will also be limited, right? Let alone that I heard that his martial arts are very formidable. Yin Yi said with a disdainful look. Yeah, I saw with my own eyes. He sent the 5th firmament true G. Oh, D Commander gone flying with one move, Zheng Buchuan said. Yin Yi could not help laughing when he heard that and said, if I didn't guess wrongly, he's probably a martial genius that came from Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma, carrying Empyrean Flutterfeather signboard and coming to Cloud Pill Summit to bluff and swindle people. It's just a shame that he made the wrong calculations. The moment Zheng Buchuan heard, His face could not help revealing a look of great joy as he said, "Is Brother Yun taking action?" Yun waved his hand and said, "Do you think that the Cloud Pill Summit's Grandmaster tokens are all for show? As long as one comes with a Grandmaster token, those are all the Cloud Pill Summit's most blee guests. We must treat them with courtesy." Hearing this, everyone had disappointed looks. Those present were all alchemy geniuses, so how could they stand a martial arts genius riding on top of their heads and flaunting his prowess? Moreover, slapping the face of Grandmaster was also something very delightful. But him holding a Grandmaster token was like holding an imperial sword. You could not do anything about it. Brother Yuni, could it be that there's no other way? Yeah, a little brat also dares proclaim to be the #1 alchemy genius. Is his hair fully grown? Could it be that at this Cloud Pill Summit, we have to keep on watching him continue to be arrogant? The alchemy geniuses present were all filled with righteous indignation, faces revealing indignant expressions. But they saw Yun Yi's face reveal a hint of a ruminating smile and said coolly, "My Cloud Pill great imperial capital is the #1 holy land of the southern border alchemy Dao. How can we allow such a person to exist? So what if it's the Grandmaster token? People who hold a position without qualifications are absolutely not allowed to stay and humiliate the Cloud Pill Summit." When everyone heard that, they all revealed knowing smiles. What Empyrean Flutterfeather said was right. The Cloud Pill Summit indeed did not let Yi Yuan down. These few days, Yi Yuan brought Ning Siyu along and bought many rare rank 6 spirit medicines. The places that Yi Yuan liked to shop the most were some big and small marketplaces. At those places, one could frequently pick up some pretty good spirit medicines. These marketplaces had every strange and peculiar thing. There were even quite a few obscure pill formulas. Although the myriad treasure towers' power and influence were tremendous, they also could not get every single spirit medicine. This Cloud Pill, great imperial capital, gathered the entire southern border's top alchemists. It naturally could not come into existence without people who came to do business. With countless alchemy powerhouses gathering in Cloud Pill, great imperial capital, this kind of business opportunity naturally could not be missed. At this time, Yi Yuan 2 people were currently strolling idly in the Eastern Street marketplaces, but then they heard a wave of discussions. Did you guys hear? A true D-Realm Grandmaster actually came to the Cloud Pill Summit this time. It already raised a huge uproar in the entire city. What? 6-star Alchemy D Grandmaster? You aren't joking, right? This bit of strength can't even compare to me. Yet, he also dares to be a Grandmaster? I heard that he came from some heavenly Emperor Bottomanda. It was probably applying pressure on the Grandmasters through the Heavenly Emperor, and that's how the Grandmaster token was given. This is also treating things too trivially. The Cloud Pill Summit is the southern border's grandest event. It's also not what 1 or 2 Heavenly Emperors can influence. Wait and see. The Grandmaster token isn't so easy to get. That punk will definitely make a big spectacle of himself when the time comes. Hearing everyone's discussions, Ning Siyu used a peculiar expression to look at Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan was expressionless, like they were not talking about him at all. Ning Siyu sometimes suspected whether or not an old monster's soul lived inside Yi Yuan's body. This guy was also too capable of keeping his cool. "Your Excellency, if I were you, I'd show my skill for them to see. I'll let them know that you're worthy of this Grandmaster token," Ning Siyu said indignantly. In reality, they could hear this sort of discussion everywhere these few days. He already became the greatest topic of conversation for the alchemists in the city. There were even quite a number of people who put out the word that they wanted to challenge this Grandmaster and trample him underfoot. It was just that they did not know that that so-called 6-star Grandmaster was beside them. Clearly, this 6-star Grandmaster already became the stepping stone for these 6-star Alchemy DS to make a name for themselves. One had to know, defeating a Grandmaster, what sublime glory that would be. Yi Yuan just smiled. He did not speak. Reaching his present realm, Yi Yuan had long already passed, said the time of seeking to prevail over others. Those able to enter his arcane sights were only peak existence big shots like Empyrean Flutterfeather. Was there any meaning to contend with a bunch of rookies over this? The two people were currently talking when a group of people suddenly rushed over in a haste, directly surrounding the two people in the middle. Ning Siyu's face changed, and she said, "What do you guys want to do?" A young man bowed in salute towards Yi Yuan and said, "I'm Qianan Great Imperial Capital's Luo Yu. I want to ask Grandmaster Yi to give a pointer or two. I'm East Pride's Wu family's Wu Zhan. I have some confusion in alchemy and want to ask Grandmaster Yi to resolve them." With a rush, these young geniuses all reported their backgrounds, all identifying Yi Yuan by name and making Yi Yuan give pointers. Of course, giving pointers was fake, challenging was real. It was just that Yi Yuan's eyed. 1. Tai was exalted, so they could not very well say explicitly, but their eyes did not have any intention of seeking guidance at all. The flavor of provocation was thick. The actions of these young geniuses made the Eastern Street marketplace burst into an uproar. They all used extremely surprised gazes to look at Yi Yuan. They did not expect that he was that 6-star Grandmaster. Goodness gracious, he's that 6-star Grandmaster? This is also too young. Looking at the age, he's probably also just 1,000 over years old, right? Terrific lads. Every one of these young geniuses all have deep backgrounds. Qianan Great Imperial Capital, Wu family. Each one is an alchemy holy land. Behind them are all 7-star alchemy G.O.D. existences. There's a good show to watch now. I'm really very curious what this lad relied on to get the Grandmaster token. After exclaiming, everyone all had gloating expressions, especially after seeing Yi Yuan's age. They were even more indignant and discontented. This kind of age, how could he be worthy of the Grandmaster token? They did not feel that they were worthy of the Grandmaster token. But past Grandmasters were all G.O.D.-like figures. Yi Yuan holding this token, they felt that it sullied its meaning. There were likely 20 over young geniuses present. They were all 6-star alchemy G.O.D.s. Yi Yuan swept through with an amused look and said smilingly, "You all want to challenge me?" Luo Yu smiled coldly and said, "Since Grandmaster Yi took the Grandmaster token, then you're naturally a heavenly figure. It's just, don't know if you dare to accept our challenge or not." Luo Yu was intentionally using the Grandmaster token to force Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan dared to avoid the battle in broad daylight, they want to see what face he still has to use the Grandmaster token to bluff people. Yi Yuan's expression did not change as he said coolly, "You already said that I'm a heavenly figure. How are you all, these mortals, worthy of challenging me?" Luo Yu laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "You really went along with it. You don't even dare to accept our challenge. Don't you find it scalding to hold the Grandmaster token?" Yi Yuan's face was not red and his heart did not race as he said coolly, "It's also not that you guys can't challenge me, but..." The eyes of Luo Yi and the rest lit up, revealing smiles of their plan succeeding. Chapter 2022. It's you all challenging her. Chapter 2022. It's you all challenging her. Luo Yi's eyes lit up and he asked, "But what?" But Yi Yuan's gaze turned to Ning Siyu, and the other people's gazes followed his gaze and also landed on Ning Siyu. Smart people already guessed Yi Yuan's intention and could not help getting a big shock. Sure enough, it was only to hear Yi Yuan slowly saying, "You have to beat her first." Ning Siyu looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief and used her finger to point at herself as she said, "And me?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Right, it's you." Ning Siyu jumped up like a rabbit that got a scare and repeatedly waved her hands and said, "No way, no way. Your Excellency, I can't do it. I will lose face for you." Ning Siyu was filled with confidence in Yi Yuan, but her confidence in herself was not that strong. In Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, although she was already in apex existence, what kind of place was this? This place was Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. It was the Cloud Pill Summit, the holy land in the hearts of all of the Southern Borders alchemists. These geniuses in front of her, they all came from influential alchemy clans and ancient families. The might of their strength was top-notch among the entire southern border's young generation. What did she count for compared to these people? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was ultimately just a small place. This feeling of inferiority filled Ning Siyu's body and heart, let alone that these people in front of her were all 6-star alchemy GODs, while she was merely a 5-star alchemy GOD. This kind of challenge that crossed realms, the pressure was enormous. Not everyone was Lord Yi Yuan. When Luo Yu and the rest saw Ning Siyu's reaction, they could not help being amused. Grandmaster Yi is making her challenge us? Huh, we're all 6-star alchemy GODs. Is there a mistake? Luo Yu said with a loud laugh. Ha ha. The surroundings guffawed with laughter, clearly finding Yi Yuan's way of doing things very funny. Ning Siyu's appearance did not look like an alchemy expert, no matter how one looked at her. Yi Yuan waved his hand and shook his head as he said, "It's not her challenging you, it's you challenging her." Luo Yu opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Me? Challenging her? Gotta be joking. What qualifications does a mere 5-star alchemy GOD have to make me challenge her?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You'll naturally know after competing. Each one counts as one. As long as you succeed in defeating her, you'll have the qualifications to issue a challenge to me." Everyone's faces revealed looks of amuse. EMENT. This kid was not a fool, right? This kind of person actually had a Grandmaster token in his hands. This was an insult to the Grandmaster token. "Okay, this is what you said yourself," Luo Yu said with a sneer. Ning Siyu winked at Yi Yuan repeatedly and whispered, "Yi Yuan, I can't do it. I really can't." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said, "Following me for so many years, if you can't even win them, then don't return a heavenly eagle anymore." Ning Siyu's face changed. She knew that Yi Yuan was serious. If His Excellency really did not let her return to Heavenly Eagle, what should she do? "Your Excellency, I got it," Ning Siyu said like an aggrieved little wifey. Saying finish, she gritted her teeth and said to Luo Yu, "Which of you will come first?" Luo Yu laughed loudly and said, "Little girlie, do you really take yourself to be a grandmaster? Do you know who we are?" Ning Siyu's face fell, and she said, "Whoever you are, I absolutely won't lose to you. Otherwise, His Excellency won't let me return to Heavenly Eagle anymore." Seeing Ning Siyu's appearance, Yi Yuan also secretly found it funny. Even if Ning Siyu really lost, he also would not forbid her from returning to Heavenly Eagle. It was just that this S was too lacking in confidence in herself. Not applying some pressure on her, it would likely be hard for her to unleash her full strength. Following Yi Yuan these few years, her strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Yi Yuan naturally had a score in his heart. Ordinary so-called geniuses were not her match at all. Luo Yu laughed when he heard that and said, "Then you definitely can't go back anymore. Because in a while, you'll lose until you doubt life." Ha ha ha. The group of people stared at Ning Siyu like a bunch of gray wolves staring at a little rabbit, showing an appearance of cornering it. Sigh, it's also hard on this girlie to have actually followed such an unreliable master. These alchemy geniuses are all distinguished talents of the young generation. How could a mere 5-star alchemy GOD be a match? This S is really pitiable. I reckon that she can't even win one match. The onlooking crowd in the marketplace were all using pitying gazes to look at Ning Siyu and also using jeering gazes to look at Yi Yuan. This Grandmaster was seriously fooling around too much. It was fine that he was trash. He even had to push his maidservant into the fire pit. Ning Siyu said coldly, "Talk again after winning me." Luo Yu smiled and said, "Fine then. Du Ruofei, you play with her first." A young man in exquisite clothing stepped out of the ranks. His gaze when looking at Ning Siyu was full of relish. Plusing as if victory was already within grasp. "Little girl, this young master is here to challenge you. You have to show leniency. Du Ruofei." At this time, inside a restaurant outside of the Eastern Street Marketplace, Yin Yi, Zheng Buchuan, and the rest were shockingly present. listening entirely to a manservant's report. Yun, he shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "This Grandmaster Yi is probably at the end of his ropes, right? To actually make his own little maid challenge the Cloud Pill Summit's geniuses?" Zheng Buchuan scoffed and said, "Brother Yun Yi's words are not correct. Didn't you hear what that manservant said? It's the Cloud Pill Summit's geniuses challenging the little maid." Finished saying, there was immediately loud laughter inside the box room. Yun, he shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "I originally thought that this kid had some capabilities, but I didn't expect that he's so unreliable. Although Luo, you, they all aren't the top geniuses of this summit. They're also sufficient to rank into the top 100. How can they be what a mere rank 5 little maid can deal with?" Zheng Buchuan smiled and said, "Brother Yun, he really has nice means, slightly revealing Yi Yuan's whereabouts to everyone, to make our Grandmaster Yi reveal his true colors. I'm very curious now how this Grandmaster Yi plans on cleaning up the mess." Yun, he waved his hand and said smilingly, "Isn't this minor thing still easily resolvable to me? Let's drink first. I reckon that there will be news coming over very soon. Although Duofei's strength isn't much, it shouldn't take too long to deal with a mere 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D little girl." Finished talking, Yun, E, and the rest clanged wine cups, and wine flowed freely, extremely cheerful. In a twinkle, for hours past said. The few people were currently chatting away idly when that manservant suddenly barged inside. Yun Yi's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Where's your sense of decorum being in such a flus turf?" The manservant jumped in fright and hurriedly knelt down and said, "Young master, forgive my mistake." Yun, he had his mind on Du Ruofei and Ning Siyu's alchemy battle. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "How is it? Is the result out?" The manservant hurriedly said, "It's out. Young master Du Ruofei returned in utter defeat. The entire Eastern Street marketplace is in an uproar." "What? Du Ruofei lost? How is this possible?" Yun, he said with a face full of disbelief. "Are you mistaken? Du Ruofei's alchemy strength already reached the late stage initial realm. He would actually lose to a 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D little ISS?" Zheng Buchuan's face similarly had a look of astonishment. The manservant hurriedly said, "Won't be wrong. This lowly one was in the crowd and saw it clearly. That young lady's momentum was overpowering, suppressing young master Du Ruofei all the way, finally refining a superior grade medicinal pill." Yun, E, and the rest looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 2023, Maybe One Day. Chapter 2023, Maybe One Day. Go, find out more. Yun, he said, "Nas. H." I plussing his teeth. The manservant answered and hurriedly withdrew. Yun Yi's expression was very ugly. Originally, he thought that Yi Yuan was just a grandmaster who held a position without qualifications. However, who knew that a little servant girl of his could actually defeat a southern border's famous alchemy genius? More importantly, that lot S was just a 5-star alchemy G. O D. Could it be that this Yi Yuan is really an alchemy grandmaster? Zheng Buchuan said rather hesitantly. Yun Yi smiled coldly and said, "Have you seen before a 1,000-years-old alchemy grandmaster? Unless he's the medicine ancestor's personal disciple, otherwise, don't even think about it." Zheng Buchuan could not help choking, also feeling that he was thinking too much. Wanting to reach the grandmaster level, at least one had to be at the middle or late stage Dao realm too. The breakthrough of alchemy Dao was far too difficult. Forget about Dao realm. Even the difficulty level of initial realm was tremendous. Only at the Cloud Pill Summit could one see so many middle and late stage initial realms, or even peak initial realm powerhouses. As for those in the Dao realm, there were far too few. And after reaching the Dao realm, every SCR, A, P, and iota of advancement was extremely difficult. Just like Empyrean Flutterfeather, there was the ACCU, accumulation of countless years of effort before he had his present realm. Even so, without sky-high talent, even if giving a person tens of millions of years, the person might not be able to reach the grand completion Tao realm no matter what. Those coming to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit this time were mostly genius alchemists at the 3 to 5,000 age bracket. For Yun E to be able to reach the initial stage Tao realm at this age, it was already shockingly talented. As for Grandmaster, how is that possible? Haha, if he can reach Grandmaster standard at this age, forget about us. Even Great-Grandpa and Empyrean Flutterfeather they all, wouldn't they become a joke? Yun, he said with a cold laugh. Zheng Buqiu nodded and said, what Brother Yun E said is extremely right. Looks like this S still has some strength. It's just that being able to beat Duruofe was also just good luck. Yun, he nodded his head and said, it's only natural. However, the things that developed next completely said their imaginations. Before long, the manservant returned again to report. He said, Ning Siyu versus Zhang Jiaqing, perfect victory. Ning Siyu versus Zhang Songfang, perfect victory. One news after another came over. Everyone inside the room was thoroughly struck senseless. 1 or 2 could still be said to be due to luck. But eliminating 7 to 8 in one go, could it still be luck? This battle lasted for 4 days and 4 nights. In the end, Yun E and the rest were long already numb. Ning Siyu fought 20 over matches in a row and actually suffered 0 defeat. This kind of strength had blown up no idea how many people's eyes. ALLS. The current Eastern Street marketplace was long already overcrowded. More and more alchemists were drawn over. How can this girl's strength be so strong? Looking at her appearance, she's only a step away from the Tao realm. The reason for the servant depends on a master. Could it be that this Grandmaster Yi is really the #1 alchemy genius? This S is here to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit, right? This kind of strength. Who can be her match among 5-star alchemy GODS? The onlookers' cries of exclamations repeated again and again. Currently, they were already prostrating on all fours in admiration toward Ning Siyu. To be able to crush a bunch of 6-star geniuses with 5-star alchemy GOD strength, this kind of battle achievement was sufficient to make her shoot to fame. At this time, Luo Yu was covered with sweat. The shock in his heart was already unable to use words to describe. He was not some random Tom, D-I-C-K, and Harry. His alchemy Tao was already comprehended to late-stage initial realm. He was just a step away from grand completion. But even so, after he fought with Ning Siyu for 4 hours, he was already firmly suppressed by Ning Siyu. At this time, he already had no way of remedying the situation and was unable to salvage his defeat anymore. These few days, he had been observing Ning Siyu the entire time. From the initial disdain to shock, then to stupefaction, he long did not have the initial most underestimating heart anymore. But he was still confident in himself. According to his observations, Ning Siyu's alchemy Tao strength was also merely at the late-stage initial realm. She was around the same as him, but his age was a little older than Ning Siyu. So he was confident that he would not lose to Ning Siyu. But after the face-off, he discovered that he was wrong very quickly. Ning Siyu flowed continuously when refining pills, seemingly like the sea that stretched long and unbroken, without any weaknesses to exploit at all. In the 4-hour contest, he did not find any opportunity at all. Suddenly, he felt Ning Siyu's aura grow stronger and stronger, sharper and fiercer. Luo Yu felt that this opponent in front of him was like a celestial deity that descended to the mortal world. Her aura became incomparably mighty. The powerful aura crushed over like toppling mountains and overturning the seas. Pooh work. Finally, he could not withstand it and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Ning Siyu with a look of astonishment, full of disbelief. She actually broke through. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Siyu, his face revealing a look of relief. The reason why he brought Ning Siyu to Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital was in order to find a breakthrough opportunity for her. With so many geniuses gathering, This was clearly the best occasion to train. Ning Xiu also did not let him down. Under Yi Yuan's tremendous pressure, her courage mounted as the fights progressed, finally breaking through to the grand completion initial realm. Taking this step, she would be able to push forward toward the goal of Dao realm. Grand completion initial realm. A 5-star alchemy G. O. D could reach grand completion initial realm. What kind of talent is this? Why has such a genius never been heard of before in the past? Could it be that this girl was really groomed by Grandmaster Yi? But his age isn't even as old as this La S. There were cries of exclamations all around. Currently, they unwittingly started to waver about Yi Yuan's strength. At this time, Ning Xiu slowly opened her eyes and said coolly, "What is a 5-star alchemy G? O. D reaching initial realm count for?" When His Excellency was at 3-star alchemy G. O. D, he already stepped into the Dao realm. He is the true genius. Breaking through to the grand completion initial realm. Ning Xiu felt that her state of mind was already totally different. Originally, she thought that her strength could not compete with these ancient families' descendants. But now, she was filled with confidence. She already could not find an opponent among her peers. Weren't these 6-star alchemy G. O. DS defeated at her hands too? But the more it was so, the more she felt that Yi Yuan was unfathomable. The comprehension of initial realm was already so difficult. So how did Yi Yuan comprehend Dao realm at Heaven Glimpse realm? Could he not bear the name of number 1 alchemy genius? In Ning Xiu's heart, the medicine ancestor was also merely thus, right? It was just that her words caused a mighty uproar in the crowd. What? 3-star alchemy G. O. D Dao realm? This isn't joking around, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it's really like this, then wouldn't so-called geniuses become a joke? This lot, even if she won, there's also no need to elevate that punk like this, right? Saying this sort of word, there also has to be someone who believes it. Ning Xiu reached grand completion initial realm when at 5-star alchemy G. O. D. This was already outrageous to hear. Now, she actually said that Yi Yuan comprehended Dao realm when at 3-star. This was complete, utter nonsense. Reaching the Dao realm when at the 3-star alchemy G. O. D realm, then him being at the 6-star alchemy G. O. D realm now, what kind of realm was he in? At this time, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, went to Luo Yu's side, and said coolly, "Looks like your bit of strength isn't able to obtain the qualifications to challenge me. Go back and train more. Perhaps one day in the future, you'll have the qualifications to challenge me." Chapter 2024, Venting Frustration. Chapter 2024, Venting Frustration. Your Excellency, I won. I really won. It turns out that my strength is actually already so strong. Beside Yi Yuan, Ning Xiu danced with joy, becoming like a different person from the queen just now. This feeling right now made her have a feeling of transforming from swallow into a phoenix. To Ning Xiu, the imperial capital was a Ma. South Civ place. How many geniuses were there in the entire southern border? This level of alchemy battle was not what she, a little girl who came from the countryside, could take part in at all. But after exchanging blows with Luo Yu she suddenly discovered that it turns out she had long already been standing on the same starting line as the entire southern border's geniuses under His Excellency's guidance. No, wait. It should be that she had walked even further. These so-called ancient families' descendants, alchemy geniuses, were actually all defeated at her hands. Even thinking about it now, Ning Xiu felt rather incredulous. Yi Yuan said, "These people were merely instigated by others. Their strength isn't considered strong. In this Cloud Pill Summit, the true geniuses should have already stepped into the Dao realm." Ning Xiu's gaze turned intent, and she said in surprise, "So impressive?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "But you don't need to belittle yourself either. Wanting to step into the Dao realm, there are at least 6-star alchemy G. O. DS. Among 5-star alchemy G. O. DS, your strength can practically sweep through already. Ning Siu said solemnly, Siu won't lose face for your excellency. Yi Yuan nodded his head and brought Ning Siu and left, only leaving behind the crowd with stunned expressions. Young Master Yun, Ning Siu and Luo Yu fought hard for more than 4 hours. Finally, Ning Siu broke through to the grand completion initial realm, overpowering Luo Yu. All 23 ancient families' alchemy geniuses were defeated. After listening entirely to the manservant's report, there was death-like silence inside the box room. Originally wanted to take Yi Yuan down a notch and make him reveal his true colors. Who knew that they helped Yi Yuan's maidservant achieve her aim? The Cloud Pill Summit's great battle had yet to start, and Ning Siu's great name was likely going to echo throughout Cloud Pill. An ancient family's descendant suddenly said, This Ning Siu's strength is likely also a top 10 existence when placed among 6-star alchemy Des. To be able to teach such a terrifying maidservant, could he? Ning Siu's performance finally made these people start to waver. Impossible. Yun Yi denied this guess firmly and said coldly, I understand. This S must be the protective talisman that Empyrean Flutterfeather gave Yi Yuan. Ning Siu is probably Empyrean Flutterfeather's beloved disciple. You guys, think about it yourselves. What were you doing when you were 1,000+ years old? Even if he's exceptionally talented, it's also impossible to reach the realm of Grandmaster. Isn't that so? The moment Zheng Buchuan heard, his eyes also lit up and he said with a nod, What Brother Yuni says is right. We were nearly hoodwinked. It's just that I didn't expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather actually brought up such a formidable disciple. Given time, there will likely be another genius figure in the Southern Border's alchemy world. Everyone secretly nodded when they heard it. They had no way of refuting. Brother Yun Yi, this punk concealed himself too deeply. What should we do? An ancient family's descendant said. Yun Yi had an appearance like everything was planned out, as he said with a faint smile, Relax. He can avoid for a moment, but he can't avoid for life. Our statuses are a little low, but don't you all forget, there's still those grandmasters. Moreover, you all don't forget, there's still Empyrean Popluing. Brother Buchuan, this will have to rely on you. Zheng Buchuan and Yun Yi exchanged a glance and could not help laughing. Inside a luxurious pavilion in the inner city, powerful undulations spread out. But after these undulations came into contact with the pavilion's array formation, they were extinguished very quickly. Condense. Suddenly, a cold cry came over. Pill formed. Excellent skills. Brother Popluing's strength is a notch higher compared to the last Cloud Pill Summit. Impressive. Impressive. This blue sky zenith pill, this Empyrean has attempted many times, but I couldn't refine it from start to end. I didn't expect that Brother Popluing actually succeeded in one try. Beside the medicinal cauldron, the Empyrean Popluing dressed in purple robes revealed a hint of smugness on his face. Originally, this Empyrean didn't plan on coming this time, but I couldn't simply accept Brother Pilljade's boundless hospitality. That's why I agreed to it with great difficulty, Empyrean Popluing said with a smile. It was just that the smile was rather awkward. After he knew that Empyrean Flutterfeather gave the Grandmaster token to a snotty brat. There was no need to mention how enraged he was. But Empyrean Flutterfeather's status was above his. He also could not go and find the other party to reason it out. He naturally had a stomach full of anger. Originally, he did not plan on coming, but Empyrean Pilljade issued an invitation to him. Considering Empyrean Pilljade's face, he naturally had to give. He came, but this hurdle in his heart could not be cleared no matter what. Inside this pavilion were all Empyrean powerhouses, 7-star alchemy Des. The Cloud Pill Summit was not merely just the stage for those genius alchemists to exhibit themselves. Actually, the top priority was their exchange, these 7-star alchemy Des. Alchemy Dao entering 7-star. The effort expended that was required for each improvement made was calculated with tens of thousands of years. During this kind of exchange, everyone each took what they were good at and could naturally help each other forward. a 7-star alchemy G. Oh, D said sigh. Also don't know how Brother Flutterfeather thinks. To actually give the Grandmaster token to a brat still wet behind his ears. His status is even above ours. How will we, these old fellows, put our faces? Empyrean Popluing chuckled and said, perhaps that kid's alchemy Tao is really exceedingly formidable, Cruz. I. Plussing us at a young age? Brother Flutterfeather naturally has his reason to do so. On the outside, Empyrean Flutterfeather and him, Empyrean Popluing, were both Empyreans under Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's command. He naturally could not be too diametrically opposed when talking. But the sourness in the implied and explicit meaning of his words, even a pig could discern it. Being ridden on top his head by a 6-star alchemy G. O.D., this taste was not pleasant. At this time, an Empyrean powerhouse came forward to urge, it's still Brother Popluing who is broad-minded. Your strength. All of us has a score in our hearts and don't need a Grandmaster token to affirm it at all. Apart from the 7 great Holy Lands Masters, Brother Popluing's strength is also the pinnacle most existence among Grandmasters. Empyrean Popluing smiled and said, Brother Zheng is too kind. There is always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. This Empyrean came this time primarily to catch up with everyone and have exchanges. The Empyrean powerhouse speaking was precisely the Zheng family's ancestor, 7-star alchemy G. O.D. Zheng Qiyuan. A few days ago, he heard Zheng Buchuan's report, saying that Yi Yuan was incomparably arrogant and looked down on the Zheng family. Zheng Qiyuan naturally flew into a great rage after hearing it. A mere 6-star alchemy G. O.D. actually dared to challenge him, holding a Grandmaster token, and he really took himself to be a Grandmaster? This brat that came from G. O.D. knows was also arrogant to the extreme. Zheng Qiyuan smiled and said, currently in the city, the rumors are that Yi Yuan is the Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma's newly ascended genius disciple. Empyrean Flutterfeather only gave the Grandmaster token to him due to being coerced by Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's pressure. Brother Popluing, you're also under Lord Myriad Treasure. Wonder if there's such a thing? Bulls. H.I. plus T genius disciple. There's no such person in the Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma at all. Empyrean Popluing could not refrain from cursing. Zheng Qiyuan was also slightly surprised when he heard. His thinking was the same as Zheng Buchuan. He did not expect that Yi Yuan did not come from the Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma at all. So that's how it is. Then I'm very perplexed. Brother Popluing, how about this? We invite him over to our conference. Everyone will help you vent this frustration. Zheng Qiyuan said. Chapter 2025. Not treating himself as an outsider. Chapter 2025. Not treating himself as an outsider. Yi Yuan, somebody sent an invitation over earlier. The person said to let you open it personally. Ning Xiu handed an invitation to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan opened it and took a look, and his brows could not help knitting together. Ning Xiu also had a curious face. Moving closer to take a look, she discovered that it turned out was an invitation to an alchemy gathering. Your Excellency, these are all Empyrean powerhouses, 7-star alchemy G. O.D.S. TSK, TSK. Grandmasters are Grandmasters. Even the treatment is different. Ning Xiu smiled and said. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Grandmaster? Hoo-hoo. There's probably an ulterior motive, right? Ning Xiu was stunned, but reacted very quickly. In her heart, Yi Yuan was a powerhouse on the same level as these 7-star alchemy G. O.D.S. So her first reaction when she saw the invitation was that Yi Yuan was very impressive. But as long as one thought about it slightly, they would know that something was not right. She thought so, but they did not think that way. Could those Empyreans have a high opinion of Yi Yuan, this 6-star alchemy G. O.D.? Like that, huh? Then we aren't going? Ning Xiu said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Go. Why aren't we going? Being able to become a 7-star alchemy G. O.D. There's bound to be some saving grace. Since that's the case, What's the harm in going to interact with them? Yi Yuan, agreeing to come to the Cloud Pill Summit, was aiming at these 7-star alchemy G.O.D.S. Reaching the realm of 7-star alchemy G.O.D. realm, each one could not be underestimated. Yi Yuan had never doubted his alchemy talent, but he would also never be arrogant and conceited. Back then, in Cloudmarsh City, he fought fiercely for several thousand matches. It was not in order to deliberately show off his talent, but to learn widely from others' strong points. And after that, he indeed learned a lot from other people. His alchemy strength also improved at a tremendous pace. Coming to Cloud Pill, great imperial capital this time, his goal was also the same. As for Luo Yu, those people, they were not worth mentioning at all in Yi Yuan's eyes. He naturally could not be bothered to take action. What's the point of making a heavenly emperor powerhouse and a celestial deity martial artist discuss about martial Dao? Wanting to converse with Yi Yuan as equals, they needed to be at the middle stage Dao realm at the very least. Ning Xiu hesitated and said, "But these people are clearly harboring ill intent." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Want to make things difficult for me? They at least got to reach Brother Flutterfeather's strength too. Just the likes of them aren't qualified enough." By the side, Ning Xiu had a besotted appearance. This calm confidence seemed played down, but actually that sort of might was established on the foundation of countless victories. This kind of imposing momentum was even stronger than that kind of imposing momentum which showed disdain on all under the heavens. And this kind of man naturally attracted women even more. But Ning Xiu had long given up on this thought. She knew that His Excellency had fetters in his heart. The current Ning Xiu was already very satisfied. As long as she could stay by His Excellency's side like this, she was already very satisfied. Halt! Qinan Pavilion is Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's important place. Miscellaneous personnel is not to enter. Yi Yuan came to a tall multi-stored pavilion according to the address and was immediately stopped by a 9th Firmament True G.O.D. powerhouse. His words were full of warning. A 3rd Firmament True G.O.D. dared to run here. Was there a problem with his head? Yi Yuan took out the invitation and said coolly, "Empyrean Lumen issued the invitation to me. Written on it is this address. It should be correct, right?" Seeing the invitation, the 9th Firmament True G.O.D.'s face changed, using suspicious eyes to size Yi Yuan up. Why would Empyrean Lumen invite a true G.O.D. realm here? Opening the invitation to take a look, the 9th Firmament True G.O.D.'s pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, Your Excellency, your Grandmaster Yi Yuan? If there's no second Yi Yuan, it should be me." Yi Yuan took out his Grandmaster token. The other party's expression instantly became incomparably awkward. He hurriedly returned the invitation to Yi Yuan and said in fear and trepidation, "Your Excellency, please don't blame this lowly one. This lowly one really didn't recognize Your Excellency." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Can I go in now?" The 9th Firmament True G.O.D. squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying as he said, "Oh, of course." Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, he had an impulse of wanting to cry. This Yi Yuan was seriously too confusing, being simply a Civ pit. Currently, there were also 8,000 true G.O.D. realm martial artists in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital, if there weren't 10,000. Who knew that one of them was a Grandmaster? Entering Qinan Pavilion, Yi Yuan directly entered a transmission array and entered an area of SPAC. There were already more than 10 people in the SPAC. They were gathered together, seemingly discussing something. These people's auras were extremely strong. They were actually all Empyrean powerhouses. Seeing Yi Yuan enter, the group of Empyreans immediately stopped discussing, looking toward Yi Yuan collectively. Buzz. One powerful aura after another came from head-on. More than 10 Empyrean powerhouses, even if they did not release Empyrean pressure. This sort of imposing momentum was also not what a puny little true G.O.D. realm could withstand. Among them were several gazes that were rather unfriendly. a mere true G. Oh, D-Realm dares to barge in a Chindan pavilion. Are you tired of living? An Empyrean stepped out, causing powerful aura cruise. I. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. This person was none other than precisely Zheng Qiyuan. He naturally knew that this one in front of him was Yi Yuan. This was deliberately taking Yi Yuan down a notch, wanting to see the appearance of Yi Yuan being frightened until he peed his pants. Except he was disappointed. Yi Yuan stood there lazily, just like that, as if nothing happened. What a joke. Empyrean realm was powerful, but wanted to scare Yi Yuan just based on a bit of Empyrean pressure. Zheng Qiyuan was clearly thinking too much. It was only to see Yi Yuan completely ignore Zheng Qiyuan. Sweeping a glance over everyone's faces, he opened his mouth and said coolly, "Which one is Brother Lumen? I'm Yi Yuan." Seeing Yi Yuan's composed appearance, the group of Empyreans was all secretly surprised. Forget about a third firmament true G-O-D. Even if a ninth firmament true G-O-D entered here, they would not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone that Zheng Qiyuan even released his Empyrean pressure. But Yi Yuan was not affected at all. This kid was not simple. This was the first impression that Yi Yuan gave everyone. Zheng Qiyuan stood there awkwardly, as if he was making a fool of himself. In the middle, a middle-aged man with a stern gaze opened his mouth and said smilingly, "Oh, turns out that it's Grandmaster Yi. We're currently discussing an ancient formula, and it just happened to be a loss. Grandmaster Yi came right on time and can give us a pointer or two." As he said, he came forward in swift steps, pulling Yi Yuan to join everyone. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Dare not say give pointers. Everybody should discuss it a bit." This attitude made the group of Empyreans frown endlessly. This behavior seemingly made himself as someone in the same generation as the group of Empyreans. Did this kid not have any score in his heart about how much capability he had? Did he really take himself to be a grandmaster? Zheng Qiyuan had just suffered a loss and currently had nowhere to vent his fury. Hearing this, he could not help saying with a cold smile, "Truly boasting shamelessly. You, a mere third firmament true G. Odie, don't even know if you can refine rank 6 divine pills or not, but you also dare to inquire about 7th firmament pill formulas?" Calling Yi Yuan over, this idea was given by him. They were indeed also investigating the ancient formula. But this ancient formula was not that simple. They were also at a loss on what to do currently. But Yi Yuan postured the moment he came up. He really was not treating himself as an outsider. Chapter 2026. Ancient Formula. Chapter 2026. Ancient Formula. Yi Yuan's brows raised slightly, and he looked at Zheng Qiyuan with a smile that was not a smile as he said, "Didn't Brother Lumen issue this invitation to me to invite me to come over and discuss together? Why? Can't I discuss it?" Zheng Qiyuan could not help choking when he heard that, being asphyxiated by Yi Yuan badly. At this time, another Empyrean spoke up to rebuke, "Insolence. You, a mere true D-Realm, actually dare to call Brother Lumen brother. Where's the sense of propriety?" The other Empyreans deeply felt that way too, secretly nodding their heads. A third firmament true D addressing a group of Empyreans as brothers. It sounded strange no matter how they listened. Even if Yi Yuan had a Grandmaster token in his hand. Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he heard that. He knew that this bunch of guys felt displeased in their hearts. But he similarly had nothing to fear and just said coolly, "Brother Flutterfeather and I interact as peers. Furthermore, I have this Grandmaster token in my hands, so why can't I call Brother Lumen? Forget it. If everyone feels that this Yi is a hindrance here, this Yi will leave. This kind of discussion and exchange, forget about it." Done talking, Yi Yuan turned around and walked straight for the transmission array. Zheng Qiyuan's face could not help changing when he heard that. He was just very displeased looking at Yi Yuan's arrogant appearance, so he attacked Yi Yuan nonstop. But if Yi Yuan really left, wouldn't their carefully arranged scheme be in vain? They did it in order to nauseate Yi Yuan. Now, it became a problem. It gave Yi Yuan a way out now. Empyrean Lumen chuckled and hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan, saying, "Wait a minute, Grandmaster Yi." These guys are all feeling psychologically shocked. Honestly speaking, I'm very interested in Grandmaster Yi. Brother Flutterfeather's eyes are very discerning. For Grandmaster Yi to be able to be valued highly by him, you're bound to be extraordinary. Yi Yuan just sneered coldly in his heart. One was being the bad cop, the other was the good cop? What a deep scheme. Except, what did Yi Yuan have to fear? It's not to the extent of being extraordinary, but exchanging a little with everyone. This Yi still has this qualification. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said coolly, "What a conceited brat." The group of Empyreans also could not resist sucking in a cold breath. Such an arrogant true G. Oh, D-Realm, it was still their first time seeing. Haha, that's of course. People who get the Grandmaster token naturally have the qualifications to discuss in depth with us. Come, this is your seat, Grandmaster Yi. Empyrean Lumen pulled Yi Yuan back again, pressing him on his seat. This seat was shockingly right beside Empyrean Lumen. Everyone, be seated, be seated. Come, Grandmaster Yi. Let me introduce us fellow Taoists to you. This Empyrean is Lumen, East Heaven Great Imperial Capital's Empyrean Windrider's good friend. Empyrean Lumen said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I pay respects to Brother Lumen." Zheng Qiyuan smiled coldly and said, "Brother Lumen is an authentic Grandmaster." He was afraid of angering Yi Yuan and that he would run away again. But everyone understood the meaning in his words. Empyrean Lumen was an authentic Grandmaster, while Yi Yuan was naturally a fake Grandmaster. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, but he was also secretly shocked in his heart. It turned out that this Empyrean Lumen was actually a possessor of a Grandmaster token too. No wonder these people all respected him. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for any disrespect." His impression of Empyrean Lumen was not good. This guy clearly plotted this scheme to humiliate him. Empyrean Lumen chuckled and said, "What Grandmaster? This Empyrean just benefited from Brother Windrider's light. That's all. It's not worth mentioning. Rather, it's Grandmaster Yi who shows great promise at young age." Back then, hearing that a true D-Realm Grandmaster will be coming to the Cloud Pill Summit this time, this Empyrean got a big shock. Come. Introduce to you more. This is Empyrean Popluing, also a good friend of Brother Flutterfeather, just like you. His alchemy strength isn't weaker than mine. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Popluing rather surprisedly. He did not expect that they actually met here. Hearing Lumen's introduction, the group of Empyreans all looked at Yi Yuan with gloating faces, wanting to see whether this kid would feel Embark. Said or not. SNATC. Head People's Grandmaster token. Now, ran into the real owner, aren't you, Embark? Said, who knew that Yi Yuan clasped his hands at Empyrean Popluing very calmly, and said with a smile, "I pay respects to Brother Popluing." Snored. Empyrean Popluing's brows furrowed, snorting coldly and ignoring Yi Yuan. Everyone had amazed expression. This kid had such thick skin. Empyrean Lumen introduced one by one. Yi Yuan also greeted one by one. When he was introduced to Zheng Qiyuan, he finally knew why this guy was targeting him. It turned out that this guy was the Zheng family's ancestor, that 7-star alchemy G.O.D. But he took no notice of it. This Zheng Qiyuan's strength was ranked in the middle and lower levels among this group of people. What threat could he pose to him? Yi Yuan understood in his heart. Empyrean Lumen's introduction under this kind of occasion would definitely be according to the ranking and strength. Zheng Qiyuan's ranking was very far back, clearly indicating that his strength was not strong. As for the rest, no one showed him any good attitude either. You, a true D-Realm, were posturing in front of us. A bunch of Empyreans still want to show you a good attitude? Yi Yuan had a score in his heart, and also could not be bothered to fuss over it. Oh, right. We were discussing an ancient formula earlier, and just happened to have no clues. Since Grandmaster Yi came, why not talk about your view? Empyrean Lumen said smilingly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Can you let this Yi take a look at this ancient formula?" Empyrean Lumen nodded and said, "That's of course." As he said, he reached his hand out in front of him and swiped. A light screen appeared in front of Yi Yuan. This ancient formula is called 7 Treasure Cloud Wind Pill. There are clear indications of 7 core ingredients in the pill formula. But inside this incomplete pill formula, there are only 4 core ingredients. The other 3 kinds are unknown. These few days, after we've discussed, we've confirmed a core ingredient. But there are still 2 that can't be confirmed. The various fellow Taoists have raised many opinions, but in the end, it was all proven incorrect. Empyrean Lumen introduced. Yi Yuan looked at this pill formula and was immediately attracted. This was an extremely high difficulty, rank 7 divine pill. Inklings could be seen from the 7 core ingredients. Very soon, Yi Yuan fell into hard thinking. So many 7-star alchemy DS already discussed for as long as a month and only deduced 1 core ingredient. Clearly, gathering 7 of them was not that easy. Even if it was Yi Yuan, it also could not be deduced in a short while. As for rank 7 spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had long already started researching. He had the sacred ancestors' inheritance in his brain. Rank 7 spirit medicines were naturally nothing difficult. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, the group of Empyreans' faces was full of disdain. Zhang Shiyuan had a fake smile as he said, "Pretty good at putting up an appearance. It's just that we don't know how much capability you have. This is a level 7 difficulty, rank 7 divine pill. I even suspect whether he can understand the pill formula or not." Empyrean Popluing also responded with a sneer, saying, "This seed has already researched for more than a month and swapped out several hundred types of rank 7 spirit medicines. But there was nothing gleaned. Even if he has some capability, he can forget about perceiving anything within half a month." At this time, another Empyrean smiled and said, "Even if he can really understand it, I'm afraid the suggestions he proposed, we'd have long already discussed them before. In my view, we'd best continue discussing, see what tricks he can come up with." Chapter 2027. Instantly Understood. Chapter 2027. Instantly understood. The current Yi Yuan already put his body and mind into the pill formula. These people's discussion, he did not hear a single word of it. When Lumen saw this scene, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This focus level was also too terrifying, right? Was Yi Yuan pretending to be profound? Maybe not. This kind of focused expression could not be intentionally made. But he also knew that for Yi Yuan to want to digest this ancient formula, it would definitely need a very long time. So he said then, "Let's continue discussing. May I ask, Brother Lumen, what was the 5th kind of spirit medicine that everybody deduced?" Just as everyone was planning on continuing to discuss, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Empyrean Lumen was taken aback when he heard that and said, "The 5th kind of spirit medicine was proposed by Brother Popluing. He felt that it should be Element Heart, Illusionary Love, GRA. We've discussed for as long as half a month and unanimously feel that the 5th kind of spirit medicine is it." Empyrean Popluing said with a proud look. His eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of provocation. However, Yi Yuan did not look at him at all, but frowned and was lost in thought. Everyone looked at him with baffled faces, not knowing what this meant. Could it be that Grandmaster Yi has some views? Empyrean Lumen asked curiously. Yi Yuan suddenly shook his head and said, "The 5th type of spirit medicine isn't the Element Heart Illusionary Love GRA. The moment the voice landed, Empyrean Popluing's face turned black, and he almost lost it. Humph! This lad is wildly arrogant. The result that we unanimously approved of. You want to overthrow it with one word? Brat, I've tolerated you for very long. Don't put on an act if you don't know." Empyrean Popluing said in a thunderous rage. The others also secretly found it funny, watching the show by the side. Empyrean Popluing finally could not hold back anymore. Zhang Shiyuan had a gloating expression on his face as he said disdainfully, "In less than 15 minutes' time from start to end, you denied the result that we discussed for half a month? Brat, you're very capable. Why don't you say why the element heart, illusionary love, GRA? S is wrong. Even Empyrean Lumen also frowned slightly and said, Grandmaster Yi, the 7 treasure cloud wind pill is a wind attribute medicinal pill. Qing Yu Yin, Qing Luo Yunzan, flowing cloud, daywind fruit, and redundant spirit flower. These 4 kinds of spirit medicines are all wind attribute spirit medicines among rank 7 spirit medicines. The one that is most compatible with them is none other than the element heart illusionary love GRA. SS. What is inappropriate? Yi Yuan did not speak. His eyes glued on the pill formula on the light screen. The group of Empyreans sneered coldly without ceasing. They already confirmed that this kid was simply holding a position without qualifications. Furthermore, their tolerance already reached the limit. If you really had the ability, then it was naturally another matter altogether. But you were full of S, H, I, plus T, and still wanted a posture here. Then it was your wrong. Haha, what a fine grandmaster ye. This is the in-depth discussion that you spoke of? Stop making a spectacle of yourself here. The world of 7-star alchemy DS is what you'll never be able to imagine. Zhang Qiyuan finally caught the chance and said with a cold smile, Young man, stop pretending to know when you don't. It's not that by holding a grandmaster token you'll really be a grandmaster. Ignorant. Kid, this place isn't a place that you should come. Hurry up and get lost. The group of Empyrean already completely lost patience. Today's trap already completely stripped Yi Yuan off. This guy was a complete and utter con man. The Grandmaster token in his hands was simply a kind of insult. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have heard their words. His eyes were still staring fixedly at the light screen. Zhang Qiyuan snorted coldly. Reaching his hand out to grab at Yi Yuan, he even said, Asked you to get lost, didn't hear? But his hands had not touched Yi Yuan yet, and suddenly Yi Yuan opened his mouth. It's true that the 7-treasure cloud wind pill is a wind attribute medicinal pill. The other 4 types are also indeed wind attribute spirit medicines. On the surface, it looks like the element heart illusionary love GRA. S is indeed the most suitable 5th type of spirit medicine. But the composition style of this medicinal pill isn't like this. Yi Yuan ruminated as he said this. Oh, pray tell. Empyrean Lumen said with great interest. Zhang Qiyuan withdrew his hand resentfully. His expression was seemingly embarrassed. Said. Yi Yuan continued explaining. When placed in a medicinal pill, an attribute can have thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of ways of expression. The former 4 types of spirit medicines look to be disorderly and unsystematic, but actually they abide by a kind of rule that is the speed characteristic of wind attribute. But the element heart illusionary love GRA S clearly doesn't belong to this category. Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure, making everyone's faces become solemn. In lies the 4 types of spirit medicines in detail, the attributes that each type of spirit medicine contained, as well as the pairing between spirit medicines. He spoke about it, as if enumerating his family's heritage. The expression on everyone's faces went from the initial most disdain to shock, then to deep thought later. Unknowingly, they were already completely drawn in by the things Yi Yuan said, as if they were students that were listening respectfully to their teacher. Empyrean Lumen was extremely shocked in his heart. He had never considered these things before. The thing that they discussed for more than a month was actually totally repudiated by Yi Yuan in 15 minutes. This bit of time was roughly just enough for Yi Yuan to skim through the ancient formula once. Could it be that Yi Yuan only swept one glance and already completely understood the pill formula? Instantly understood? How horrifying did this kind of comprehension ability have to be? Could it be that this guy did not need to use his brain? The more Empyrean Lumen thought, the more terrified he felt. He discovered that Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao was much deeper than his, and it was already pointing straight at the source of alchemy Dao. This kind of understanding was not what a high realm could accomplish. The understanding of the source of spirit medicines was not limited to realm, but it could determine one's realm. The height of Yi Yuan's horizons made the group of seven-star alchemy G.O.D.S. perspire from Embark. Meant. Zhang Qiyuan's expression became uglier and uglier. He did not think that Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao was actually so deep, even flinging him behind several streets. Just this one pill formula, Yi Yuan already lies until he deconstructed it entirely. There were quite a few areas where even he, this seven-star alchemy G.O.D., did not understand. Empyrean Lumen's eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, he smacked his thighs and cried out in surprise. So that's how it is. Why didn't I think of it? Grandmaster Yi, then in your view, what's the fifth type of spirit medicine? Yi Yuan's string of words earlier gave him a feeling of being enlightened all of a sudden. But who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, haven't thought of a suitable one for the time being. Give me some time. Saying finish this sentence, Yi Yuan closed his eyes and fell into rumination. He only glanced at the pill formula once after all. He could understand the pill formula, but wanted to make up for the spirit medicines naturally could not be done in a short while. The other Empyreans naturally understood. Completing a pill formula was not something that could be accomplished in one go. Not only did it need to undergo precise deductions, it even had to go through numerous trials. Only when the medicinal pill was refined could it be considered a complete success. A short 15 minutes, forget about Yi Yuan. Even if the medicine ancestor came, he could not do it either. But even so, it was also sufficient to astonish the group of Empyreans. Those Empyreans used an expression like they had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan, not knowing what they should say. Was this guy really just 1,000 over years old? Such profound understanding. Even old monsters that had lived for millions of years could not match up to. Chapter 2028, A Wager. Chapter 2028, A Wager. The group of seven-star alchemy G.O.D.S. all fell into rumination. Even Empyrean Popluing was also recollecting the aftertaste of Yi Yuan's words previously. Yi Yuan's view was extremely profound, enlightening them greatly. The exchange of alchemy Dao lay here. But the current Yi Yuan was already in mayhem inside his mind, unfolding a terrifying brainstorm. Just like that, the entire SPAC fell into silence. No idea how long had PAS said either. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. The others were all stirred. Is there a result, Grandmaster Yi? Empyrean Lumen's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously. Yi Yuan nodded and said, this he deduced and found that 3 proposals have the highest likelihood. As for which formula is the most suitable, we need to refine them before we can know for sure. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with amazed faces, incredulity written all over their faces. They all, this bunch of seven-star alchemy G.O.D.S., researched for a month and only supplement one type of spirit medicine. Furthermore, it was even wrong. Just 2 days had PAS said, and he came up with 3 proposals? Empyrean Lumen hurriedly said, Grandmaster Yi, please quickly say. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, there are many spirit medicines containing speed attribute, but those able to conform to the 4 types of spirit medicines. There are only a few hundred types. After this he deduced, I finally confirmed these 3 proposals. The first, sun foliage, deer soul young heart fruit, and thousand maple vine. The second, fire lawn GRAS, wind cry gruss, and unity heart brilliant fruit. The third, thundercloud immortal condensing fruit, crimson wind swordtooth GRAS, and illusory GLAS, cardamom. As Yi Yuan said, the group of seven-star alchemy G.O.D.S. immediately deduced rapidly in their heads. These were all major powers. Whether or not the spirit medicines Yi Yuan said were somewhat interesting, they would be able to tell very soon. But Zhang Qiyuan gave a cold snort and said, utter nonsense. Deer Soul Young Heart Fruit is a wood attribute spirit medicine. Fire Lawn GRAS, S is a fire attribute spirit medicine, and the thundercloud immortal condensing fruit is a thunder attribute spirit medicine. But you're using them to be core ingredients. It's simply matching a donkey's head to a horse's mouth. Empyrean Popluing snorted coldly and said, "How can this kind of pairing possibly refine the 7 treasure cloud wind pill? Kid, could it be that you were showing off to us earlier?" The other Empyreans also revealed doubtful looks. Clearly, they were very much in agreement with Zhang Qiyuan's way of saying things. The favorable impression that was just established toward Yi Yuan immediately evaporated into thin air. These 3 kinds of situations that Yi Yuan talked about could not possibly refine the 7 treasure cloud wind pill at all. Even Empyrean Lumen also had tightly locked brows, clearly very perplexed. At this time, Yi Yuan also felt a fire rose in his heart. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. This Zhang Qiyuan targeted him time and again. Did he really take Yi Yuan to be a soft persimmon? It was only to see him look at Zhang Qiyuan with a smile that was not a smile, opening his mouth and saying, "If the medicinal pill is refined using these 3 proposals, what will you do?" Zhang Qiyuan's expression turned stiff, and he said, "That's impossible." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Is that so? Shut your mouth up for me if you don't have the guts. Body will take you to be a mute." How could Zhang Qiyuan endure such provocation? He said in a cold voice, "If it can't be refined, what will you do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If it can't be refined, I'll immediately hand over the Grandmaster token, pack up my things and leave, never to refine a pill again in this lifetime. Don't say that this Yi is bullying you. If you lose, your Zhang family will withdraw from the Cloud Pill Summit henceforth. Do you dare to bet or not?" Zhang Qiyuan's face changed, clearly being frightened by Yi Yuan's wager. The Zhang family withdrawing from the Cloud Pill Summit was equivalent to being isolated by the entire southern border alchemy world. This would be a tremendous blow to the Zhang family. The others all looked at Zhang Qiyuan in great shock and discovered that he was squeezed until his complexion was livid. When Empyrean Lumen saw the situation, he hurriedly stepped forward to be a mediator, saying, "Oh, everyone is a man of the same occupation. Why is there need to make this wager and hurt feelings?" Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Ever since this Yi came here, he, Zhang Qiyuan, has provoked me time and again. Really take this Yi to be easy to bully? Really think that this Yi is young and ignorant? Those little B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S of your Zhang family are unconvinced and went in front of you to lodge a complaint, saying that I'm not worthy of this position of Grandmaster, saying that this Yi challenging you is conceited and arrogant. Therefore, that's why you made things difficult in all respects. Isn't that so?" Zhang Qiyuan's complexion was incomparably ugly, full of embarrass, smint after being exposed. The other Empyreans were also very surprised, not expecting that there were actually still so many twists and turns in between. No wonder Zhang Qiyuan was put off by Yi Yuan. It turned out that he felt that Yi Yuan swept away the Zhang family's face. Empyrean Popluing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "Brother Zhang, messing around for half a day, you were using this Empyrean as an excuse, huh?" Ever since taking part in this exchange meet, Zhang Qiyuan would always incite by the side, saying that Yi Yuan S.A.T.C. had away his position of Grandmaster and so forth. Messing around for a long time, he was finding ground for himself and deliberately making things difficult for Yi Yuan. Zhang Qiyuan's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly explained, that was merely children quarreling. I genuinely feel wronged for Brother Popluing." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Whether it's sincere or a pretense, it's also fine. This pill formula can naturally explain everything. I just ask you, dare to bet or not." One sentence forced Zhang Qiyuan to the corners of the wall. Zhang Qiyuan did not expect that a little brat was actually so astute, directly putting him on the opposite of all the Empyreans. At this time, he had no choice but to agree to it. Zhang Qiyuan gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Bet away. Will this Empyrean be scared of you?" This Empyrean doesn't believe that with a different attribute, you can still refine a wind attribute medicinal pill. Yi Yuan turned to Empyrean Lumen and said coolly, "Brother Lumen, I'll have to trouble you for this pill testing." Previously, Yi Yuan did not bother with Zheng Qiyuan the entire time. Empyrean Lumen even thought that Yi Yuan did not want to offend Zheng Qiyuan, who knew that he did a full display of his abilities and keen edge the moment he made his move. Yi Yuan was using his alchemy profession to wager with the Zheng family. Did this kid really have so much confidence? Was he arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Or did he really have a well-thought-out plan? As for to what extent Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao attainments were, everyone did not doubt it anymore. That bout of discussion previously was absolutely not what a layman could say. Just based on those, Yi Yuan had the qualifications to sit and debate Dao with them. But just as Zheng Qiyuan said, Yi Yuan's chances of winning were very low. They were all alchemy big shots. They naturally understood the characteristics of spirit medicines. What Zheng Qiyuan said was not wrong. Sai, really going to cause a scene to this extent? Forget it, forget it. Since that's the case, let's test the pill formulas then, Empyrean Lumen said helplessly. At this time, the two people were diametrically opposed, and it was clearly unable to be resolved anymore. Urging anymore was also useless. This place was also a large-scale refining room. As for these rank 7 spirit medicines that were normally hard to lay eyes on, they could naturally be gathered in the Cloud Pill Summit. Before long, 3 sets of spirit medicines were placed in front of everyone. The first one gathered sun foliage, deer soul young heart fruit, and thousand maple vine. After Empyrean Lumen prepared for a while, he started refining the pill. Yi Yuan's mind was very focused, fully on Empyrean Lumen's pill refinement, as if the wager did not have the slightest thing to do with him. Empyrean Lumen was indeed worthy of being a grandmaster of his generation. His alchemy strength astounded all around. Even Yi Yuan also had a rare feeling of admiration. Only this realm of powerhouse had the qualifications to debate on Dao with him. But after 4 hours, a puff suddenly came from inside the medicinal cauldron. Failed. Chapter 2029, As You Wisconsin H. Plus. Chapter 2029, As You Wisconsin H. Plus, ha ha ha. I said it, right? This kind of combination, it's totally impossible to refine the 7 treasure cloud wind pill. Seeing Empyrean Lumen failed, Zheng Qiyuan immediately had an ecstatic look. It was just that there was no one who concurred with him at all. The laughter gradually stopped. Zheng Qiyuan had an Embark. Said look, and could only laugh dryly twice and brush it off. Except, his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became even more baleful. If not for this brat, he also would not be isolated by everyone. Empyrean Lumen looked toward Yi Yuan and said, Grandmaster Yi, when this Empyrean was refining just now, there was always a wood attribute energy messing things up inside. The medicinal pill wasn't able to condense at all. This method doesn't work. The others all looked at Yi Yuan, revealing worried looks. Once he failed, Yi Yuan would not be able to refine pills anymore in this life. To an alchemist, this was simply worse than even killing him, especially that Yi Yuan's attainments in alchemy were even so high. However, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. He just said coolly, since it doesn't work, change to the second kind then. Empyrean Lumen nodded his head and started refining the pill according to the second proposal. Yi Yuan watched with a calm expression, but his views on Empyrean Lumen gradually changed. Looks like he misunderstood him. Empyrean Lumen was clearly different from the rest. Calling him over was not in order to Embark him, but purely wanting to see his strength. About this point, Yi Yuan could see from his attitude in refining pills. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, even if Empyrean Lumen did any cheating actions, how could it escape his eyes? However, the first proposal's failure was clearly a problem of the spirit medicines combination and not Empyrean Lumen's lack of effort. Time slowly trickled by. Fine beads of sweat also seeped out on Empyrean Lumen's forehead. His control of the medicinal cauldron fell shorter and shorter of his wishes. Finally, there was another puff. It failed again. All of the Empyreans' faces changed slightly. This was the second failure. It also represented that Yi Yuan did not have a way out anymore. Brother Lumen, this time, it should be the fire tribute power causing trouble, right? Next, it should be the thunder tribute's turn. This kind of low-level mistake, any alchemist wouldn't make it. He actually pledged in all solemnity, saying that it will definitely succeed. Truly ignorant. In my view, he's completely clueless about alchemy and is simply a pretty vase. That speech previously was likely taught to him by Brother Flutterfeather. 2 failures made Zhang Qiyuan's confidence soar. He was more and more certain that his thinking was correct. As it should be, pure wind attribute spirit medicines mixing in other attributes. How to integrate. Empyrean Popluing's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, Grandmaster Yi, why not forget about it? As long as you open your mouth, this Empyrean and Brother Flutterfeather will speak up to bail you out. Absolutely no one will dare to do anything to you. Hearing this, Zhang Qiyuan's face could not help changing. Brother Popluing, are you oppressing people by force? Zhang Qiyuan said in a solemn voice. Empyrean Popluing said coolly, so what if yes? You. Zhang Qiyuan could not help choking. In this land of southern border, Empyrean Popluing was still all right, but Empyrean Flutterfeather's status was too revered. His young family was at the very most a third-rate holy land, being far worse than even U.S. True's gold great imperial capital. Now, seeing as Yi Yuan was about to lose, Empyrean Popluing actually took Yi Yuan's side. Could it be that he did not mind Yi Yuan's N.A.T.C. hing his Grandmaster token? Right at this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, Brother Popluing's good intentions, this he appreciates it. However, this he am a man of my word and naturally won't renege. Isn't there still another formula? The victor hasn't been decided. Hearing this, the group of Empyreans could not help secretly shaking their heads. Still young in the end, ruining his brilliant future to show off momentary bravery. Was there a need? Moreover, there was still Empyrean Flutterfeather and Empyrean Popluing, this level of big shots vouching for him. But Zhang Qiyuan was overjoyed in his heart. But he had a sneer on his face as he said, Brat, stop saying it with such dignified airs. Aren't you relying on the fact that you have Brother Flutterfeather backing you up? So you're emboldened by support? Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance and said, Don't you just want to goad me into swearing a heavenly Tao oath? As you Wisconsin H. Plus, done talking, Yi Yuan swore a heavenly Tao oath in front of everybody. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly with agape mouths. This little fellow was also too capricious, right? At this point, Yi Yuan's chance of winning was already extremely small. He actually swore a heavenly Tao oath. With this, even if Empyrean Flutterfeather's means were immensely formidable, there was also no way out. Now, it's your turn. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Qiyuan and said coolly. Zhang Qiyuan chuckled and said, This wager, you will lose for sure. So what if this Empyrean swears a heavenly Tao oath? Finished talking. Zhang Qiyuan also swore a heavenly Tao oath. Empyrean Popluing shook his head with a pitying look. This Yi Yuan was a member of the Myriad Treasure Tower, no matter what, but being rendered unable to refine pills because of this kind of dispute caused by personal feelings, it was too regrettable. Brother Lumen, begin then. Zhang Qiyuan had a smile all over his face as he looked at Empyrean Lumen and said. Empyrean Lumen sighed slightly and started the third refinement. Time slowly trickled by. It was very calm the whole time inside the medicinal cauldron, currently advancing according to routine. After more than 2 hours, the medicinal cauldron suddenly started vibrating. The moment Zhang Qiyuan saw this, the excitement on his face could not be concealed anymore, saying with pleasant surprise, Ha ha! Indeed, it couldn't hold out anymore. Like I said, how can thunder attribute possibly integrate into a wind attribute medicinal pill? The faces of the group of Empyrean changed, revealing looks of pity. This time, Yi Yuan really suffered cruise. H.I. Plussing defeat. Empyrean Popluing let out a sigh. his gaze looking over toward Yi Yuan. But he discovered that Yi Yuan had a calm expression and was actually not worried at all. Could it be that this kid was really a layman, so he did not care that he could not refine pills? But that shouldn't be so. In a blink, 100 breaths past, said, the medicinal cauldron was still quaking. Another 15 minutes past, said, the medicinal cauldron was still vibrating. 2 hours past, said, the medicinal cauldron was still shaking. But the medicinal pill still did not become a failed product. Zhang Qiyuan was long already incomparably anxious. He was shouting madly in his heart, hoping that the medicinal pill would become invalid. But the pill refinement was still progressing systematically. Suddenly, the medicinal cauldron shook. Zhang Qiyuan did not have time to rejoice yet when the vibration completely subsided. Zhang Qiyuan's face immediately fell. How is this possible? It's actually not a failure. Could it be that this third proposal can really succeed? Too magical. Currently, this sort of situation, it looks like the thunder attribute has already completely calmed down and should be integrated into the medicinal pill. A series of exclamations came from all around. This situation was what all of them did not antic. 1. 8 from start to end. Thunder attribute was the most violent and also the hardest to fuse. Who knew that after the medicinal cauldron vibrated for more than 2 hours, it actually fused successfully? Right at this time, Empyrean Lumen's face revealed a hint of excitement as he cried out, "Condense!" The light faded away. Everything returned to tranquility. Everyone knew that the pill formed. How is this possible? How'd he do it? How can thunder attribute possibly be integrated into a wind attribute medicinal pill? Zhang Qiyuan's legs swayed. He actually could not quite stand firm. Everything that happened before his eyes, he found it hard to believe. Victory was clearly within grasp, but in the end, it was an overwhelming defeat. Chapter 2030. The truth is more terrifying than the rumors. Chapter 2030. The truth is more terrifying than the rumors. Everyone's astonishment was not only expressed in words, but also on their face. Compared to wood attribute and fire attribute, thunder attribute was more explosive and restless. But why did it fuse successfully in the end? This was Zhang Qiyuan's doubt, and also the question in everyone's hearts. The group of Empyreans all used shocked and questioning gazes to look toward Yi Yuan. Grandmaster Yi, it really succeeded. It actually really succeeded. This 7-treasure cloud wind pill, this Empyrean has researched for several hundred years, but had no gains. You actually completed the pill formula within a short 2 days. Truly God-like. Empyrean Lumen looked at Yi Yuan with an agitated face, full of disbelief. Before this, he was the same as the others, also doubting whether or not Yi Yuan had the qualifications to sit here and debate on Tao with them. It was just that he understood Empyrean Flutterfeather very well and felt that Empyrean Flutterfeather should not mess around like this. Therefore, he chose to believe. But he did not expect that this mere 6-star alchemy God was actually so monstrous to actually complete the 7-treasure cloud wind pill's pill formula in such a short time. Just based on this, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy already said all of the 7-star alchemy GODs present. Yi Yuan smiled, looked toward Zhang Qiyuan, and said, "Brother Zhen, wonder if this Yi has the qualifications to stand here and debate on Tao with everyone now? Wonder if this Yi has the qualifications or not to turn my nose up toward the provocations of your juniors. Wonder if this Yi has the qualifications to hold this Grandmaster token or not." A series of 3 questions was like one heavy hammer after another, knocking onto Zhang Qiyuan's heart. Of course, the other Empyreans were actually similarly undergoing grilling in their hearts. Prior to this, none of them believed Yi Yuan. But now, Yi Yuan used his strength and gave every one of them a beautiful slap. Zhang Qiyuan's expression was ugly to the extreme. He was not able to answer Yi Yuan's questioning. Qualified or not? Of course qualified. This unfathomable ancient formula, Yi Yuan only used a short 2 days' time and completed it. Could Zhang Qiyuan do it? Forget about him. Even if they all, these dozen over 7-star alchemy ODS, added together, discussing in detail for more than a month, they only came up with a wrong spirit medicine. I'm not convinced. How can thunder attribute possibly fuse into a wind attribute medicinal pill? What effect can it have inside? Zhang Qiyuan gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan responded with a sneer as he said, the properties of spirit medicines have never existed alone. It's true that the thundercloud immortal condensing fruit is a thunder attribute spirit medicine, but it likewise contains considerable wind attribute laws, just nice fitting together with the 7 treasure cloud wind pills, other spirit medicines. As for why it's the thundercloud immortal condensing fruit, it's very simple. It's because among these supplementary medicines, there are more than a dozen spirit medicines that exist for the sake of balancing out the thundercloud immortal condensing fruit's thunder attribute, as well as other attributes. Do you understand now? Zhang Qiyuan's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This guy actually understood the attributes of spirit medicines so deeply. Spirit medicines did not have a solitary attribute. This was the general knowledge of an alchemy God. But what properties did a spirit medicine have? This required an extremely profound understanding of the medicinal properties of spirit medicines. Furthermore, although spirit medicines did not have solitary properties, inside pill formulas, the vast majority sorted them according to their strongest attributes. But the thundercloud immortal condensing fruit actually utilized its subsidiary property. This kind of situation was extremely seldom seen. It was totally impossible for anyone to have thought of it. But Yi Yuan actually picked the thundercloud immortal condensing fruit out of tens of millions of spirit medicines within 2 days. What kind of terrifying, deducing ability was this? The people who knew about the thundercloud immortal condensing fruit's wind attribute were exceedingly few to begin with. Those able to think of using it were even fewer. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan dumbfoundedly with their mouths open. They discovered that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength far exceeded their imagination. Eliminating the element heart illusionary love GRAS as previously only made everyone view him in a different light. But now, the gazes when the group of 7-star alchemy DS looked at Yi Yuan were already filled with admiration. Empyrean Popluing's eyes plus Ned, and he suddenly sighed gloomily and said, no wonder Brother Flutterfeather gave the Grandmaster token to you. Now, this Empyrean is sincerely convinced. Empyrean Lumen also sighed with admiration and said, I didn't expect to be able to encounter a figure like Grandmaster Yi in this Cloud Pill Summit. Lumen has the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. Although Yi Yuan was not able to refine rank 7 divine pills, his understanding of alchemy already towered above all of the Empyreans. How could these 7-star alchemy DS not express admiration? Alchemy was different from martial arts. In martial arts, powerful strength was powerful strength. Even for a monstrous existence like Yi Yuan, it was also impossible to heaven-defyingly defeat Empyrean powerhouses. But in alchemy, as long as your understanding of alchemy reached a certain realm, even 7-star alchemy DS also had to candidly admit defeat. It was just that this kind of person was far too few to the point where everyone overlooked it. Yi Yuan's appearance today shattered all of their understanding. These Empyreans did not know that Yi Yuan's ability was even more than what he had shown. Creating a pill formula was something he had done before. Hence, completing pill formula this sort of thing was naturally nothing difficult for Yi Yuan. The Zheng family announced permanent withdrawal from the Cloud Pill Summit. This matter immediately shook the entire city. The Zheng family was a major alchemy ancient family that had tremendous influence in the southern border alchemy world. They actually withdrew just like that. The Cloud Pill Summit was the entire southern border's alchemy grand event. Withdrawing out of the Cloud Pill Summit was equivalent to being isolated by the southern border's alchemy world. Why would the Zheng family's ancestor do this kind of foolish action? Zheng Buchuan's strength is sufficient to rank in the top 10 in this session's Cloud Pill Summit. Withdrawing just like this is too bad. Hey, do you guys know? I heard that the Zheng family withdrawing is because the Zheng family's ancestor lost a bet and had no choice but to withdraw. Oh, who has such great capabilities to actually make the entire Zheng family withdraw from the Cloud Pill Summit permanently? Who else can it be? Of course, it's that true G. Oh, D-Realm Grandmaster Yi. I heard that this Grandmaster Yi completed an ancient formula, overpowering a group of 7-star alchemy G. Oh, des. The Zheng family's ancestor did not believe that Grandmaster Yi could complete the pill formula. Under this bet, he lost. What? This Grandmaster Yi is really so impressive, overpowering a bunch of 7-star alchemy G. ODS? My God. In the city, all sorts of discussions sounded out. There were no walls without any cracks in the world. The matter that happened in Qiandan Pavilion still spread out in the end, immediately causing a commotion in the entire city. However, the vast majority of people did not really believe. After all, this sort of thing was too fantastical. A 6-star alchemy G. Oh, D actually crushed a bunch of 7-star alchemy G. Oh, DS. Spreading this sort of thing, who would believe it? Others did not believe it, but Tanic waves stirred in Yun Yi's heart. The main culprit of this idea was him. Whether or not it was the Zheng family ancestors' provocation, he was naturally perfectly clear. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually had such great ability, directly making the entire Zheng family withdraw from the alchemy stage of the southern border. The youth surnamed Duan asked with an ugly look, "Brother Yun Yi, when Jing Buchuan left, he didn't even have time to notify us." I say, was this matter really done by that Yi Yuan? Yun Yi smiled bitterly and said, "The rumors in the outside world sound fantastical, but the truth is more terrifying than the rumors." Chapter 2031. The Summit Starts. Chapter 2031. The summit starts among Qiandan Pavilion's dozen over-Empyreans. There was Cloud Pill, Great Imperial Capital's 7-star alchemy God. Yun Yi went to ask that Empyrean after the incident. The result made him unbelievably surprised, something that more than 10 Empyreans could not accomplish. Yi Yuan only used less than 2 days and resolved it. This was also to say that Yi Yuan crushed more than 10 Empyrean powerhouses, 7-star alchemy G. Oh, DS. This kind of strength could simply use horrifying to describe. Even an Empyrean Pill Jade here, he also did not dare say that he could firmly suppress so many Empyreans. Did this plea of Grandmaster still need to be doubted? The truth is more terrifying than the rumors? Then what kind of situation is it? The youth surnamed Duan stammered. Just looking at these rumors currently, Yi Yuan's monstrousness was already shocking enough. A result that was more terrifying than the rumors. To what degree of freakishness did Yi Yuan have to be? Yun Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Don't ask anymore. The Cloud Pill Summit is about to begin. You'll know very soon." Done talking, Yun Yi waved his hand with somewhat waned interest and took his leave. Over these 3,000 years, Yun Yi thought that he was overwhelmingly talented, standing at the apex of the southern border. But it was not until he heard of Yi Yuan's monstrousness that he suddenly discovered that his pride was not worth mentioning at all. He was more than twice as old as Yi Yuan, but he was already standing at a height that was hard for him to reach in this lifetime. The blow that this kind of reality dealt to him was too strong. The most terrifying isn't that you are stronger than me, but that no matter how hard I work, I also can't catch up to your footsteps. How much time did Yun needed to sit and debate on Tao with a group of 7-star alchemy G. Oh, DS. 10,000 years? 50,000 years? Or 100,000 years? Yi Yuan, only used less than 1,500 years. Even if he only used 10,000 years, how powerful would the Yi Yuan then be? This sense of setback simply could not be described using words. Grandpas, could it be that we're giving up just like that? Withdrawing from the Cloud Pill Summit. Our Zheng family will definitely suffer a great loss in strength. On the way back, Zheng Buchuan gnashed his teeth in hatred. He never would have thought that that unremarkable young man actually really defeated his ancestor, making the Zheng family fall into a situation of eternal nation. Zheng Qiyuan smiled coldly and said, "Giving up? How can it be possible? That brat's deducing ability is indeed very strong, but I don't believe that his pill refining ability is also as strong as his deducing ability. Grandpa has mucked around in the Cloud Pill Summit for so many years, so how can my connections be what a little brat can compare to? This time, I want him to reveal his true colors." Zheng Buchuan's eyes lit up, and he said in pleasant surprise, "Grandpa has a contingency plan." Zhang Qiyuan smiled and said, "Of course, what the path of alchemy relies on isn't words, but thoroughly honed strength. He is only a brat who's merely 1,000 over years old. Could it be that he can compete with 7-star alchemy DS that have refined pills countless times? When at the peak alchemy meet, I'll see what he has to be arrogant about." Zheng Buchuan was overjoyed when he heard that. Yi Yuan indeed still would not have a good outcome. Who did not know how to engage in an empty talk? But alchemy never had shortcuts. Your comprehension ability could be very high, deducing could be very impressive, but when it came down to genuine pill refinement, only experiencing thoroughly tempering could one have accomplishments. Which one of them, the 7-star alchemy DS, was not an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. The medicinal pills that they had refined before were sufficient to pile up to form a mountain. How could a mere Yi Yuan possibly be a match? Amidst the series of exclamations, the curtains of the Cloud Pill Summit were finally drawn. On this day, alchemy powerhouses gathered in Cloud Pill, great imperial capital. Several tens of thousands of alchemists gathered together in the plaza. These tens of thousands of alchemists were all the elites among elites of the southern borders alchemy world. Up on the high platform, 100 Empyrean powerhouses sat up straight, imposing aura awing all those present. This kind of grand lineup could only be seen at the Cloud Pill Summit, this kind of grand occasion. These 100 Empyrean powerhouses were all leviathans of a region, being peak alchemy DS. But at this time, these 7-star alchemy DS could only sit below. On the highest part of the platform, there were still 14 seats left vacant. Everyone knew that these 14 seats represented the highest standard of the southern borders alchemy world. Each one was a Grandmaster CLA's alchemy powerhouse. Suddenly, a powerful aura came out of the void. A middle-aged man dressed in loose white robes slowly walked out, akin to Empyrean Pilljade, peak 7-star alchemy 9 firmament Empyrean superpowerhouse. Under Heavenly Emperor, Pilljade was revered as supreme. Empyrean Pilljade's gaze swept, majesty birthing on its own. Today, the Cloud Pill Summit begins. Pilljade thanks everyone for honoring with a visit. This Empyrean knows that many people came to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit aiming for the 13 Grandmasters. Now, this Empyrean will invite the 13 Grandmaster powerhouses who have arrived. Heavenly Soul, Great Imperial Capital. Empyrean Blazing Sun. Empyrean Pilljade's voice had just faded when a fire-like man stepped out of the void. Nodding his head slightly to everyone, he walked towards his seat. Truesgold Great Imperial Capital. Empyrean Flutterfeather. The Empyrean Flutterfeather, dressed in azure loose robes, walked out with a slight smile and clasped his hands slightly, then walked toward his own seat. Cloud Tremor Great Imperial Capital. Empyrean Pilljade introduced one by one. The former few were all the masters of the 6 great peak holy lands. Each one was an apex existence of the southern border. After these 6 Empyreans came onto the stage, they each sat on the 2 flanks of the empty middle seat. The middlemost seat belonged to Empyrean Pilljade. After the 6 sovereigns took the stage, Empyrean Pilljade continued introducing. Empyrean Lumen, Zhuge Ancient Family's Alchemy Authority. Empyrean Qianyu, From the North Days, Liu family. 6 Empyrean powerhouses were finished introducing. Suddenly, the air seemed to have solidified. The entire plaza was dead silent. Everyone knew that this final Grandmaster was this Cloudpill Summit's main attraction. The Cloudpill Summit had not even started yet, and this Grandmaster, who did not even reach Empyrean, already chased the Zheng family out of the Cloudpill Summit forever. More importantly, he was the only alchemist who became a Grandmaster at 6-star Alchemy G.O.D. in the history of the Cloudpill Summit. Even Empyrean Pilljade also paused slightly before slowly opened his mouth and said, "The last one, an extraordinary talent, invited by Empyrean Flutterfeather at 1,000 over years of age, becoming this Cloudpill Summit's Grandmaster. Yi Yuan, from Southridge's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Empyrean Pilljade finished introducing. Yi Yuan's figure slowly stepped out of the void. Everyone's gazes all gathered on that ridiculously young Grandmaster. Southridge's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? What is that place? Never heard of it before. This kind of small place could actually produce a Grandmaster? This Yi Yuan really has the ability to hold the position of Grandmaster? Although the Zheng family withdrew from the Cloudpill Summit, I heard that they lost a bet. Just how much strength this Yi Yuan has in... body knows either. It's a pity that we can't challenge Grandmasters. Otherwise, testing a bit and we'll know. Although there had long already been Yi Yuan's legends in Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital, when they really saw Yi Yuan, everyone still could not resist sucking in a cold breath. Too young. This age should be standing below and taking part in the alchemy battles together with them. But now he sat on the Grandmaster's seat. Brother Pilljade, letting a little child whose hair isn't even fully grown sit on a Grandmaster's seat. Where will the faces of us, these 107-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. go? Yi Yuan had not taken his seat, yet when a voice dripping with sarcasm sounded out. Chapter 2032, Battling a Group of Heroes. Chapter 2032, Battling a Group of Heroes. A good show was starting. In the plaza, everyone's gazes were gathered on Yi Yuan. It's Empyrean Wenlan. His alchemy strength is also a top 5 existence among the group of Empyreans. Making him accept his position under Yi Yuan, he's likely unwilling to submit. I didn't expect it. The curtains of the Cloudpill Summit has just drawn and gunpowder smell came out. I heard that Empyrean Wenlan and the Zheng family's ancestor are best friends. This is coming to uphold justice for him. Empyrean Wenlan, who spoke, was ranked 5th among the Empyrean seats. This was also to say that below Grandmaster, he was ranked 5th. This kind of strength was also not at all inferior compared to Grandmasters. The moment he opened his mouth, those Empyreans all looked at Yi Yuan with looks of amuse. N.T. wanted to see how he faced the crisis in front of him. Those present could be said to be the entire southern border's alchemy world. If Yi Yuan revealed his true colors in front of so many people, he would probably have no face to meet people in the future. At this time, another person opened his mouth and said, "What Brother Wenlan said is right. Even a mere true G.O.D. realm is riding on top of our heads. What face do we, these old fellows, still have to meet our children and grandchildren when we go back?" The moment this Empyrean opened his mouth, someone immediately cried out in surprise. It's Empyrean Daogon, the rank 8 big shot. There's a good show to watch now. No one would have thought that these Empyreans would directly launch an attack in the opening address. Furthermore, observant and conscientious people also saw through that when Empyrean Pilljade was introducing Yi Yuan, it was clearly different from the rest. He only said that Yi Yuan was a genius that Empyrean Flutterfeather invited. This cut himself away cleanly. It was Empyrean Flutterfeather making fun of everyone. Nothing to do with Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. Empyrean Pilljade implied this meaning. Right at this time, the rank 3 old man on the Empyrean seats also slowly opened his mouth and said, "Ignorant brat, what capability do you have to dare sit on the Grandmaster's seat? Brother Flutterfeather, are you joking with the southern border's alchemy world?" The sounds of cold air being sucked in came from below. Rank 3 Empyrean Remote Knight. Rank 5th Empyrean Wanlan. Rank 8th Empyrean Daogon. My G. O.D. Yi Yuan is in trouble now. The Cloud Pill Summit had just started. Yi Yuan had yet to take his seat, and 3 great Empyreans already directly put him on the spot. By the side, Empyrean Pilljade had his head lowered, looking straight down, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Empyrean Flutterfeather did not seem to mind, and said with a faint smile, "Why does Brother Remote Knight say so? Since this Empyrean gave the Grandmaster token to Yi Yuan, I naturally acknowledge his strength." Empyrean Remote Knight smiled coldly and said, "A mere 1,000 over years old snotty brat. What strength can he have? I heard before that he completed one of Brother Lumin's ancient formulas. It's just, can this prove his strength? I also heard that he didn't even dare to accept the challenge of a group of juniors. How can such a person sit on a Grandmaster seat?" Empyrean Wanlan said coolly, "Want a seat on that position of Grandmaster, one naturally has to bring out the corresponding strength. Looking at his age, being able to refine rank 5 divine pills is already considered pretty good." An Empyrean said with a loud laugh, "Hey kid, do you dare to accept this Empyrean's challenge? If you don't dare, hurry up and get down. The seat of a Grandmaster isn't so easy to sit. Yeah, if even we can't win, what qualifications do you have to sit on a Grandmaster seat?" With 3 great Empyreans taking the lead, it immediately made many 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS join in. Although Empyrean Lumin already spread the news of the exchange meet, Yi Yuan did not take action after all. Wanting to make these 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS completely accept a true G. O. D realm, this was virtually something impossible. At this time, Empyrean Pilljade suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Grandmaster Yi, looks like everyone has some doubts about your strength. Why don't you display a little?" Empyrean Pilljade instructing. Everyone's gazes collectively gathered on Yi Yuan once more. Quite a few people revealed amused expressions, all waiting to see Yi Yuan make a spectacle of himself. Under the watchful gazes of the people, how would Yi Yuan respond? From appearing on the stage until now, Yi Yuan was silent and did not speak all along. Currently, Empyrean Pilljade asking questions. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes suddenly narrowed, sweeping over the faces of the group of Empyreans. You just now, you said that you want to challenge me." Yi Yuan casually pointed at a few people. They were all Empyrean powerhouses who hooted at Yi Yuan loudest. "Haha, it's this Empyrean. Why? Is Grandmaster Yi going to accept this Empyrean's challenge?" One of the Empyreans said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, "Who else is there? Since everyone is doubting this Ye's strength, fine. I'll give you all a chance. Any of you who wants to challenge me. This Yi will accept it all. If this Yi loses a match, I'll hand over the Grandmaster token and withdraw from this Cloud Pill Summit." One sentence stunned everyone. What a domineering declaration. He wants to challenge all the 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS below Grandmaster with his power alone. Haha. Domineering also have to have the strength to be domineering. Forget about those at the bottom. Those Empyreans ranked near the top, their strengths are virtually not weaker than the invited Grandmasters. How much ability does he have to dare challenge all of the Empyreans? 107-star Alchemy G. O. DS, their strength was naturally not uniform either. The weak ones only had the strength of initial stage 7-star, initial stage Dao realm. The strong ones were the likes of Empyrean Remote Knight and his ilk, alchemy strength virtually not inferior to Grandmaster powerhouses. Yi Yuan, a puny little 6-star Alchemy G. O. D. These words were also too arrogant, right? Ha! Truly unbridled on the account of your young age. When did our Southern Borders alchemy world produce such an arrogant junior? Do you know that those seated here today are all the leading authority figures of the Southern Borders alchemy world? You actually dare to challenge everyone? Empyrean Remote Knight could not help laughing out loud when he heard that. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since this Yi is sitting in this Grandmaster seat, if I can't even win you guys, What qualifications do I have to sit here still? Empyrean Remote Knight's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "What a conceited brat. This alchemy battle. This Empyrean accepts it. This Empyrean wants to see whether or not you're really a heaven-defying talent." Yi Yuan's eyes did not even blink as he said coolly, "Okay, this he accepts. Who else is there?" "Me. This Empyrean will also challenge you." "Humph. Arrogant punk. This Empyrean will let you know that the majesty of 7-star alchemy DS cannot be provoked." How could the group of Empyreans stand Yi Yuan being so arrogant? Each and every one of them stepped forward and challenged Yi Yuan one after another. On the second Empyrean seat, Empyrean Popluing's brows furrowed slightly, and he said to Empyrean Flutterfeather, "Brother Flutterfeather, this is likely not proper, right?" But Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, "Relax, Yi Yuan has his sense of propriety." Empyrean Popluing could not help choking when he heard that. Flutterfeather's confidence in Yi Yuan was also a little too high, right? In just a short while, there were 50 over Empyreans challenging Yi Yuan. Their rankings went from the 3rd place Remote Knight to the 100th. Empyrean powerhouses capable of sitting on the platform were at least Dao Realm powerhouses too. Those second-rate 7-star Alchemy DS, the Cloudpill Summit would not invite at all. Therefore, even those Empyreans' rankings were toward the back, their strength could not be underestimated. Right at this time, a thin and emaciated old man beside Empyrean Popluing opened his mouth and said nonchalantly, "Why don't you count this old man in as well?" Chapter 2033, You're Too Weak. Chapter 2033, You're Too Weak. It's Empyrean Xiao Yuan. My his strength is absolutely Grandmaster level. He actually took action as well. Empyrean Xiao Yuan has always been a maverick, so no Holy Land's master invited him to hold the post of Grandmaster. But his strength isn't at all inferior to the Grandmasters that were invited. Yi Yuan bit off more than he could chew with this. With everyone at Cloudpill Summit taking action, he likely can't take part in this Cloudpill Summit anymore. The moment the old man opened his mouth, there was immediately a series of exclamations below. Those watching the show gloated over others' misfortune even more. Even Empyrean Flutterfeather's pupils also constricted, looking at Empyrean Xiao Yuan in surprise, clearly not expecting that he would make a move. The strength of Grandmasters was also not at the same level. As the Southern Borders Alchemy Dao's #1 person, Empyrean Pilljade was an Ancestor Realm peerless powerhouse. And he was also the one and only Ancestor Realm powerhouse present. As for the other 6 Holy Lands heads, there were Grand Completion Dao Realm and also Late Stage Dao Realm. As for the Grandmasters who were invited, their strength was a notch weaker. In the top 5 ranking powerhouses on the Empyrean seats, their strength was actually not much weaker compared to Grandmasters. Empyrean Popluing was the representative of a typical example. He had always taken on the position of Grandmaster prior to this Cloudpill Summit. But even so, he was only ranked 2nd. If so, then Empyrean Xiao Yuan, who was ranked 1st place, his strength could be imagined. With Empyrean Xiao Yuan taking on the seat of Grandmaster, there absolutely would not be anyone who would object. From everyone's reaction, Yi Yuan also saw through that this Empyrean Xiao Yuan was not simple. But what did Yi Yuan have to fear? There had never been anyone capable of making him lower his head before an alchemy. There was not in the past. Now, it was also impossible to have. "Okay, I accept it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Empyrean Xiao Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, "Seeing a 1,000-years-old Grandmaster, this old man is just curious and momentarily itching to have a go, and wants to spar." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Brother Xiao Yuan, please give pointers." Empyrean Xiao Yuan chuckled and said, "I dare not say give pointers. I hope that you don't disappoint this Empyrean." He could tell that this Empyrean Xiao Yuan did not deliberately make things difficult for him. He just purely wanted to spar. This kind of mentality was like when Yi Yuan encountered Empyrean Flutterfeather back then, also finding ways and means to have a contest with him. At this time, Empyrean Pilljade smiled slightly and said, Since that's the case, then this Cloud Pill Summit will open with this Grandmaster Challenge first. The final tally was that there were a total of 63 Empyreans challenging Yi Yuan, more than half of the total. When the audience below heard this figure, each and every one of them sucked in a cold breath. With so many 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S challenging a 6-star Alchemy G.O.D., this was absolutely a rare spectacle of the entire Heavenspan world. On the plaza, a ring was constructed. Everyone's gazes all gathered on that young profile in the ring. A middle-aged Empyrean leaped up. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of contempt. "Kid, this isn't a place for you. Your seat is there." This Empyrean pointed at the crowd below and said coolly, "Why don't you admit defeat now and go back there? I think that everybody won't make things difficult for you on the account of Brother Flutterfeather's face." Hoots of laughter came from all around, clearly quite approving of his words. What Empyrean Longi said is right. This is a joke, wasting everyone's time. Empyrean Longi is a middle-stage Dao realm alchemy master, immersing in alchemy for hundreds of thousands of years. Dealing with 6-star Alchemy G.O.D. is too effortless. 6-star Alchemy G.O.D. versus 7-star Alchemy G.O.D. I've never heard before of anyone who could win. Although Yi Yuan pledged in all solemnity, saying to challenge all of the Empyreans, there were scanty few who truly felt that he had this strength. 4-star Alchemy G.O.D. challenging 5-star Alchemy G.O.D. Everyone marveled with admiration, praising them as a genius. After all, of the genius alchemists present, many people could do it. 5-star Alchemy G.O.D. challenging a 6-star Alchemy G.O.D. Everyone would feel very surprised. This was already a genius among geniuses. Hence, when Ning Xiu overpowered the group of geniuses back then, everyone felt incredibly astonished. But a 6-star Alchemy G.O.D. challenging a 7-star Alchemy G.O.D., this was simply rubbish. 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S had mostly immersed in alchemy for hundreds of thousands of years. The terror of their strength simply could not be imagined. A brat who only cultivated for 1,000+ years. What right did he have to challenge 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S? However, outside of everyone's expectations, Yi Yuan looked at the Empyrean Longi in front of him and said coolly, "You're too weak. So many people challenging, coming one by one, is too troublesome. Why not come up 5 at a time?" The whole place was silent. Everyone used eyes like looking at a fool to look at Yi Yuan, feeling that this guy's arrogance was simply unreasonable. Arrogant, ignorant, foolish. Plus you, this junior, are simply conceited to the extreme. Empyrean Longi was angered by this one sentence until his nose became crooked. He was normally a super powerhouse who was revered by people. But today he was actually slighted by a little brat like this. How could he not be furious? But Yi Yuan continued coolly and said, "Relax, come 5 at a time. If I lost, I'll likewise withdraw from the Cloud Pill Summit." Empyrean Longi's 2 eyes went wide, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. He was already unable to use words to describe Yi Yuan's arrogance. This fellow was simply impervious to reason. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Pilljade and said, "Brother Pilljade, what do you think?" Empyrean Pilljade was naturally also extremely disdainful in his heart. Although Empyrean Longi's alchemy strength was nothing in his eyes, he was at least a 7-star Alchemy G.O.D. whose strength stood out among them all. SES. 4 Yi Yuan want to fight 1-on-5? This was too arrogant. Empyrean Pilljade looked towards Empyrean Flutterfeather and said, "This Empyrean doesn't have any objections. What do you think, Brother Flutterfeather?" Empyrean Flutterfeather nodded slightly and said, "All right, 1 by 1 is indeed wasting time. How about this? The final 13 people change to 1-on-1. The rest will all be 1-on-5. Empyrean Flutterfeather's words made everyone stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Empyrean Pilljade was stunned by it. Was this deliberately striking Yi Yuan down, or that he was too confident in Yi Yuan? No one would have thought that Yi Yuan's faithful ally would agree so readily. All right, then it's settled. Pil Jade nodded his head and said. 5 Empyreans stood in the ring, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. Each one of them was practically about to spew fire, planning on venting their stomach full of rage onto Yi Yuan. An Empyrean gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Kid, you'll know what's called despair. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Begin then, there are still many people waiting. That Empyrean's expression choked, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Fellow Taoists, I didn't expect that we'd also have a day where we'll be looked down upon. Then today, let's let this junior see our prowess. Empyrean Longi said with a cold smile. The few people nodded slightly. The moment they released their auras, Alchemy Dao aura crushed over toward Yi Yuan crazily. 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS taking action. The power was naturally extraordinary. 5 auras were akin to 5 fierce tigers. Wisconsin H. I. Plussing to shred Yi Yuan alive. Is this 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS? Indeed powerful. Yeah, I want to see what right Yi Yuan has to dare be so arrogant. The few great Empyreans are all enraged. Yi Yuan will have to lose a layer of skin this time, even if he doesn't die. Chapter 2034, Astonies.H.I. Plussing the world with a single brilliant feat. Chapter 2034, Astonies. H.I. Plussing the world with a single brilliant feat. In past years, the sparrings between Empyreans were all carried out during the peak alchemy meet. These young geniuses did not have the chance to see 7-star Alchemy G. O. D. take action at all. But today, 5 great 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS were in sync and took action at the same time. How powerful were the power and pressure? Furthermore, what these few 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS were currently refining were all rank 6 divine pills. This was simply a textbook-like performance to those young 6-star Alchemy G. O. DS. 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS refining rank 6 divine pills was undoubtedly using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. In the view of these juniors who had never seen 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS take action before, it was naturally incredibly shocking. No matter how strong Yi Yuan is, it's also impossible to block the teamwork of 5 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS, right? This guy is too arrogant. Seeing 5 great Empyreans take action, everyone shook their heads one after another. The current Yi Yuan was already like a clown in their hearts. When Empyrean Wenlon saw the situation, he said with a big laugh, Ho, Brother Flutterfeather, you probably miscalculated this time, right? No matter how strong this kid is, how can he possibly defeat 5 great 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS? Empyrean Flutterfeather just smiled and did not speak. One completely could not see worry from his face. Sensing the 5 Alchemy Dao auras that could topple mountains and overturn the seas, Yi Yuan just laughed coldly. Forming a seal with his hand, a boundless aura rose to the sky like a rocket directly from between the gaps of the 5 great Empyreans. Everyone's faces immediately changed drastically. The moment this aura appeared, it immediately made the 5 great Empyreans' aura pale in comparison. That dazzling light forced everyone until they could not open their eyes. If the 5 great Empyreans' auras were likened to stars, Yi Yuan's aura currently was the sun. Under the illumination of the sun, all stars lost their luster. Only I alone reigned supreme. What a powerful aura. It turns out that a 6-star Alchemy G. O. D can do it to this extent? Too terrifying. To actually overwhelm 5 great 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS with 6-star Alchemy G. O. D strength. Just what realm is Yi Yuan? Middle stage Dao realm? Late stage? How is this possible? How can a 6-star Alchemy G. O. D be so strong? On the plaza, cries of exclamations linked up together. The 6-star Alchemy G. Oh, DS here were no less than 10,000 people. Each one of them had a standard for the limits of 6-star alchemy G. Oh, DS in their hearts. But the current Yi Yuan completely shattered all of their benchmarks, subverting all of their understanding. It turned out that 6-star alchemy G. Oh, DS could be so strong. In the crowd, Yun Yi looked at that dazzling figure, with his face full of bitterness. We were all wrong. Turns out that he wasn't posturing, but that he really finds us beneath contempt. Although we're all 6-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, we don't have the qualifications to challenge him at all. Only at this moment did Yun Yi finally understand that all of Yi Yuan's arrogance previously was just ill. U.S. trotting an all-too-normal thing. Yi Yuan eyes no longer had those in the same generation long ago. Those able to exchange blows with him were only 7-star alchemy G. ODS. Furthermore, they were peak existences among 7-star alchemy G. ODS. Since that was the case, their provocation naturally appeared laughable. Would an Empyrean powerhouse mind a celestial deity realm's provocation? What difference was that sort of provocation from a naughty child pointing an adult in the face and saying, "I want to defeat you"? As for Luo Yu and the rest, each and every one of them was shocked until it could not be any greater. They had witnessed before Ning Siyu's alchemy Dao and were utterly defeated at her hands until they were black and blue. At that time, they thought that Ning Siyu was a rare alchemy talent. But placing Ning Siyu in front of Yi Yuan, that was not on the same level at all. No wonder even with Ning Siyu's exceptional talent, she had to be so respectful and submissive in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was sufficient to crush the majority of 7-star alchemy G. ODS. Empyrean Pill Jade, Empyrean Pill Jade, Empyrean Lumen, Empyrean Chaoyuan, and the rest were all radiating brilliance in their gazes at this time. Clearly, they were astounded by Yi Yuan's breathtaking debut. This was Yi Yuan's first time taking action in the Cloud Pill Summit, but it carved an indelible impression in the people's minds. The 5 great Empyreans' faces changed drastically. A never-before sense of oppression made them instantly have many mistakes appear. When experts exchanged blows, victory and defeat lied in just millimeters. This tiny bit of mistake already determined the conclusion. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, he established his victory. Of course, Empyrean Longyi and the rest were not ordinary people. Even when suppressed, they were still not defeated. It was just a pity that defeat was already set. The 5 great Empyreans could only eke out a meager existence under Yi Yuan's powerful pressure. After more than 2 hours, Yi Yuan pulled back, the pill formed. But the others were still struggling bitterly. Yi Yuan looked at the 5 great Empyreans calmly. After he withdrew, the 5 great Empyreans finally recovered strength. After an hour, they completed the refinement. Except, no one paid attention to them anymore. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Yi Yuan. Astonies. H.I. Plussing the world with a single brilliant feat. Before this, no one could have thought that Yi Yuan had the strength to compete with 7-star alchemy G. ODS. His words were ignorant, was arrogant, was unreasonable in everyone's eyes. But only now did they know that turns out that was merely Yi Yuan accurately stating his own strength. Even if someone chose to believe Yi Yuan, it was also impossible for them to expect that Yi Yuan would defeat 5 great 7-star alchemy G. DS in a cruise. H.I. Plussing manner. Too incredible. Really too impressive. 1,000 over years old young man. How can his alchemy strength be so strong? 7-star alchemy G. OD. Those are 7-star alchemy G. ODS. Furthermore, it's even 5 of them. They were defeated just like this? Just based on this fight, who dares to say that he doesn't have the qualifications to sit on the Grandmaster seat? Yi Yuan, making his move, shocked the entire southern border's alchemy world. Starting from today, 7-star alchemy G. DS were not undefeatable. About to open the furnace, Everyone held their breaths. Yi Yuan, purple spirit, divine grade. Empyrean Long Yi, peak superior grade. Empyrean Ping Yao, superior grade. A grandmaster opened the furnaces of Yi Yuan and the others. Apart from Empyrean Long Yi reaching peak superior grade, the others were all only ordinary superior grade, without even a heaven grade. 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS refining rank 6 divine pills. With the strength of Empyrean Long Yi and the rest, heaven grade was the minimum requirement. Even divine grade was nothing difficult to them too. But they were suppressed firmly by Yi Yuan and could not even break through to heaven grade. The expression on Empyrean Long Yi's face was extremely ugly. He just gave a cold snort and returned his seat. He currently felt that his face was already utterly lost. He was actually suppressed by a 6-star Alchemy G. O. D. to such a degree. Hoo-hoo, no wonder you could make Empyrean Flutterfeather view you in a different light. Grandmaster Yi's strength indeed can't be underestimated. However, one to sit in the position of Grandmaster just based on this. It's still not enough. On the Empyrean seats, Empyrean Wenlan said, dripping with sarcasm. Yi Yuan's situation, he could naturally do it, and even do it better than Yi Yuan. After all, the alchemy strength of Empyrean Long Yi and the others could only be considered below average among these 100 Empyreans. But his words were still leaking a sour flavor. Clearly, Yi Yuan's strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. Chapter 2035, Empyrean Proud Cloud. Chapter 2035, Empyrean Proud Cloud. Yi Yuan, purple spirit, divine grade. Empyrean Azure Rain, peak superior grade. Empyrean Jiuhao, superior grade. 5 Empyreans being defeated. Another 5 Empyreans came. It was just that the result was still the same, a total defeat. 5 to 6 rounds were done in a row. The results were all the same. Yi Yuan was forever purple spirit divine grade, while the others were either peak superior grade or superior grade. All in all, they were unable to break through to heaven grade, this category. Very soon, those Empyreans felt something amiss. This isn't right. Empyrean Lumen said with a frown. By the side, his good friend Empyrean Windrider smiled and said, "Oh, you also perceived it? This Grandmaster Yi isn't simple." Empyrean Lumen said in surprise, "You saw through long ago?" Empyrean Windrider smiled and said, "The order of appearing on the stage is according to the strength of the Empyrean, which is also their seating order. The ones taking the field now, their rankings already reached 40-50th place. Their strengths are all much stronger than younger brother Lomi. Logically speaking, even if Grandmaster Ye's strength is formidable, there should also be someone who broke through to heaven grade already. But up till now, there's actually no one who could break through to heaven grade. That is also to say that Grandmaster Yi still has the strength to spare. Could it be that his strength can really reach the level of Grandmaster?" Empyrean Lumen was really shocked. Originally, he thought that Yi Yuan was only extremely capable in deducing things, while his hands-on ability might be slightly lacking. But who could have thought that Yi Yuan's hands-on ability was even more horrifying than his deducing ability? Yi Yuan was truly a monstrous-like young man. Empyrean Windrider smiled and said, "Whether or not he has the strength of an Empyrean, I have no idea. But I'm very curious now just who can force out his true strength." Battling in alchemy until now, there was already no one who doubted Yi Yuan's degree of monstrousness. It was just that everyone was greatly looking forward to who could force out all of his strength. One battle after another. Those 5-star and 6-star Alchemy G. O. DS below long already went from surprise to admiration with regards to Yi Yuan's strength. They were different from those Empyreans. In the eyes of 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS, Yi Yuan was just a junior riding on top of their heads, so they were naturally unhappy. But Yi Yuan and these juniors were peers. For a peer to be able to have such horrifying alchemy strength, what else could they do except admire? After 10 rounds of battle, Yi Yuan won all the way, and not a single person could actually reach heaven grade. This kind of result was too unexpected. Grandmaster Yi is really too fearsome. From today onwards, he's my idol. I'll have the opportunity to stand in front of him in this life. Screw off, you. Previously, you were still saying that he's arrogant and ignorant about the immensity of heaven and earth. That person's face turned red, and he argued and said, That's because I didn't know beforehand. Prior to this, who could have imagined that a 6-star alchemy God could reach such a realm? That makes sense. He really broadened my horizons today. After 10 rounds of battle, Yi Yuan defeated 57-star alchemy gods. No matter whether he won or lost at the back, it was already sufficient to make these juniors' wars. I plus P crazily. Swaz. Plus a figure leaped into the air and landed in the ring, a look of scorn on his face. It's Empyrean Proud Cloud. It's finally his turn to make a move. Why? Is Empyrean Proud Cloud very impressive? Someone who did not understand asked wonderingly. More than impressive. Do you know why Lord Flutterfeather wanted Grandmaster Yi to fight one-on-one starting from Empyrean Proud Cloud? Could it be that there's still some reason? He originally thought that this was just casually said thoughtlessly. Looking at it now, it was clearly not the case. That Holy Land disciple clearly had the intention of showing off too, saying smugly, Empyrean Proud Cloud is ranked 25th among all the Empyreans. The 7-star alchemy gods before him were all middle-stage Dao realm. But starting from him, those are all late-stage Dao realm mighty experts. So that's how it is. Starting from Empyrean Proud Cloud, the strength goes up by a full level. There's a series of exclamations all around, finally understanding the difference involved. Dao realm was an extremely drawn-out realm. Similarly, in middle-stage Dao realm, the medicinal pills refined could have a huge difference. And wanting to cultivate from middle-stage Dao realm to late-stage Dao realm, this was an incomparably difficult step. Only by taking this step could one be considered a top 7-star alchemy god. Empyrean Proud Cloud was clearly such a powerhouse. Hang on. Then according to this, isn't Grandmaster Yi already late-stage Dao realm? Very soon, someone reacted to it and thought of Yi Yuan. Empyrean Proud Cloud was the watershed of late-stage Dao realm. If so, then with Yi Yuan defeating all of the middle-stage Dao realms, wouldn't he very likely be late-stage Dao realm? 1,000 over years old late-stage Dao realm. When everyone reacted to it, each and every one of them sucked in a cold breath. With Empyrean Proud Cloud as a reference, everyone would have a taste of Yi Yuan's monstrousness even more. To 6-star alchemy gods, just entering the Dao realm was already the limit. Forget about the middle stage Dao realm. They did not even dare to imagine the peak initial stage Dao realm. Because once you entered the Dao realm, the difficulty of comprehending alchemy Dao would soar. That required the accumulation of countless years. And this long period of time was sufficient to let these geniuses break through to the Empyrean realm already. Previously, everyone's guesses about Yi Yuan's strength were mostly in the middle stage Dao realm. But now, Yi Yuan rose a level out of the blue, reaching the late stage Dao realm. This kind of change made everyone feel too astonished, as well as absurd. The Holy Land disciple that was originally showing off was also stunned. He clearly did not think of this as well. That Holy Land disciple said this, although Grandmaster Yi is indeed an exceptional genius, it's impossible for him to be Empyrean Proud Cloud's match. After all, the duration that Empyrean Proud Cloud has been in the late-stage Dao realm is already not short. The others also nodded their heads one after another. Monstrousness got to have a limit. 1,000 over years old late-stage Dao realm. This already could not be imagined. If Yi Yuan crushed all the way again, it was clearly being too unreasonable. But now, none of these juniors already felt that it was not apt for Yi Yuan to sit on a Grandmaster seat. He already said 80% of Empyreans at a young age. His future achievements would absolutely not be inferior to these Grandmasters, even going further beyond. Empyrean Proud Cloud looked at Yi Yuan and said with a disdainful look on his face, Yi Yuan, this Empyrean indeed underestimated you. I didn't expect that you're already late-stage Tao realm at a young age. But you're too condescending, too arrogant. You challenged all the 7-star Alchemy DS with the Grandmaster token as a wager. You'll stop here with me. You can only withdraw out of the Cloud Pill Summit with a heavy heart. Similarly, at the late-stage Tao realm, he had cultivated several hundreds of thousands of years more than Yi Yuan. So how could he possibly lose to Yi Yuan? But he was indeed surprised by Yi Yuan's talent. He was even somewhat jealous. With Yi Yuan's talent, seeing him was just a matter of time. Hence, he already made up his mind, his heart, to ruthlessly quash Yi Yuan's prestige this time, making him lose all of his pride. Plussing this genius completely. Geniuses were breathtaking, but they were also easy to break. The more prodigious, the more proud they were, the faster they would wither after being struck down. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Proud Cloud was secretly feeling good in his heart. Oh, is that so? To make me withdraw out of the Cloud Pill Summit. Just the likes of you aren't qualified enough yet. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Proud Cloud and said calmly, Chapter 2036, Lending Cauldron. Chapter 2036, Lending Cauldron. TSK really is arrogant as before. It's just don't know if he has the strength to continue to be conceited or not, Empyrean Wenlan said with a faint smile. The alchemy battles previously were all appetizers. There was no comparison at all between late-stage Tao realm and middle-stage Tao realm powerhouses. Now, reaching Empyrean Proud Cloud, this watershed, it was the time to showcase one's true abilities. Empyrean Daogon said coolly, 1,000 over years old late-stage Tao realm. This boy can be sufficiently proud. It's just that after reaching late-stage Tao realm, it gets increasingly harder. No matter how great his talent is, this is also the limit. The other Empyreans secretly nodded their heads when they heard this. They understood the difficulty of advancing even more after they reached the late-stage Tao realm. As for Yi Yuan walking to this step, they were indeed incomparably surprised. But to talk about going a step further and defeating late-stage Tao realms, they did not believe it no matter what. Empyrean Proud Cloud had a grim expression as he said with a cold smile, Then let this Empyrean have a crack at you. Illusory Truth Cauldron, open. In an instant, the aura of Tao spread out. Everyone marveled in admiration one after another. This is an Empyrean spirit treasure. Looks like Empyrean Proud Cloud means business. This isn't fair. Empyrean spirit treasure versus celestial deity mystic treasure. This is too unfair. The current Yi Yuan already gained a group of supporters. When they saw Empyrean Proud Cloud using an Empyrean spirit treasure, they were immediately unhappy. What the current Yi Yuan was using was still the Xianlong Cauldron that Empyrean Flutterfeather gave to him. It was a pinnacle existence among celestial deity mystic treasures, being not weaker than even true D mystic treasures. However, a celestial deity mystic treasure was still a celestial deity mystic treasure. No matter how strong it was not comparable to Empyrean spirit treasure. Medicinal cauldrons had considerable enhancement ability for pill refinement, regardless of whether it was the quality of the medicinal pills or during the process of the refinement. At similar strength, the medicinal pills refined by an Empyrean spirit treasure and refined by a celestial deity medicinal pills had no comparison at all. When this Empyrean is refining pills, how can it be your turn to be? You juniors. Moreover, this alchemy battle doesn't restrict medicinal cauldrons. So what's wrong with me doing this? If he really has the strength of a Grandmaster, would he mind this bit of difference? Proud Cloud said with a cold smile. Shameless. This was the feeling that Proud Cloud gave everyone currently. It was just that these were all juniors who did not have the right to speak at all. But right at this time, a ray of white light flew out from the Empyrean seats and landing in the ring. A milky white medicinal cauldron appeared in front of everyone. When Empyrean Proud Cloud saw this medicinal cauldron, his expression could not help changing greatly. Turning his head to look toward the Empyrean seats, he said in a solemn voice, "Brother Chao Yuan, what do you mean by this?" It turned out that this medicinal cauldron was actually Empyrean Chao Yuan's. The aura coming off of this milky white medicinal cauldron was even stronger than the illusory truth cauldron. It was shockingly an Empyrean spirit treasure too. Furthermore, its quality was even higher than the illusory truth cauldron. This is Empyrean Chao Yuan's lifeblood, Empyrean spirit treasure, daytime cauldron. He can actually bear to take it out for Yi Yuan to use. An Empyrean powerhouse marveled with admiration. Empyrean Chao Yuan ignored Proud Cloud and just said to Yi Yuan coolly, "Little friend, this old man's daytime cauldron will be lent to you for use." A wave of exclamations came from all around. Everyone says that Empyrean Chao Yuan doesn't tolerate unreasonable things. It's indeed like so. Looks like Empyrean Chao Yuan couldn't endure the sight of it, and even lent out his lifeblood Empyrean spirit treasure. So what? Even so, it's still unfair. Grandmaster Ye's cultivation realm can't unleash the true power of an Empyrean spirit treasure at all. Empyrean Chao Yuan's action of lending his cauldron surprised everyone. At this time, no one doubted anymore that he was not unhappy about being put under Yi Yuan. The reason he did it was to witness Yi Yuan's true strength. Yi Yuan lightly caressed the daytime cauldron and felt a surging force from inside. Using it to refine pills could absolutely yield twice the results with half the effort. Indeed, a fine cauldron. Many thanks, Brother Chao Yuan. Yi Yuan lightly clasped his hands at the Empyrean Chao Yuan up on the high platform to express his thanks. But his tone of voice changed as he suddenly said, "However, why is there a need for an Empyrean spirit treasure to deal with him? My Xianlong cauldron will suffice." Done talking, Yi Yuan pushed with his palm. The daytime cauldron immediately turned into a streak of white light and flew toward Empyrean Chao Yuan. A hint of surprise flashed across in Empyrean Chao Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan actually moved his daytime cauldron so effortlessly. One had to know this was his lifeblood Empyrean spirit treasure. Although he did not deliberately control it, it was also not what anybody could move. If Yi Yuan really wanted to use it, he still had to confer the intent to the daytime cauldron. What? He's mad, right? Empyrean Chao Yuan's good intentions. He actually doesn't appreciate it? Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, everyone was perplexed, giving off a series of exclamations. Even Empyrean Proud Cloud was already thrown into a daze by Yi Yuan's action and did not react to it for a while. Empyrean Chao Yuan took back the daytime cauldron and said coolly, "May as well. Haha, a brat who overestimates his own ability. I'll let you have a taste of this Empyrean's prowess." Myriad transformation universe hands. Empyrean Proud Cloud needed seals. A pressure that surged to the extreme swept over toward Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed one after another. When those Empyreans took action previously, even when it reached around the 30th place later on, their alchemy Dao auras also could not match up to 20% of Empyrean Proud Cloud's power. Late-stage Dao realm was actually frighteningly powerful. In front of this aura, Yi Yuan was like a small rowboat in the ocean, appearing to be teetering on its last legs. Proud Cloud's myriad transformation universe hands is a rather formidable rank 7 alchemy technique. Coupled with the illusory truth cauldron, even this Empyrean have to deal with it carefully too. I don't believe that this kid can really overturn the skies. Empyrean Daogon said with a cold smile. The junior disciples in the plaza all looked towards Yi Yuan very worriedly, wanting to see how he would respond. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His gaze when looking toward Empyrean Proud Cloud carried some coldness. "Even want to sneak attack me? This guy is really shameless. Since that's the case, then I'll teach you a lesson that you'll never forget." Yi Yuan sneered in his heart. Just earlier, he clearly felt that inside the alchemy Dao aura contained a portion of divine soul force. This guy actually wanted to sneak attack him. But Empyrean Proud Cloud should have some secret art. He did it very cleverly. it was hard for bystanders to detect. At this very moment, Yi Yuan also became truly enraged, only to see him beckon with one hand. Spirit medicines all flew into the Xianlong cauldron. A vast and mighty alchemy Tao aura instantly rose up. This imposing momentum was even several times stronger than the Empyrean Proud Cloud, who borrowed the power of an Empyrean spirit treasure. It instantly eclipsed Empyrean Proud Cloud's aura. On the Empyrean seats, Empyrean Chaoyuan suddenly stood up, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, his eyes shooting out rays of brilliance. The other Empyreans also had shocked expressions on their faces. Their gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, were full of disbelief. Empyrean Proud Cloud was currently being pleased with himself when he suddenly felt a heaven-blotting-like aura instantly overshadow him. His alchemy art was nearly directly interrupted. In his abdomen, blood surged up, almost spurting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his realm was exceedingly high, forcefully suppressing this surging. Except he already completely lost living S.P. AC under Yi Yuan's lofty aura. How is this possible? 1,000 over years, old grand completion Tao realm? Empyrean Proud Cloud was incomparably shocked in his heart.